Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents $1 Billion Chance by Linnea May. Narrated by Stephanie Rose and Alexander Sandys. Chapter 1. Ella. I can't fuck this up. I absolutely can't. The nervous tremors in my hands have stopped, but my mind is whirling beyond control. My heart is thumping anxiously, sending a rush of blood through my veins that blushes my cheeks in a shade similar to my hair, fiery hot and treacherous. I need to calm down before I go in. My bike has been parked for a while now, 10 minutes, maybe more. Yet I can't tear myself away from the bike rack. I'm still way too early, but I knew I would need the time to settle my nerves before I can face this. Before I can face him. My eyes trail across the parking lot and over to the grand government building that awaits at the other end. Is he already in there? Is he feeling the same way I am right now? Does he even know? It's been years since we last talked. We parted, each went our own way, and eventually faded from each other's lives. That's just how it goes sometimes. It's not like I stopped thinking about him, but I never expected to see him again. And I definitely did not expect to see him today. I can't remember the last time I have been this anxious. My eyes are glued to the building in front of me, while I'm torn between the urge to bolt through the heavy wooden entrance to get it over with, and the paralyzing fear of what lies behind those doors. Today is important, to say the least. When my supervisor, Mrs. Glenn, asked me to come with her, I couldn't believe my ears at first. I'm only an intern, after all. I may have been involved in the Climate and Energy Action Plan for the District of Columbia since the beginning, but never in my wildest dreams did I expect to be present when our first draft was presented to the governor's office. It's a big deal. No, it's a huge deal. It means that Mrs. Glenn trusts my expertise. She has always treated me as if I was a fixture in her department and not just an unpaid intern. But this is taking it to the next level. This means she has plans for me. It means I may have a future at the Institute, with a real job and a real income. If it weren't for my parents, I couldn't even have accepted this internship to begin with. My savings were hardly enough to get by for 6 months, especially in a place like D.C. I could only convince them, and myself, that this was a good idea because there was a prospect for a permanent position with decent pay and the life I've always dreamed of. The life I almost destroyed last year. I exhale audibly before I close my eyes and hold my breath for a few moments. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, desperate for reassurance and a clear head. God knows I'll need it today. Because it's not just that. It's not just that my professional future could rely on today, or that I'm afraid to disappoint Mrs. Glenn. That alone would be enough to drive me frantic, but it wouldn't throw me off the track to this degree. In fact, up until a couple of days ago, I was doing fine. I felt prepared and more than ready. But then I saw the list of participants. It was clipped to the agenda in our folder right on top, and impossible to miss. A complete list of everyone who will be present at the meeting. My heart did a little hiccup with excitement when I saw my own name on there. And it dropped when my eyes trailed further down the list and latched onto a name I didn't expect. A name that changed everything. His name. Gabriel Boulder, attorney advisor for the government of the District of Columbia. At first I thought it must be a mistake, or a coincidence, a cruel joke by fate, anything but the maddening truth. I didn't want to believe it was really him, even though it makes perfect sense. Gabe always wanted to get into politics, and last I heard, he obtained his license to practice law in the District of Columbia a few years back. I didn't hear it from him directly, of course. We haven't spoken in almost 7 years, ever since I moved to the West Coast, leaving him behind. He never forgave me for that, despite our agreement. We were never in a relationship. Not really. It was purely physical, unbridled lust and magnetic attraction. We were drawn to each other from the very first moment, but started to fight that pull after we hooked up. Maybe that was our mistake. Maybe we never should have lied to ourselves. Maybe we should have left it at that one drunken night. Maybe. He was never my boyfriend, and I never wanted to be his girlfriend. But that didn't stop us from intertwining like vines as we grew throughout our last year of college. And then we just... I'm startled by the sound of my own voice as I release an anguished groan at the memory. I can still feel it. The same sting. The same piercing agony. Every time the memory resurfaces, I'm overwhelmed with the same pain I felt all those years ago. Leaving Gabe behind was the hardest and most excruciating thing I ever had to do. But it was the right decision, wasn't it? No, Ella. Don't go there. I try to dissipate my nagging doubts with a fierce shake of the head before I make my way to the entrance. Whatever happened back then should not be on my mind today. He should not be on my mind today. I can't let him ruin this for me. I won't let him hold me back. I didn't allow it back then, and I certainly won't allow it today.
Chapter 2. Gabe. I hate waiting. Always have, always will. It's beneath me, and I have every reason to say that. People are willing to pay a lot of money for my time because it's of high value to them. I am of high value. Therefore, I always make sure that everyone else has to wait for me, even if that means resorting to somewhat absurd behavior. It's less than 10 minutes until I have to advise the World Resources Institute on their climate plan for D.C., but instead of sitting in the meeting room like a forgotten dog, I linger alone in my private office, absent-mindedly playing with a paper crane on my mahogany desk. Old-fashioned, ridiculously heavy, mighty in size, and with a price tag beyond reason, this desk is the perfect representation of my position in this world. It stands out, just like me. Because, let's be honest, I shouldn't even be here. I don't need to be here. I don't need this job. I have no reason to spend my valuable time in this stuffy government building, surrounded by people who are either idealistic and naive or cunning and power-hungry. I don't need this shit. I could be out in the Hamptons, surrounded by my own little harem, each girl prettier than the next, indulging in exquisite champagne while lounging next to the pool of my lavish summer home. I could do all that, all day, every day. But I'm here, sitting in my unimposing office, waiting for a meeting that promises to be nothing but another time sink. And while I know what brought me here in the first place, my insatiable need for power and recognition, that much I'm willing to admit, I'm beginning to question the point of all of this. Yes, it's nice to see how much weight my words seem to carry, but do I really need their approval as much as I used to? Is this really why I'm still here? Why I'm still giving my time to a seemingly worthy cause? Or is it because of her? I haven't spoken to Ella in years, but her credulous ambitions may have rubbed off on me more than I like to admit. I wonder what she'd say if she knew what I'm up to these days. She would probably be bothered by my lack of true dedication and accuse me of playing an unwarranted power game. And she wouldn't be wrong. Hell, I didn't even look at today's schedule or the many, many notes my assistant clipped to the folder on my desk. I never even opened it, because I know everything I need to know. You can call that arrogance. I call it efficiency. I can't suppress an annoyed moan as I glance at my newest Jaeger-LeCoultre watch for the umpteenth time. 4 minutes until the meeting begins, and probably around 2 minutes before my assistant will pop her face through the door and tell me that it's time to go, while batting her heavily darkened eyelashes nervously. Therese has been working here for a while, but she hasn't seemed to get over her obvious crush on me, even though she's my senior by some years. I can only hope for her sake that she finds a boyfriend soon. A message pops up on my phone promising a welcome distraction. It's a text from Aston, an old friend from college and a member of the illustrious Plutus Society. We took pride in that name and the meaning behind it, even though it was always just the four of us, Aston, Logan, Chase, and myself, a group of 4 ambitious outliers united in our joint striving for wealth. I can still count on you for this weekend, right? Aston writes. Logan and Chase are both a firm yes. Don't let us down. I smirk at his reprimanding words, and since he sent them to our group chat, he is quickly backed up by Logan, who adds, and don't be fucking late. I'm in the middle of typing my response when Chase chimes in, interjecting that he will be traveling thousands of miles across the country to make this reunion happen, so I better manage to make the short drive up north. As if there was any way I would miss Aston's 30th birthday. He's the first of us to hit that milestone. A milestone that holds special meaning for the four of us. You guys need to chill, I tell them. I said I would come and I will, but I won't be driving, that's for sure. Taking the new baby out for a ride? Chase wants to know, hitting the nail on the head. Exactly, I respond. Why drive when I treated myself to a new Gulfstream jet? That beautiful machine spends too much time on the ground anyway. Besides, driving is for peasants, Logan agrees, followed by a high five emoji, while Aston reminds us that we still share the same responsibility for pollution control as everybody else. Some things never change. My smile widens as I watch their banter continue. For 3 years, the four of us were almost inseparable, a unified force against the rest of the world that didn't seem to understand our larger-than-life aspirations. We were outliers, even on an Ivy League campus, and that's what united us, despite our differences. Mr. Boulder, Teresa's soft-spoken voice yanks me out of my nostalgic musings. It's time. Startled, I look up from my phone and find my assistant peeking through the open door, her black locks tied in a conservative updo and her lips shimmering with a fresh layer of bright pink lipstick. Thank you, Therese, I reply, rising from my chair so she knows that I need no further reminder. Therese is very uncomfortable with my habit of showing up last to every single meeting. She hates that I insist on making other people wait, probably because she's the one who has to excuse or explain my last-minute appearances. She's already out of sight as I march down the hallway, the redundant folder tucked under my right arm while I type one last response to the boys before I have to divert my focus elsewhere. The conference room is on the same floor as my office, but far enough for me to be 1 minute late by the time I reach the door. Gentlemen, I greet the room, my eyes still locked on the display of my phone. Sorry for the wait. I set the phone to silent and force a polite smile on my face before I look up and find the room fully occupied. I met with expressions of slight annoyance from my colleagues and nervous tension from our visitors, a blend of government advisors and starry-eyed idealists hoping for our approval, and her, Ella Witt. My not-a-girlfriend from college is sitting at the far end of the table, her cheeks as red as her blazing hair, and her head down. She's the only person in the room who is not looking at me, and the only person whose presence makes a difference. A huge fucking difference.
Chapter 3. Ella. His hair is different. It's shorter than it used to be. Back in college, Gabe wore his hair long, often tied up in a man bun that gave his friends, especially Logan, the perfect target to make fun of his hippie nest. I loved it. It was one of the most prominent things I noticed about him when we first met. He looked so different than all the other boys who circled my microcosm on campus. He always had this intense focus on his face, an earnestness that didn't quite match the unruly hair, and that same discrepancy was reflected in the way he dressed. A formal white shirt and washed-out black jeans on top of worn-out sneakers, irresolute on whether he wanted to appear put together or like a kid from the street. He was a walking contradiction. I loved that about him. Today, I no longer see that same alluring discrepancy on him. His short corporate cut matches the costly suit that hugs his broad frame. The navy blue fabric looks thick and expensive, and I'm sure the heavy wristwatch that peeps out under his cuff when he moves costs more than my yearly rent. Gabriel Boulder is no longer a man of the middle class, that's for sure. He made it. I always knew he would, and I wasn't surprised when he was listed among the illustrious Forbes 30 Under 30 a few months ago, portrayed as a bold risk-taker and a genius who put his brilliant mind to perfect use by founding a proprietary legal technology platform and multiplying his profits by smart investments in the stock market. Gabe must be filthy rich, just like he aimed to be. But why, then, is he here today? Why is he sitting in the same room with me, an idealistic intern who hopes to make the world a better, or at least a greener, place? He never cared about these things. He even made fun of me for being so naive to embark on this futile journey, as he put it. Well, Mr. Boulder, if that's true, why do you waste your precious time with us do-gooders? The question has been lingering inside my head for days, but it calls out especially loud now that I see him in front of me. I have been trying to catch his gaze across the room, but he hasn't looked my direction once since he sat down at the other side of the table. He must have seen me when he walked into the room, but I didn't look up then, partly because I chickened out, and partly because I was annoyed at him for showing up this late. It's so typical. Gabe's ego always forced him to make an entrance like this. The final person to arrive, the most important person in the room. Or so he wants to believe. Unlike his hairstyle, this particular habit hasn't changed, it seems. The meeting is in full progress, but every voice is coming from far away, muffled and hushed, as if a thick glass dome has been put over my head. I hear people speaking left and right. I hear pleasantries being exchanged, and I find myself smiling and nodding at the right place. But I'm not following what's being said. My eyes haven't left Gabe ever since he sat down, but he refuses to reciprocate my anxious gaze and averts his at all times. I need him to look at me. I need to see his face while he sees mine. I need to see every little hint of emotion that could paint his expression. I need to see whether he is happy to see me, or sad, or angry, or just surprised and shocked beyond comprehension. What would that even look like? What did his face look like when he saw me? Did he widen his dark green eyes in shock? Did his breath stop for a moment? Mine definitely did. I didn't expect to be this unraveled at the sight of him. How could I not prepare for this? I knew seeing him could be awkward, challenging even, but for some reason I never thought it would affect me this much. My eyes trail down to his hands, placed in front of him, his intertwined and ringless fingers resting motionless on the wooden table. He's not married. That doesn't mean anything, Ella. I shake my head, provoking a puzzled side-eye from Mrs. Glenn, who is sitting to my left. Fuck. I have to pull it together. Why am I acting like a starstruck teenager upon meeting my college fling after so many years? And why does he have to look so fucking perfect? How can he be this alluring, despite that boring haircut and the overall way too spick-and-span appearance? He was cool in college, different, peculiar, so fucking sexy. Now he's just sexy in a goddamn suit, oozing money and power like any other corporate asshole. And yet, I can't take my eyes off him. Miss Witt? Shit, that's me. My attention gets drawn back into the room with such abrupt violence that I need a moment to find my bearings. The first thing I notice is the disturbing noise of my own heartbeat. How can it be this loud? My entire body seems to oscillate under pervasive drum beats coming from inside my chest, loud enough to carry a song with its steady rhythm. Are they hearing it too? Can everyone in this room hear my heartbeat right now? Miss Witt, is everything okay? It's a different voice this time. Mrs. Glenn's voice, I believe. I turn to her with a robotic nod, while my mind is still roaming in the dark. Yes, I hurry to reply, my voice so low that it embarrasses me. I sound like a shy mouse, the exact thing I shouldn't be. Mrs. Glenn regards me for a few moments, her face stoic, sprinkled with a hint of concern or annoyance. Both are adequate, I presume. Only now do I realize that all eyes are on me. More than a dozen people, local government officials, attorney advisors, Mrs. Glenn, and 3 colleagues from our climate department are gathered around the large oval table, and they are all staring at me. All but him. I wish I hadn't noticed that part, because Gabe's ongoing disregard unsettles me more than all those anticipating looks from everyone else. I can feel the heat rising to my cheeks, coloring them a treacherous red. My eyes flit back and forth from one face to another, always skipping Gabe's. He is sitting diagonally across from me, pretty far away, but right in the center of my field of vision. "Miss Witt, if you would," Mrs. Glenn prods from the side, nodding toward the folder in front of me. Fuck. She wants me to start. Of course she does, because that's the plan. I begin with a few introductory words and provide an overview of our project, introducing the major bullet points and the ideas behind them, before Mrs. Glenn will carry on to elaborate the specifics. I've practiced for this. A lot. I know exactly what to say, in what order to say it, and where to leave little pauses to breathe and let my words sink in, before I eventually pass the mic to her. I know what I'm supposed to do, but I can't do it. My lips remain sealed, seemingly glued together while hysteric voices are screaming from the abyss of my consciousness, pushing me to speak and to do my fucking job. But I can't. Why is he not looking at me? Does he really hate me that much? Or is he just shocked to see me? Did he not know I would be here? Should I have told him? A normal person probably would have told him, right? But what if I had told him? Would it be easier for me now? Would it be even harder? What if— "Miss Witt, we don't have all day." Mr. Kent, one of the senior policy analysts, chimes in. He's one of the men we need to impress today, and judging by the way he raises his bushy eyebrow at me, he is anything but. Shit. My pulse speeds up even faster, and I can feel the sweat running down my spine while my fingers start to tremble out of control as I try to reach for the folder. How dare he ruin this for me? How can he just fucking sit there and do nothing while I make a fool of myself? He must know it's all his fault. Crunching my brows in anger, I manage to open the folder, despite the agonizing tremors that have now taken hold of my entire body. I feel like I'm about to burst or melt into the floor. This is not me. I'm stronger than this. But before I can prove that I'm perfectly capable of doing my job, the chance to do so is taken from me. Just as I open the folder to the first page of carefully prepared notes for my introduction, Mrs. Glenn places her hand on top of mine in a quick, barely there gesture, casting me a quick look before she speaks the words that were meant for my lips. I freeze in horror and defeat, while a harrowing sense of failure washes over me.
Chapter 4. Gabe. There she goes again, running from an unpleasant situation that she created all by herself. Classic Ella. I watch her rush out of the room from the corner of my eye, while I languidly rise from my chair, determined to give the impression that I'm nowhere near as flustered as she appears to be by our surprise encounter. How was this even a surprise to her? Knowing Ella, I'd assume that she knew exactly who'd be sitting around the table at this meeting. She's part of the division that created this draft, and while she may not have known that I advise the government these days, she must have looked at the list of attendees that was clipped to the schedule. She's dutiful like that. I was determined to avoid her emerald eyes from the moment I spotted her at the table. I kept my head down, focused on controlling my own emotional turmoil and the way it may reflect on my facial expression. But when awkward silence cloaked the room after Ella was repeatedly asked to speak, I could feel her eyes on me, the weight of her gaze increasing with every second that passed. Instead of doing what was expected of her, Ella's full focus was on me, the ex she left behind, to pursue a dream that brought her here, right back to me. Our eyes never met, but I know she was staring at me during that painfully long silence when everyone was waiting for her to speak. And when she didn't make a move, the middle-aged lady sitting next to her took over and started the presentation as if nothing ever happened. I'm pretty sure her name is Mrs. Glenn, and from the looks of it, she's Ella's direct boss. Her eyes followed Ella as she fled out of the room right after the meeting, a blend of indignation and disappointment lacing her features. But she didn't follow her. Instead, she turned to Mr. Kent, possibly trying to get him to push back the deadline we gave her team to incorporate the changes we need to see in their draft. Most attendees are still here, engaging in pointless small talk or pleasantries to prolong the time before they have to get back behind their desks. Not a single one of them paid attention to the cute little redhead who stormed out in fear after disgracing herself in front of the entire room. No one but me. I make my way to the door before anyone can wrap me up in a superfluous conversation and turn left, the same direction Ella took when she disappeared. The elevators down to the ground floor are in this direction, but so are the bathrooms. There's a good chance that she sought refuge in a bathroom stall, tending to her wounds until she dares to sneak out of the building without having to face anyone who bore witness to her humiliation. A lot of people would do just that in her situation, but I know Ella better than that. She doesn't hide from pain. She runs from it. Leaving the bathroom behind, I head straight for the elevator, my legs moving as if independent from my body. What am I doing? Why am I running after her? What's the plan here, Gabriel? I don't know what my fucking plan is, but I know I have to talk to her. I refused to look at her during the meeting because I couldn't stand the idea of a silent exchange between us. I was afraid to find something on her face that would vault me back to that horrific ache she left me with all those years ago. And what if I saw pity in her eyes? The slightest hint of pity in her expression could have been enough for me to detonate and take the whole room down with me. I reached the elevator just in time to watch it close. I couldn't see who was inside, but the red arrow above the door indicates that they're moving down. It's only 2 floors. I could run. The stairs are right there next to the elevator. My body moves before my mind expresses a clear decision. I bolt toward the dark and uninviting staircase, which I wouldn't even consider under normal circumstances. Taking the stairs feels beneath me. It feels like I'm intruding a dim and foreign space that's as far from my own reality and life as it can be. The uncomfortable feeling of misplacement gnaws at me as I rush down the stairs, still unsure what exactly it is I'm doing here. The boys would hate this, Logan especially. He never let a chance pass to express how little he thinks of Ella. Back then and throughout the years, every time her name came up, he would slap me left and right if he could see me right now, running after a girl who, according to him, is nothing but a seductive distraction that's holding me back. Funnily enough, that's exactly how Ella must have seen me back then. No wonder it was so easy for her to leave. I never tried to convince her to stay. I let her go. It was the right decision for the both of us. At least that's what I've been telling myself over the past 7 years. But today I'm running after Ella Witt, not to collect her like a long-lost treasure or to revive whatever we had back then. Hell no, that's not what I'm after. But what then? I ask myself, surprised to hear my own voice as it carries my thoughts out into the open. Instead of searching for an answer, I redirect all my attention to finding Ella's red locks as I reach the wide foyer on the ground floor. I turn to the elevators, expecting to see her there, but she's not among the group of people who are stepping into the foyer right now. I turn around, frantically scanning the area toward the side exit that leads to the guest parking lot, but Ella's prominent mane remains hidden from view. Where the hell is she? Did she already leave the building? I don't waste time pondering over this assumption and get a move on instead. If I find her outside, fate might have something to say about our encounter today, and the message is just as clear if I don't find her. I burst through the large wooden doors with an urgency that is beyond reasonable and come to a halt on top of the steps leading down to the parking lot, where I scan the wide-open space before me until my eyes latch onto the familiar side of Ella's blazing red hair. She's running across the lot, red strands falling loose from the sloppy updo she sported for the meeting and keys dangling from her right hand. I start running while releasing a plea that has never left my lips before. Ella, wait!
Chapter 5. Ella. No. I know it's him right away, but my initial response to his pervasive voice is denial. It can't be him. Gabriel Boulder is too proud a man to run after another person, let alone me, the girl he hates more than anyone else in the world. He would never. But he is. Just as I'm about to unchain my bike from the rack in the parking lot, he calls out for me again, louder this time. Fuck. His heavy steps are quickly approaching behind my back. Fuck. I suck in a sharp breath of air before I dare to turn to him, my face devoid of emotion. At least, that's the goal. Gabe is about 10 feet away when our eyes meet for the very first time today. His suit jacket unbuttoned and his loosened tie dancing wildly around his neck as he runs toward me. Despite sprinting all the way down here, he doesn't look the least bit exhausted. His dumb, short hair still perfectly in place, and his dark green eyes as compelling as ever. Other than his hair, he really hasn't changed much. His shoulders may have gotten a bit broader and the lines on his face a tad more defined, both of which only add to his appeal. I hate that. We freeze for a moment, our eyes locked, both waiting, searching for something to say. When nothing comes out of his mouth, I decide to break the tense silence with a sharp, one-word question. What? I shoot the word at him like a bullet, and he backs away as if I'd tried to slap him. What? He repeats, indignation lacing his expression. That's all you have to say? I'm too dumbfounded to reply, chewing on my lips instead. Why the hell didn't you tell me? He goes on, waving toward the building behind his back. You knew, didn't you? You knew I'd be at that meeting. You knew we'd run into each other. And you didn't even tell me that you're in town. I nod in spite of myself, giving him just the endorsement he needed. I knew it, he exclaims, a little too sure of himself as he points an accusing finger at me. Why didn't you warn me? Warn you? I repeat. Of what? Or tell me, whatever. He corrects himself, panting with rage. Stop being a smartass, Ella, and stop trying to deflect from your insane behavior. You just let me walk in there like an idiot. A normal person would have said something. He pauses, a deep crease emerging between his brows while he evades my gaze. I watch as his eyes trail down to his impeccably shiny dress shoes, his head softly shaking and a stern look on his face. You know what? He says. Forget it. I don't need this fucking headache. Just leave and we'll forget this ever happened. He waves me off like a pesky insect before turning to walk away, a degrading gesture that sets a sudden end to my mute stupor. I'm sorry, I cry out, desperation pervading my words a little too much. Gabe freezes immediately, but remains with his back turned to me. I didn't know, okay? Didn't know what? He probes, still not looking at me. Didn't know I would be there? I think there's an inkling of hope in his last question, and for a moment, I feel tempted to feed that hope. I could tell him that I lied before, that I was just as surprised to see him as he was to see me, and that all of this was thrown at me without a single warning. It wouldn't be true, but it would shine a different light on all of this. It would make me look less like an idiot. I want to lie, but I can't. He wouldn't buy it anyway. I deflate under a heavy sigh. No, I knew you'd be here, and I dealt with it in the most horrible way, I admit. I'm sorry for that. I just didn't know what to do or say. He turns around as I speak, a deep furrow between his eyebrows. Even with that deep disdain running across his face, he looks so fucking immaculate and handsome that I can feel the heat rush to my cheeks once again. He shouldn't have that effect on me, not after all those years, not after the way we parted ways. God, I hate this so much. Why did I have to call him back? I should have just let him run away and be done with it. His mere presence is making my heart race with furious speed, and I can barely think straight. Why does he have to look so ridiculously good? Why can't I be more chill around him? It's been years, and after all, I was the one who... Didn't know what to do, huh? Gabe remarks, cutting into my thoughts like a sharp blade. Is that why you ran away like that? Where have I seen that before? He snorts with disgust and shakes his head. You're pathetic, Ella. I'm pathetic? I retort, with a voice so shrill that it hurts my own ears. Fuck you, Gabe! Seriously, just fuck off. You're telling me to fuck off? He yells at me, stepping closer while pointing a finger at me. I never asked you to come here, and you were the one who... Well, you ran after me, didn't you? I interrupt him. If I'm so pathetic, why did you come running after me? That's a new move. Since when do you even care? He stares at me with such a horror that I almost feel sorry for what I just said. Almost. I knew it was wrong. Unfair, even. If anything, it makes me sound like a stupid diva who loves to play hard to get and expects men to chase after her. But back then, I didn't leave because I wanted to make him chase me. Hell, we weren't even a real couple. He was the one who insisted on that. Bitch, he hisses at me, moving even closer. I instinctively step back as he closes in on me. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but I want no part of it. Not again, Gabe says, now standing so close to me that I can feel the warmth of his body. And his smell. Is he still using the same cologne? Am I imagining things, or does he smell just as intoxicating as he did back then? Fresh, with a hint of citrus and sea salt. I loved that cologne on him. It's subtle, but noticeable, and it blends so well with his natural scent without overpowering it. I'm not playing any games, and I never have. I snap at him. You were the one who didn't want to commit. You never gave me a reason to stay. A reason to stay, he repeats, hurt lacing his expression. You needed me to give you a reason to stay? What the everlasting fuck, Ella? As if anything I could have done or said would have changed anything. You wanted to leave, so you did. Don't try to make me the bad guy here. Oh, so I am the bad guy? I come back at him. You're blaming me for what happened? What happened is that you left, he argues, speaking with such force that his whole body is shaking. You could have stayed. You could have gotten your master's degree right here at the East Coast, but no. You decided to move all the way across the country just to get away from me. I loved you, and you left. That's what— You what? I exclaim. My heart feels like it's about to jump out of my chest, beating with such vigorous strength that I can feel the beat in my throat. Am I about to throw up? Did he really just say that? You loved me? I repeat in disbelief. Gabe takes a sudden step back, as if I'd just hit him. He runs his hand through his brown hair and exhales audibly. The expression on his face is not hard to read this time. He looks utterly shocked and scared. You never told me that, I say in a whisper. I never knew that you— Well, it doesn't matter now, does it? He cuts me off briskly. Don't act as if that makes a difference. He points an accusing finger at me, and suddenly, it's all I can see. His pain, his anger, his failure to be honest with me. All the same flaws that drove me crazy back then. He may think those words would not have made a difference, and he assumes it was easy for me to leave. Well, he can believe whatever he wants. I can't deal with this. Not again. I have to go, I say, and divert my attention to the chain of my bike, nervously fumbling with the stupid little key that's refusing to cooperate. An angry hiss escapes my lips as I struggle to unlock the damn thing. I have to get away from him before the tears start. Gabe doesn't move or say another word, but just watches me with that resentful look on his face. I can feel his eyes on me, but choose to ignore him. Instead, I make it my priority to jump on the bike as quickly as possible as soon as it's unchained, almost falling to the side when I miss the pedal with my foot, and turn my back to drive away. Whatever he may still have to say will no longer be heard by me. It takes all my strength to not look back at him as I race across the parking lot, the cold wind pushing against my face as if to hold me back. Gabe may still be standing where I left him. He might even still be looking at me. He might have said something that got lost in the distance. I don't know, and I don't care. Thank God it's over, and I will never have to see him again.
Chapter 6. Gabe. The crackling fire between us is the only sound pervading the silence that cloaked me and my old college friends after the topic of Ella came up. We're sitting in the backyard of Aston's lavish townhouse in Back Bay, Boston, It's his 30th birthday, a day we've all been anticipating for a long time. He's the first of us to mark that milestone, and for the past 7 years, no matter where life would take us, no matter how far we might have grown apart, we always knew that we would commemorate this day together. We had to, because of our pact. A pact sealed between 4 college friends who shared the insane ambition to become billionaires by the time we are 30 years old. The Plutus Society, we called ourselves, inspired by Aston's admiration for J.R.R. Tolkien, who, according to Aston, had a similar thing going on with his group of college friends. However, unlike Tolkien and his buddies, we were not joined by a shared love for literature and culture, but by a deep-seated desire to rise to the financial top. We chose Plutus as our patron, the god of wealth and prosperity. He's often depicted as a little boy holding a bunch of ears of wheat, a symbol that now graces the skin of all of us, even Aston, who opposed the idea at first. Just like me, he has a single ear of wheat tattooed on his shoulder blade, while Chase chose his upper arm, and Logan has his on the right lower forearm. He was the only one among us who didn't care about the possibility of hiding the tattoo in formal situations. He's also the one who has been giving me the darkest stare ever since Ella's name came up. I'm angry at myself for not keeping my mouth shut, but it was impossible to keep a secret like that in front of the boys. They knew something was up and probed until I spilled the beans. "I didn't know you were still in contact with her," Aston comments, sounding disappointed. "How come you never told us?" "I'm not in contact with her," I argue. "I just ran into her a couple of days ago at a work meeting." All 3 of them shake their heads in unison, while I wish I could turn back time, just a few minutes so Ella wouldn't ruin our reunion, or a couple of days so I could make sure that our encounter wouldn't turn into a total disaster. "Is she married?" Aston wants to know. His question catches me off guard. Was Ella wearing a ring on her finger? I don't think so, but it's not like I looked for one. The thought hadn't even occurred to me. "I don't know. Why does that matter?" I ask back. "Oh, you know why," Logan exclaims. "Come on, you're clearly still hung up on her. You have been ever since you guys broke up, which is why you're still single up to this day. As are you," I retort, pointing a finger at him. And you. My accusing gesture moves from one guy to the next as I try to deflect attention away from myself. "If you're saying that there's something wrong with me because I'm still single, well, just look at yourself," I bark. "All of you." Much to my surprise, my attempt at deflection works like a charm as the boys start chatting about the advantages of single life, while I get to drown my anger in a few swigs of bourbon. I try not to think about Ella, which would be a lot easier if her face wouldn't pop up before my eyes every time I'm left alone with my thoughts. She hasn't changed much. She's still the same peerless beauty she was back then, with eyes so green that they almost appear surreal. Her porcelain skin, kissed with faint freckles around her cheekbones, and that long, deep red, wavy hair that ensnares me like no other. Even her angry and hateful spewing didn't stop me from wanting her. If anything, it only made things worse, because it's that exact fire that mesmerized me back then, until it burned a hole into my chest. Logan is right about one thing. Ella is bad news. She's flaky, irresponsible, and self-centered. I should be glad that she's out of my life. There's a reason I've been single for most of the time since we graduated from college, but it's not because I'm so hung up on Ella. I just never met anyone who could hold my interest for more than a few nights. I used to enjoy the hunt, the feeling of accomplishment once the girl becomes yours, if only for a night. The excitement of a new set of eyes looking up at me, while plush lips wrap around my cock with that fresh and hot desire only a first time can grant you. It was all I craved for the longest time. But even the hottest flings got stale after a while, and the blinding glitter started to fade like the eyeshadow of my latest prey. I'm sure Aston would agree. Unlike us 3, his status as a lone wolf isn't exactly voluntary. He absent-mindedly turns the tumbler in his hands, watching the flames in front of us. "Wouldn't it be nice, in general," he murmurs without looking at us, "to share all of this with someone special?" He makes a wide gesture through his extensive courtyard and the multi-million-dollar townhouse behind us. "And to be able to leave it to someone when you die," he adds, "like a wife, kids, a family, an heir?" Logan is quick to respond with a heartfelt, "Fuck no." Chase and I, however, remain silent. I try to catch his gaze, but he evades mine, keeping his eyes locked on the flames while wearing a pensive expression on his face. Whatever he's thinking right now, he's not willing to share it with the group. Unlike me. Maybe we need a new pact, I hear myself say before I can think twice. All heads turn to me, something I wasn't prepared for. What do you mean? Chase implores, while Aston sits up in his chair, leaning forward with interest. I don't know. I ramble, unsure what to say. It worked last time. The pact, I mean. Maybe we should... I pause and low-key hope that one of them jumps in for the rescue, but no one does. All of them are staring at me, waiting for me to elaborate on my thought. I mean, let's be rational about this. I try to save my ass. Dating is fun and all, but I gotta say, I'm getting bored with it. It's becoming too easy. No challenge. This time they all nod in unison. And we all like challenges, don't we? They nod again. So why don't we just make a pact to find girlfriends? Logan cuts me off. His tone is mocking and the furrow between his brows is born out of disgust at my proposal. You can't be fucking serious. Not girlfriends, wives, I insist. That's the challenge. Finding someone we're happy to share our wealth with. I get up from my seat with the intention to refill my tumbler. The world starts spinning as soon as I'm standing on my feet. Okay, I might be a bit drunk, but that doesn't make this proposition any less interesting. A new challenge. We could all need that. Someone who'll bear an heir. Aston interjects as I walk over to the little bar table that Aston's butler arranged for us. Well, that too, I say while topping off my glass with a good amount of bourbon. If you're into that sort of thing. That sort of thing, Aston repeats, and both him and Chase throw me a surprised look. You don't want children? Chase wants to know. I don't know, I never thought about it, I reply, taking a swig from my bourbon before I retreat to my seat. Well, I have, and I know for damn sure I don't want that, Logan states. Diapers, crying all night, throwing up all over you, fuck that shit. Dude, no one's forcing you to, Chase assures him. Yeah, I'm not talking about a baby pact here. I just thought you just want an excuse to get back with Ella, Logan yells out, pointing an accusing finger at me. I shake my head with intent, raising my own finger at him. Why the hell would you think that? Now all three of them explode in laughter, and even Aston casts me a look as if to say, who are you trying to fool, while I drown my anger in another sip of bourbon. This is not at all where I wanted this conversation to go. You couldn't be more wrong, I insist. If anything, this would give me a very strong reason to look for someone else, to find someone real. Aston completes my sentence. Someone who lasts. Yeah, a wife. Chase agrees. I'm down. Certainly something new to try. Classic Chase. For him, it's not so much the prospect of having a wife, but the competitive aspect that sparks his interest. Let's do it then, Aston proposes, raising his drink with a shaking hand. He's anything but sober either. Let's have another pact. A pact to settle down, find a wife, Chase elaborates, raising his tumbler as well. Logan just grunts and side-eyes me. Oh, fine, he grumbles through gritted teeth before he raises his glass as well. A pact to seal the deal. With anyone but Ella, Aston remarks. They all look at me, eyebrows raised expectantly. Anyone but Ella, I agree, before I raise my glass to clink with theirs.
Chapter 7. Ella. I thought 3 days would be enough for me to get over my gigantic fuck-up at the proposal meeting, but I could not have been more wrong. The shame is still holding me in its unforgiving grip as I walk through the doors of the World Resources Institute on Monday morning. This past weekend was one of the worst in my entire life. Even my roommate Elena didn't manage to cheer me up with her attempts at distraction. She's the most cheerful social butterfly I have ever met, which is part of the reason why I was so excited to move in with her when I got to D.C. a couple of months ago. After all, I didn't know anybody in town. Well, no one but Gabe. I violently shake my head when his face pops up before my inner eye. Again. I can't think of him right now. I don't want to think of him. It's bad enough that he managed to get into my head at all. I take a deep breath before I step out of the elevator on my department's floor and head toward my desk in the open office area right next to the entrance. It's still early, and I'm the first one here, just like every day. As the only intern in the department, It's my responsibility to make sure the coffee is brewed and the tea water boiling hot by the time the main staff arrives. Today, I'm quite happy about having a few moments to myself before I have to face the inevitable scolding that's waiting for me. Mrs. Glenn let me leave right after that horrible meeting and gave me the rest of the day off, as it was always planned. But she didn't do it without letting me know that there will be consequences. Of course, there will be. I swallow dryly as I get the coffee machine ready, the revolving noises of it working in the background while I make my way through the office to open most of the windows, allowing for a nice and refreshing airflow throughout our dingy little halls. As renowned and important as this institute claims to be, it's also a lot more run down than my former workplace. Our computers are slow and running on ancient operating systems, and the furniture is mostly used up and cobbled together as if the entire interior was acquired at a flea market. Top that with an old and stained carpet, and you get the most stifling air building up overnight, no matter how high the air conditioning and ventilating systems are running. What a waste of energy. Sometimes I can't believe that I'm the only one in here who believes in impact ventilation. It's the easiest and the most climate-friendly way to air an office. Yet, my colleagues accuse me of trying to freeze them out every time I do it, despite the convincing data I've given them on the matter. They just won't listen. So, I do it in the mornings, before anyone is here to complain. I stand by the open window next to my desk, taking in the cold morning air while I watch the parking lot below. Soon, a red Nissan will pull up and occupy one of the spaces at the far end of the lot, announcing the arrival of Caroline, Mrs. Glenn's assistant. Caroline is my age, but unlike me, she obviously didn't cause a sharp bend in her career by fucking up at her first position after graduating from college, so she's a few steps ahead of me on a ladder I never intended to climb. It still bothers the hell out of me, even though I'd never admit that in front of anyone else. The moment I see her car appearing in the parking lot, I step back from the window and close it, before I make my rounds through the entire department and do the same to all other windows. Airing time is over, and so is my early morning grace period. Shortly after Caroline shows up, the office will fill with people and the day will begin. A day I have been dreading ever since the proposal meeting with the government attorneys ended. My throat closes up as if someone was holding it in a tight grip, making it hard to breathe and providing me with a feeling of nausea when Caroline strolls through the door and casts me a cheerful smile. "Morning," she pipes as she walks past my desk, and I repeat the greeting with a forced smile. Her desk is opposite to mine, tucked in a corner and facing the rest of the room, while I have my back turned to it. "You had a good weekend?" Caroline asks across the table, peeking up from behind her screen while her computer is booting excruciatingly slowly. It appears that she's oblivious to my shameful blunder, which gives me hope that Mrs. Glenn won't make a big deal about it. If she hasn't mentioned it to her own assistant, then maybe she's not as angry as I'd feared she might be. It was okay," I respond, trying not to sound too evasive. "How was yours?" Caroline starts rambling about a Tinder date who took her out to a fancy brunch, but I am barely listening while I keep an eye on the door. I'm sending polite nods toward every single person who shows up, as I do every day. But when Mrs. Glenn rushes through the glass doors in her usual hasty manner, my throat closes up, and I have to suppress a sudden urge to heave. The look on her face is ice cold as she reciprocates my nod and Caroline's chipper morning greeting. It's not unusual for her to refuse a smile, especially on Monday mornings. But I've never seen her look at me like this. And the worst part? Caroline noticed it too. I fail to avoid her gaze when I turn back to my screen, catching her looking at me with her eyebrows raised in surprise, as if to say, "What's up with her this morning?" I suggest a shrug in response, but make sure to evade Caroline's probing gaze as quickly as possible. Hiding behind my desk will only work for so long. I know that, but it's all I have right now. These may very well be my last moments of deceptive calm, allowing me to believe that I still have a future here, that I didn't fuck up another chance that was handed to me on a silver platter. I want to believe that. I need to believe that. But my hopes are close to being crushed when Mrs. Glenn resurfaces from her office just a few minutes after she walked in. She's headed for that open kitchen counter next to Caroline's desk, and I watch her from the corner of my eye as she fills her mug with freshly brewed coffee. I'm not even sure what would be worse, her returning to her office without another word about the incident, leaving me in a constant state of fear, or being called to come with her so she can fire me on the spot. If I'm going to be fired for this, I'd want to know rather sooner than later. I feel sick to my stomach, gathering all my strength to maintain composure while I watch her without looking directly at her. Still, I almost choke on my own breath when she addresses me. "Ella, would you come with me for a moment?" she asks, taking a short sip of her coffee before turning away and striding toward her office. I can feel Caroline's eyes on me as I get up from my desk, visibly shaking and breaking a sweat, while my heart rate increases tenfold. The world around me seems to blur, vanishing behind a curtain of shame and terror as I drag myself along the way too short hallway. "Close the door behind you." Mrs. Glenn welcomes me after I step into her office. I don't say a word, but do as I'm told, following her gesture to take a seat in the small armchair placed opposite of her massive desk. I know she's the head of the department, but the stark contrast between the interior of this room and our working space still astonishes me every time I walk in here. Even the warm leather of the armchair reserved for Mrs. Glenn's underlings is a reminder of the impenetrable hierarchy at this institution. Today, sitting down in it feels as if I'm falling into a dark abyss of failure. "Well, that was an unfortunate meeting last Friday," Mrs. Glenn begins, leaning back in her large office chair while she brings the coffee mug up to her lips. "I can't even begin to tell you how sorry I am," I say. "I don't know what has gotten into me, but I can absolutely promise you that something like that will never, ever happen again. You know I took a risk with you, don't you?" Mrs. Glenn cuts me off. "You are a bright young woman, Ella, and you certainly show potential. But it's not like your last employer left you with a glowing letter of recommendation." There it is. This is how it's going to end. This is how everything is going to end in the future. Every chance I take, every opportunity that comes my way, none of it will lead to anything, because I'm a major fuck-up. For life. "I know," I say ruefully, swallowing the tears that threaten to emerge. I can't cry in front of Mrs. Glenn. I can't, and I won't. I like you, Ella. I really do. But I need to be able to rely on you, especially in tough situations, like presenting a big and important proposal to government officials. You may prefer the research and the work behind the curtain, but that's not all this job is about. The work we do is important, and it requires strong people who can function under enormous stress. Even when— "I know, and I can," I inadvertently interrupt her. Realizing my mistake, I cover my mouth with my hand and cast her an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Look, maybe you can, maybe you can't, but I'm sorry to say, I don't see a future for you here at the Institute," she goes on, her face as hard as her voice. "You will finish your internship, and I will write you a letter of recommendation, but proper employment is a different story. We need to be able to count on you." I swallow so hard this time that it's awkwardly audible, and my eyes begin to water nonetheless, unimpressed by my ongoing attempts to stop the waterfall. "I understand," I manage to say. "Will that be all? I need to get out of this room. The tears are coming, whether I want it or not. But I'd rather die than wail in front of the only boss I ever respected. A boss who used to respect me, too." Mrs. Glenn raises an eyebrow at me. "You don't want to hear what they thought of our proposal?" I hadn't even thought about that. I was so occupied with dwelling in self-pity and furious agony that I didn't even think about the government's feedback to our proposal. "Oh yes, of course I do," I tell Mrs. Glenn, raising my voice as high as possible. It's hard to feign excitement for anything right now, but I can't let her know how defeated I feel. "Did they approve it?" "No, they didn't," she answers brusquely. My heart sinks. Despite my embarrassing performance, I still expected to hear better news in regard to our draft. We worked so hard on it, and I'm not the only one who was confident that this proposal was the perfect blend of economic practicability and ecological idealism. I don't try to hide the disappointment in my voice. They didn't like it at all? Well, that's not exactly it. They did like it, Mrs. Glenn replies. The council probably would have approved it, if it wasn't for the attorney advisor and his withering remarks. The attorney advisor? Mr. Boulder? I blurt out. That's Gabe. He's the one stopping the proposal? Why would he do that? To get back at me? Really? Mrs. Glenn's eyebrows arch in surprise. Yeah, I think that was his name, she says, now leaning forward and placing her elbows on the table between us. Do you know him? I stutter a hazy response. Maybe. Maybe? She probes. You either know him or you don't. Well, yes, I used to know him, but... Do you think you could talk to him? Mrs. Glenn cuts me off while she begins to go through a pile of papers and folders on her desk. She separates a few sheets from the rest of the stack and hands them over to me. This is the list of comments they sent me, she says, as I take the papers from her. Most of them are directly from that attorney, Mr. Boulder. Pretty nitpicky, if you ask me. It looks like he simply wants to refuse this plan without rhyme or reason. I can't suppress a condescending huff in return, and when I start scanning over the comments Gabe left on our proposal, I have to agree with her assessment. Typical, I hiss, shaking my head as I read one ludicrous holdup after another. We shouldn't give up on this. Most of these points don't hold water. He's just being pedantic. I agree, Mrs. Glenn says. And if you could talk some sense into him, well... I look up, meeting her eyes as she seems to contemplate the rest of her sentence. Let's just say, if you could change his mind, I would be willing to reconsider my earlier assessment regarding your future with us. She adds ominously. My eyes widen. You mean... It would show that you do have the determination this field of work requires, Mrs. Glenn clarifies, and the sly energy we need to get things done. She adds a slightly disconcerting wink to her last statement. So, if I talk to him, you might be willing to give me another chance? I ask. I'd still have a shot at a full-time position here? Not if you talk to him, if you get him to approve us, she clarifies. And yes, that would definitely put you back in the running. I can't believe what I'm hearing right now. Is this some twisted play of fate? My future at this institute, my hope for a career in environmental policymaking now depends on my ability to convince Gabriel Boulder to come on board with our proposal? Fuck me. So much for never seeing him again. The thought makes my stomach turn in a new way. But I can't let this chance pass, no matter what. I'll do it, I promise, determination lacing my words. I'll talk to him, and I'll bring him over on our side. Fuck it. I can be strong and professional. She'll see. And so will Gabe. Chapter 8. Ella. The evening ride is becoming more and more unpleasant, especially for my naked hands, clawed around the handlebar with no protection against the icy airstream as I bike through the city on my way home. I need to buy proper gloves if I don't want to lose fingers to frostbite by the time winter really hits. My fingers are so stiff and blue by the time I reach my door that I'm struggling to get the key into the lock. I let out a deep sigh of relief when the door finally opens and I slip inside the apartment, only to be reminded that there is no solace or comfort waiting for me here. My roommate, Elena, shares my dedication to the environment and agreed to keep our heating bill as low as possible to save money and the planet. Sometimes, poverty can be beneficial to minimizing a person's carbon footprint. Tonight, however, I can't help but wish for a warm and cozy home to curl up in. The ride takes less than 20 minutes, but it was enough to leave me chilled to the bone. I peel myself out of my winter clothes and head for the kitchen, where I find Elena sitting at the table with an old magazine and an empty dinner bowl. Her long black curls are tied up in a messy bun with a bright yellow hairband, and she's wearing the same gray leisure suit I see her in most of the time. "Hey," she welcomes me, only looking up from her magazine for a split second before she lowers her dark eyes again. "How's it going?" "Good, good," I lie, turning my back to her as I reach for the kettle on the stove. I lift it up and realize that it's still filled to the brim with hot water. "Can I use this?" My eyes trail back over my shoulder, and I see Elena nodding. "Yeah, sure." I fetch my big mug from the cabinet and drop a peppermint tea bag in it before adding the hot water. The kitchen is always the warmest room in our apartment, which is probably why I find Elena hanging out in here almost every night. That and the fact that her bedroom is basically a large walk-in closet with just enough room for a queen-size bed and a tiny makeup table. Even her dresser had to be placed out in the hallway. Unlike me, she's not burdened with any kind of career ambition. She works several jobs that appear to change almost weekly. Since I moved in about 2 months ago, she has worked in at least 6 different part-time jobs. Most of them were only temporary and very random, like a gig as a hand model for knitting instructions. The only constant is her waitressing job at a coffee place around the corner. In a way, Elena is a true connoisseur of the art of living, which is probably why she is less bothered by the cold in our apartment than I am. "It's freezing out there," I announce as I join her at the table, carefully lowering the steaming hot tea mug onto the table between us. "You think we should turn up the heat at least a little bit?" She looks up from her magazine, raising an eyebrow at me. "Are you cold? Maybe you should try layered clothing." Yes, of course, I could do that." I agree hesitantly. "But I was just thinking, isn't it also bad for, mold? I mean, I'm all for saving energy and all, but if we get mold in here, that would be pretty bad, right?" Elena chuckles. "Honey, don't be naive. I'm pretty sure we already got that little friend living with us. I wouldn't be surprised." I bite my lower lip, unsure how to proceed. Elena doesn't seem to realize what I'm trying to say, or she chooses to ignore my intent. "So you're fine with this?" I want to know. It is getting quite damp and cold in here. Now she looks at me with both her eyebrows arched. "You really want to turn up the heat?" I nod, cautiously. "Just a little." "Of course you can," she responds, much to my surprise. "If you're willing and able to pay for the extra cost. Because frankly, I can't and I won't. I don't want to take up another job for winter, and I just quit that horrible call center position today." "You quit?" "Yeah, saved up enough and I want to take it slow for a while," she says languidly. "You know, focus on my art, my crafts, maybe even get started on that Etsy store I've been telling you about. You know, with the healing crystals jewelry." I nod and throw her an encouraging smile. Her crystal collection was one of the first things she proudly showed to me when I first stepped into this place. She didn't seem to care much about my daily routines, or whether I'd be a reliable, quiet, and clean housemate, but she was very keen on sharing her weird crystal obsession with me. "So, yeah, that's going to be my priority for the winter," she declares. "I don't mind battling the cold with some layered clothing, but by all means, use as much heat in your bedroom as you can afford." The smile on her face is just as stiff as mine. We're on the brink of an argument. I know Elena well enough to understand that she doesn't want to discuss her extremely frugal lifestyle and how much personal suffering, especially freezing, could be avoided if we both put in a little more effort. Or money. Money, however, that neither one of us has. I retreat to my room, taking the hot tea with me. My bedroom is at the far end of the hallway to the left, opposite Elena's tiny refuge and the kitchen. It's the biggest room in the entire apartment, which is why I'm paying more rent than Elena. But it's small, too, and only has one narrow window facing north to the main street. It's as cold as I expected, but I don't waste time changing that. I switch on the cute little lamp on my nightstand, shaped like a white ball, which is why I lovingly call it the moon, and then walk over to the thermostat to increase the room temperature. I may have pushed the button a few more times than needed, but after the day I've had, I crave whatever comfort I can get. Once my position at the Institute changes from that of an unpaid intern to a full-time employee with an income, benefits, and all that other fun stuff, I no longer have to worry about this. But to make that happen, I'll have to do something I've not been able to do all day long. Talk to Gabe. I still have his number, and I considered dialing it several times throughout the day, but my fingers never managed to actually push the green button to make the call. Every fiber in my body is screaming in protest at the thought of having to see him again, and, even worse, having to convince him to reconsider his assessment of our work. It's humiliating, to say the least. I bet he never has to worry about the temperature in his mansion or wherever he's living. He probably doesn't even know what it feels like to be cold, or hungry, or hopeless and panicky. He never has to think twice about every item at the grocery store, calculating down to the penny based on what he actually needs and what's considered a luxury item. He doesn't have to worry about one single screw-up that has the power to destroy his whole career and life. He just sits in his fat-ass leather chair in his fancy office behind a ridiculous desk while gleefully ruining the lives of the poor peasants beneath him. And he probably did not waste a single thought about me over the past couple days, or about the proposal he so rashly dismissed. He has no idea what his stupid stunt did to me, and he probably doesn't care. Well, he will have to care, because I have to do this. I have to talk to him and convince him to change his mind. I can't let him ruin this for me. My fingers are trembling as they hover over the display of my phone, circling the green button for what feels like an eternity, before I finally dial his number.
Chapter 9. Gabe. I ignored her call, but I wasn't strong enough to ignore the voice message she left. It's not long, just a few words, but with a clear statement. I need to talk to you. That's it. No explanation, no apology, just a demand. Typical Ella. I'm sitting in my office, listening to the busy steps and early morning chit-chat out in the hall, while my eyes are glued to the phone in my hand, as if the answer to all my questions would magically emerge from the depth of the black mirror in front of me. What does she want from me? Why leave such a cryptic message? Only days after we screamed at each other like idiots? Is she playing some sort of game? I let out a deep sigh and my gaze wanders to the large window to my left. There's not much to see from up here, mostly other government buildings in the nearest vicinity and a late autumn sky so blue that it almost seems unnatural. Clear skies always come with cold temperatures, and my favorite season of all. Unlike most people, I appreciate the darker seasons. The fall with its colorful play and winter with its heavy snowfall and unpredictable blizzards. Blizzards deserve my respect because they have an unparalleled power to make everything and everyone shut up and slow down for a while. Sure, they are a nuisance and turn the roads into an icy hellhole, but if you ask me, the world is so much better with a muting coat of snow. It's more beautiful, too. Cleaner, tidier, and slower. My eyes trail back into the room, resting on a little group of origami animals that inhabit the area around my computer screen. I started folding little paper creatures shortly after starting college, and it's become a self-soothing habit ever since. It requires just enough focus to keep my mind occupied without being too demanding, which is why I usually stick to the animals I can fold by heart. I rarely ever expand my range in this area, and when I do, it's usually because life is torturing me with a little extra strain. I produce another sheet of colorful origami paper and begin folding, while I continue my fruitless contemplations regarding Ella and her impromptu call. I can't deny my heart's leap of excitement when I first saw Ella's name appear on the screen. I never deleted her number, and as it seems, she kept mine too. But why? Was she just lazy, or did I still occupy a space in her little head? No, that can't be it. She broke up with me, and she screeched at me like a delirious witch when we ran into each other. She knew we would come face to face in that meeting, and she kept it a secret from me, even though she clearly still has my number and could have warned me. She chose not to, and that must mean she didn't want to make a bigger deal of something that means nothing to her. I mean nothing to her. I know that much, and she should mean nothing to me either. The boys are wrong about a lot of things, but they were right to remind me that Ella is nothing but trouble. I shouldn't agonize over the meaning behind her message. In fact, I shouldn't even acknowledge it. I should just delete it and go on with my day. Yes, that's what I should do. Her out-of-nowhere call came in the evening. Who knows, maybe she was just drunk and bored and thought she could call me for a booty call for old time's sake or some shit like that. My thumb hovers above the delete button a little too long, but I managed to go through with it. For all I know, she's not even thinking about the call anymore. I'm sure it was a spur-of-the-moment thing, the thought gone as quickly as it came.
Mr. Boulder.
I jerk up in surprise and find Therese standing in the door, a slightly worried look on her face that suggests she's been calling my name more than once. I raise my eyebrows, throwing her an investigative look. Yes?
I just wanted to know if there's anything you need me to prepare for the fundraiser gala this weekend.
She wants to know.
You are attending, aren't you?
The slightly admonitory tone in her voice annoys me just as much as the prospect of this dumb gala I agreed to. These events are always the same, always boring as hell and so pretentious that even the thought of it makes me sick to my stomach. I nod, albeit reluctantly.
Are you bringing a date?
Therese probes further.
It's just that the organizer is asking, and it would look good if...
Yes, I can bring a date, I interrupt her. I know where she was going with this. For some reason, it appears unseemly to show up at these events by myself, even if the replaceable beauty hanging onto my arm is a new face every single time. Therese nods as if to check off a task from her to-do list. Can you think of anyone? I tease her, adding a little wink. I'm sure she'd love to pick a proper date for me. Hell, she'd love to fix me up with a wife to tame my unsettled ways, as she once called it. It's probably for the best that she doesn't know about the drunken joke me and my friend shared at Aston's birthday this weekend. We clinked glasses to it, but I'm sure the boys are as serious about it as I am, which is not at all a pact to find a wife. How ridiculous! Therese raises a reprimanding eyebrow at me.
You also have to select a few items for the auction,
she reminds me, ignoring my question.
Please do so ahead of time, and let me know if you need my help with anything.
No need to remind me, I lie. Of course I'd forgotten about both, the gala itself and the fact that they're holding an auction that needs my input. Therese knows me too well, but I don't give her the satisfaction of being right about my scatterbrain once again. Plus, she shouldn't underestimate how easy it is for me to acquire these things. I just need to call in a few favors, and I already know who to call. As soon as she disappears into the hallway, I pick up my phone and dial Logan's number. Feel like doing something for your karma? I greet him when he picks up. Again? He retorts, adding a snort. Admit it, you need something from me. Well, you owe me, so... You know, there will be a time when you can no longer hold that one over my head. He cuts me off, referencing an evening during our freshman year in college when I saved him from being caught with way too much marijuana in his possession. But lucky for you, that day hasn't come yet. So tell me, what do you need? You still got that yacht lying around? Which one? Logan retorts, sounding bored. The one in Newport? Even I have to agree that he's sometimes a bit too nonchalant and swanky about his wealth. If Ella could hear this exchange, her eyes would most likely roll out of her head. If that's the one you mentioned this weekend, the one you bought on a whim a year ago but never used, yeah, it could be. Why? What about it? I have to come up with some items to auction off for some benefit gala I have to attend this weekend. Thought you might be interested in getting rid of it, I say. It would be for a good cause. I know he couldn't care less about that last part, but I chose to mention it anyway, and it doesn't take long for him to reply. Yeah, sure, why not? He responds languidly. I'm not doing anything with it anyway. It's way too small. Too small for what? I think to myself. It's a 112-foot Westport yacht with a jacuzzi, spa, and barbecue that can sleep up to 8 people. I don't know how much he paid for it, but I'm sure it's more money than most people see in a lifetime. Great, just send me the deets and I'm cut off mid-sentence as the door to my office swings open violently, followed by the appearance of an all-too-familiar face, framed by a red mane with strands flying in all directions. Call you back. I hastily finish my call with Logan, not even waiting for his response. He's the last person I want to have on the phone right now.
Why did you ignore my call?
Ella bursts out, planting herself in front of my desk. Therese pops up right behind her, an apologetic look on her face.
I'm sorry, she just...
It's okay, I assure her, raising an appeasing hand. Therese pauses for a moment, her curious eyes flitting back and forth between me and Ella, before she quietly disappears, thankfully closing the door behind herself. "What the fuck are you doing here?" I snap at Ella, whose face hardens in an instant. Her cheeks are glowing with heat, and I can tell that she's not only furious, but nervous, too. She's wearing a dark green coat that looks way too cold for the temperatures outside, topped with a massive black scarf wrapped around her neck. Her wild hair completes the distraught expression on her face as she takes a step forward.
"I'm demanding an answer," she hisses. "Why did you ignore my call? Why did you reject our proposal?"
That's why she called me, to talk about this goddamn proposal her institute drew up? I didn't reject it. I object. I just pointed out everything that's wrong with it. We can't adopt policies based on that very first draft.
"Very first draft," she cuts me off. "We've worked on this project for months. This is not just a first draft of some random thoughts we gathered. Everything has been carefully calculated and checked with experts multiple times. We've consulted plenty of—"
"Ella, this is not how it works." I cut her off, pointing a finger at her. "You can't just burst into my office and yell at me like a displeased toddler when something doesn't go your way. This is the real world with real economic implications and limitations, not Ella's personal hippie dream world. I don't have time for your little tantrum." She glares at me with vicious hate, curling her hands into fists until the knuckles turn white while her eyes turn to narrow slits.
"You really haven't changed at all, have you?" she snarls through gritted teeth. "Still the same condescending douchebag who thinks he's got it all figured out."
"Look, Ella, I just know how these things work, and—"
"Don't you fucking dare mansplain this shit to me,"
she shrieks out so loudly that I'm sure Therese can hear outside. "Lower your voice." I reprimand her with a raised finger, which Ella slaps away like a pesky fly.
"Don't treat me like a child,"
she barks. "Then don't act like one." Ella scoffs and rolls her eyes at me, fully aware of how much this annoys me. If she were anyone else, I'd have thrown her out of my office long ago. That's actually what annoys me the most. The fact that I let her get away with this. I just can't help it with her. Just like I can't help the fact that her Spitfire nature is still as endearing to me as it was 7 years ago.
"Okay, let's be adults about this then,"
she says, pulling out a stack of papers from her bag.
"We'll go over this point by point and have a proper discussion about this so you can see that our proposal holds water in every single aspect."
"It doesn't, and no, we won't be doing that." I object, adding a dismissive shake of my head while she throws the papers on my table. "I'm a busy man, Ella. I don't have time for this now."
"Okay," she retorts. "When do you have time for this?"
She crosses her arms in front of her chest and juts her chin forward. "Not this week."
"It has to be this week,"
she insists. I shake my head again. "Absolutely not. My schedule is jam-packed all week long." That's not entirely true, but she doesn't have to know that. "Unless you want to accompany me to a fundraiser event this Friday. That's the only time I'd be free to discuss this."
Why did I just say that?
Why the hell would I want to bring her to that event? Fuck it. She'll dismiss it anyway. But Ella wouldn't be Ella if she didn't find another way to fuck with my head.
"Okay, fine,"
she says, only her trembling voice revealing how rattled she is.
"When and where exactly?"
Our eyes lock for a moment, both of us turning into a pillar of salt while tense silence stretches between us. "You can't be serious," I tell her. "Miss Holier-than-thou Ella Witt at a stuffy event full of pretentious money bags? Watch out, you might actually learn something new."
"I'll do anything to get you to reconsider this proposal,"
she states, biting her lip in anger.
"Even if it means playing dress-up for one of your dumb masquerades."
I can't suppress a smirk at her words. This could actually be fun.
Chapter 10. Ella. "You have to take advantage of this," Elena insists, holding up a piece of paper that she's been trying to shove in my face all day. It's a pamphlet, or rather, a manifesto, or a written-out warning that summarizes everything that's wrong with this world, as she put it herself. I made the mistake of telling her about everything, about my failure at the meeting and its consequences, about Gabe and our tainted history, about his crushing denial of our proposal, and how I've been given the chance to fix almost all of it tonight. It defeats me how she could possibly think that storming the stage to read out an accusatory letter to a bunch of moneybags at a charity auction could achieve anything other than me being detained and escorted out of the venue immediately. "Don't worry, I will take advantage of this," I say, looking back at her over my shoulder. "But this is crazy, Elena. It won't do anything. Yes, it will, she insists, waving the paper frantically. It's a wake-up call like no other. It will get their attention. It will move them. It could be just what these people need to finally open their eyes to what's going on and how they are like a huge part of the problem. You and me, we're small. We're nothing. We're no one. We are aware of the disaster this planet is heading to, but there's so little people like us can do. They, however... Elena, please. That's not how these things work. I interrupt her, biting my lip when I realize how much I sounded like Gabe just now. Even the tone of my voice resembled the way he talked to me earlier this week. That irritating, know-it-all manner, laced with a hint of appeasement that only achieves the opposite. Ugh, you're such a coward, Elena exclaims, sounding defeated. Here you are, presented with the perfect opportunity to make a statement, maybe even leave a real impression with these people and advocate for the change you claim to have devoted your entire life to, and you just chicken out. I am not chickening out, I object. On the contrary, I'm going to this stupid circus to fight for our cause, to make things right. Oh yeah, I can see that, she scoffs, scanning me from head to toe while folding her arms in front of her chest. Her brows arch suggestively as her eyes linger on my cleavage, and I know why. I'm wearing an embellished cocktail dress that I snatched at a thrift store a few years back. The color, a dark navy blue, goes well with my red hair, and I like how the off-shoulder cut accentuates my collarbones. But it's a bit short and too tight, causing my boobs to spill out on top and hugging my waist a little too fierce. I haven't put it on in a long time, and now that I see myself in the mirror, I'm wondering whether this is the right attire for tonight. But what choice do I have, really? This dress is the only gown in my possession that might be remotely suitable for an upper-class fundraiser event. And the fact that it's rather revealing could actually work to my advantage. Gabe always liked my boobs, and I wouldn't be the first woman to take advantage of a man's desire to get what I want. It feels wrong to even think about this, but I can't stop the thoughts once I go down that mental lane. So, this Gabe guy? Elena's voice pierces through my stream of thought. He's like, your college sweetheart or something? Something like that. I mutter, hoping that she senses the evasive tone in my voice. Elena's curious gaze follows me around the room as I usher from one corner to the next, fixing my hair one last time in a smaller mirror at my desk, fetching my powder compact, plus a lipstick, and throwing both of them in the clutch. Another thrift item, together with my wallet and keys, before I squeeze past Elena to get out of my room. You still got the hots for him, huh? She presumes behind my back as I hurry down the hallway. No, I don't, I retort a little too loud, turning on my heels to cast her an indignant look. I broke up with him, remember? She rolls her eyes at me. Yeah, so? No one would blame you if he's still as irresistibly handsome as you said he was. I regard her with a startled look. Irresistibly handsome? Did I really say that? That doesn't sound like me at all. And besides, look at you, Elena goes on. Why would you get all dolled up like this if it weren't for... It's a black tie event. That dress is way too short for a black tie event, and you know it. She reprimands me, adding a little wink. I let out an exasperated sigh. It's not like I have many options. Elena shrugs and makes a face as if to add, whatever you say, but keeps her lips sealed while I slip into the only pair of heels I own. They aren't Manolo Blahniks or whatever pricey brand may adorn the feet of all other women at that stupid gala, but they're still the most expensive item of clothing I have ever owned. And luckily, they pretty much go with everything. Even this all-too-revealing cocktail dress. Just as I grab my coat, almost ready to leave the house, Elena finds her voice again. I don't understand why you're so defensive about this, she says. It's not like you have anything to be ashamed about. Who says I'm ashamed? I retort. No one, she exclaims, lifting her hands in appeasing motion. I'm just saying, he is quite good-looking. Now I'm the one raising an eyebrow at her. You looked him up? She grins at me. Of course I looked him up. After everything you've told me? The doorbell rings, startling both of us for a second, before Elena chimes. "He's picking you up? What a gentleman!" I don't miss the sarcastic tone in her voice, but let it pass without comment. Instead, I hurry to bid her goodbye before she can even think of forcing that bizarre manifesto on me again. I slip out the door and run down the stairs as fast as I possibly can in these heels, suddenly flushed with a sense of shame at the thought of Gabe stepping into this house, or, God forbid, our shabby apartment. He insisted on picking me up, despite my attempts at objection. I never liked the idea of him coming over here. Of course, it's more comfortable to be chauffeured around town in a nice car, especially with these brisk temperatures. But the self-reliant soldier in me will never feel completely comfortable with such redundant pampering. My humiliation reaches a new high when I rush out the front door, and I find Gabe waiting for me right there, standing in front of a black limousine with his arms crossed in front of his strong chest and a smug grin on his face. Of course, he looks outrageously impeccable in his black suit and heavy overcoat, his dumb, short hair gelled into place and his shoes so shiny that it makes me want to scream. Why does he have to look like this? Polished, perfect, incredibly gorgeous. I hate it. I fumble at my scarf and tighten my coat, driven by the need to hide myself and my cheap getup next to his lavish appearance. "You look good," he welcomes me, adding a wide gesture with his arm as if to invite me to a hug. "Thanks," I utter as I slowly approach, stopping more than 2 feet away from him. My eyes flit back and forth between him and the car when he opens the door to the back seat for me. "A limousine? Really?" I snark, hesitating to follow his invitation to get inside. "What a show-off." He chuckles. "I'm sorry. Would you have preferred an old Toyota Prius, adorned with dents all over and barely running on its last leg?" "Well, it would be more eco-friendly for sure," I retort, rolling my eyes at him. Having said that, I can't help feeling flattered that he remembered my battered ride from college. It was the first and only car I ever owned, given to me by my parents on the day I graduated high school. They had to work hard and save up for a long time to be able to give me this present. I will never forget my dad's proud smile when they revealed it to me, my younger brothers excitedly jumping up and down next to him, while my mom fought hard to keep her tears at bay. It was the perfect car for me, and they knew it. A smile plays at the corner of my mouth as the memory materializes behind my eyes. I haven't thought about my old Prius in years, and now one little remark by Gabe has sent me right back to a time in my life that seems so far away. So different, so easy in comparison. I climb into the back of the limousine and try my hardest not to gawk at the sight of its interior. It's even more spacious and plush than it appears from the outside, warm and soft leather gracing my skin as I let my fingers run across it in adoration. The glass screen at the front is blackened, hiding us from the driver's view, and, to make the cliché perfect, a bottle of champagne is sitting in a small ice bucket right in front of us, 2 silver champagne flutes and a tiny bowl with something that looks like green peas next to it. Those champagne flutes. I bet that's real silver. Of course it is. It must be. "Not that bad after all, huh?" Gabe remarks. "Wow," I blurt out, despite myself. He leans forward, bestowing 2 strong knocks against the screen, and the car starts moving a moment later. "Roasted edamame," he educates me, pointing to the small bowl in front of us. "Remember? We used to eat these at Captain Seaweed's all the time." I shake my head, but when he says we, he's mostly referring to him and the boys anyway. "Not really," I admit, reaching for the bowl, mostly because I don't know what else to do. "Very nice and all, but you really shouldn't have. No need to go through all that trouble and rent a limo to impress me." Gabe laughs at my words, shaking his head. "I'm not trying to impress you," he says, still chuckling. "And I don't rent limousines, Ella. I own them." There it is again, that vile, condescending tone, belittling me with every syllable. "Of course," I retort, rolling my eyes for him to see. I shift in my seat, suddenly feeling very awkward and caged with him in such close proximity. Uncomfortable silence cloaks us as the car rolls through the city, its disconcerting grip causing me to stiffen more with each passing minute. Gabe, on the other hand, seems to be completely in his element, nonchalantly reaching for the champagne after helping himself to a few of those edamame things. He skillfully opens it, a muffled plopping sound echoing through the passenger cabin, followed by the sound of sizzling as he fills the first glass. "Thanks," I produce through gritted teeth when he hands it to me, unable to hide my discomfort. Why, though, am I feeling so distressed, so small, so threatened? All of this feels so wrong, and I've never felt this much out of place in my entire life. It almost feels like I'm not really here, like some sort of out-of-body experience where I'm hovering above the car, watching as a girl who merely looks like me is raising a glass of champagne to a man who's oddly familiar, yet a complete stranger. Our eyes meet when we clink glasses, holding on to each other for a little too long, seemingly searching for an intimate connection that once was, but is no longer there. At least, that's what it feels like. To me. I'm sure Gabe is not thinking about any of this, about our past, about all the things we used to share, and all the things that drove us apart, back then and still to this day. "Relax," Gabe prods into my thoughts with daunting accuracy. "You can't enjoy this even a little bit, can you?" I frown at him. "You know why I'm here." "Yes," he responds, nodding. "And we'll talk about your proposal later, I promise. But until then, why not make the most of this? How often do you get chauffeured around town in a Maybach limousine while sipping Cristal champagne?" "Not very often. Never, to be precise. Like I said, it wasn't needed," I insist, while bringing the silver to my lips. "It never is," Gabe retorts. "But it can still be appreciated." I cast him a look from the side, eyebrows raised and lips pursed. He reciprocates my look with a shrug, as if to say, "What do you have to lose?" while reaching for the bottle of champagne. "Fine. I'll try," I concede, accepting his offer to refill my glass.
Chapter 11. Gabe. I knew I'd be taking a risk by taking Ella with me tonight. She hates this world, and her confrontational attitude proves that with every look and every comment sneered in my general direction. With her, I never quite know what to expect, which is exactly why I found myself looking forward to this evening, despite our history. The mute beauties who usually accompany me on these occasions would carry a plastic smile on their immaculate face, take minuscule sips of their drink, politely nibble at the food, and just be a perfect little ornament all evening before I take them home and fuck them like there's no tomorrow. I'll have my way with them for as long as I want to, knowing full well that I've earned such a right by treating them to a glimpse of glamour and luxury that's unobtainable otherwise. And then, often by next morning, they're out of my life as quickly as they became a part of it. There won't be any of that, but the evening promises to be exciting in its own right. Despite the constant furrow between her brows and her snippy remarks, Ella couldn't hide the fact that she enjoyed our ride in my Maybach limousine, one of the most expensive rides on the market. She finished 2 glasses of champagne with lightning speed as if she was trying to drown her excitement or her anger fueled by undeniable jealousy. After we arrived, she squirmed out of my embrace when I tried to guide her through the door like a true gentleman, and she almost slapped my arm away when I made a move to help her out of her coat. I let it pass without comment and feign indifference to her alluring look when she reveals herself in a tight-fitting cocktail dress that can barely hold her tits in place. I remember the touch of those tits, soft yet firm, perfectly adjusting to the shape of my palm while she was wrapped around my cock in a perfect liaison. I remember how sensitive her nipples are, how she would moan when I squeezed them between my fingers, and how her eyes rolled back when I pinched a little harder, mixing pain with pleasure, just like she likes it, like she used to like it. Her red hair blazes even more fiery against the dark blue fabric of her embellished dress, all of it piled up on top of her head in an elegant updo. A few solitary strands rebel against their strict confinement, framing her face on both sides in lieu of earrings. She must be the only woman here tonight without a single piece of jewelry. It doesn't change the fact that she's by far the most beautiful. Her movements are stiff in the short dress that hugs her curves a little too tightly in more than one place. She plucks and pulls at it as we walk into the opulent ballroom, carefully teetering in her heels. Even without her flaming red mane, she would be the personification of a fish out of water. Only the accurately drawn black line of her eyeliner, including slender wings at the outer corner of her eyes, is drawn to perfection. Even in college, makeup was the only mark of vanity that Ella would indulge in, deeming everything else unnecessary and wasteful, and too expensive, I would presume. We find ourselves in the middle of the massive hall, surrounded by suits, evening gowns, and mostly unfamiliar faces. I'm not sure what exactly the proceeds of this particular gala will be used for, but looking at the hall, the lavish decorations, the exquisite buffet, and the abundance of pricey champagne that's handed out for free, the cause behind all of this appears to be of marginal importance.
To see and be seen, huh?
Ella comments next to me as if she was reading my mind. Her tone is condescending, and the expression on her face leaves no doubt what she's thinking of all of this. That's only part of it, I retort vaguely, evading her curious gaze. A waiter floats past us, balancing a tray with delicate champagne flutes. I relieve him of 2 glasses and give one of them to Ella. She nods in appreciation and clinks glasses with me.
So, when can we talk?
She asks after taking a long swig.
Is now a good time?
I'm startled and quite frankly a little offended by her cold and straight-to-business attitude. She is not the one setting the agenda for tonight. The auction is about to start, I tell her. Let's at least finish this drink, grab a bite, and find our table first.
I'm not hungry,
she argues, but I can tell she's lying. Her gaze longingly traveled to the cold buffet lined up against the wall to our left more than once since we walked inside. Fine, you don't have to eat, I reply, shrugging, but I will. You can come with me or go ahead by yourself and see if you can find our seats. There should be place cards. I don't wait for her answer, turning my back to her as I make my way to the buffet. This will put her stubbornness to the test, I know that much, but I'm still surprised when she appears right next to me at the buffet as I grab a plate for myself. I give it to her instead, and she takes it after a split second of consideration.
Might as well.
Her words are barely audible, produced between gritted teeth and paired with a furrow between her brows. She glares at me when our eyes meet, a silent warning for me to withhold any remark. I respond with a smirk that possibly infuriates her more than words, but she refuses to let me see just how much. Her plate is just as full as mine when we proceed to our table, a selection of crudités, whole-dressed Shetland salmon, bread and rillette, chicken liver pate, and samples of different salads, promising a culinary exception from her usual diet. No longer a vegetarian? I query, as we meander through the hall. She shakes her head but doesn't look at me when she responds, "Not always." Our table is already occupied by 4 other people, 3 of whom I have seen before. Mr. and Mrs. Winterbottom, a middle-aged couple swimming in old money, both friendly but boring as fuck, and Mr. Pomeroy, an attorney advisor who used to work for our apartment a while ago. He's verging on retirement, but his company, a blonde beauty with fake lashes and a wide, cherry-red smile, is closer to my age than his. I wouldn't be surprised if she's paid to be here. We exchange quick and polite greetings, introducing each other when necessary, all of which is putting a palpable strain on Ella. Her disdain for this environment is palpable, even when she's barely speaking. "Where's your drink?" I ask as we sit down, noticing that she didn't bring her champagne flute to the table.
"Gone, I finished it,"
she replies, looking confused.
"Was I supposed to keep the glass?"
Her question prompts a round of snickering around the table, to which she responds with a frown.
"Oh, no, dear, you're fine,"
Mrs. Winterbottom assures her, adding an appeasing smile.
"The waiter will bring you a new one if you wish, or wine, if you'd rather have that with your meal. I thought so."
Ella forces a short-lived smile on her face when she nods at Mrs. Winterbottom. I'm a little concerned about the fact that Ella emptied her champagne within less than 10 minutes, but still wave for a waiter when I spot one close to our table, and don't interfere when she orders both, another glass of champagne and a glass of white wine to go with her food. I finish my champagne and leave the empty glass on the waiter's tray before ordering a glass of white for myself. "So, Mr. Boulder, anything you have your eyes on tonight?" Mr. Pomeroy inquires, nodding toward the stage behind his back. "Or are you attending as a sponsor?" "Just here as a sponsor, really," I respond. "Frankly, I haven't even looked at tonight's list of items to be auctioned off."
"Oh, I heard there's a beautiful Westport yacht," Mrs. Winterbottom interjects, "anchored in Rhode Island and hardly used. We might give it a try."
She winks at her husband, who nods, chewing, and without lifting his eyes from the plate in front of him. What a coincidence. That yacht is mine," I let her know, noticing how Ella's face turns to me immediately.
"You're giving away your yacht?"
she asks, scrunching her nose.
"What a coincidence indeed."
Mrs. Winterbottom rejoices, and I regard her with a quick smile before turning to Ella. "It's not mine, actually," I tell her. "A little favor from Logan. He bought it last year and never uses it." She raises her eyebrows.
"Logan, huh? It's nice that you guys are still close."
Her words don't sound sincere, and I'm sure they aren't. The two of them used to share a weird love-to-hate-you relationship in college, united in their love for the occasional joint, but driven apart by their many differences and Logan's disdain for Ella's role in my life.
"Sounds like he's doing pretty good for himself,"
she adds briskly.
"Having yachts just lying around all over the place."
"Not all over the place," I correct her. "Just this one in Newport." Ella nods, stabbing a piece of salmon with unwarranted force.
"He moved to Rhode Island?"
"He has a home there, yes, among other places."
"Of course,"
she retorts, rolling her eyes before she reaches for her wine. The Winterbottoms chime into our conversation, seemingly oblivious to Ella's, and frankly my, evident unwillingness to engage with them. Superficial small talk is already annoying on its own, but in this environment it usually spirals into a boasting competition about whose wealth and generosity trumps that of everyone else at the table. Talks about wonderful months spent at the newly acquired summer home at the coast and lengthy praise for the talented designer who was hired to decorate the interior never come without a subtle hint at the price tag attached to it. It's a ridiculous dance, but one I mastered to perfection. Of course, Ella doesn't add to the conversation, quietly focusing on her food and her drinks for most of it. She doesn't let it show, but I'm sure she's fuming with rage and maybe even a kiss of envy as she endures our shallow exchange. And while I'm low-key worried that she could embarrass herself with an ill-considered remark or too ostentatious eye-rolling, I happily stoke the fire as I talk about my many achievements and the financial rewards that came with them. It's just what I'd do with any other date. Well aware that it's these things, my accomplishments, my possessions, and my power that'll make the girl's panties drop at the end of the night. This, however, is not a date, right? The auction starts, bringing our preposterous conversation to an abrupt end. Ella casts me a short look from the side, one eyebrow raised as a condescending smile on her face, while the attention of the room is pulled to the stage. I reciprocate with a confident wink, and she rolls her eyes while slowly turning away to face the decked-out lady on stage, mechanically reciting introductory words to announce the start of the auction. Of course, the auction itself is as boring as expected. Boats, summer retreats, insanely valuable jewelry items, a small private jet, and even a horse get auctioned off one by one, as millions of dollars are thrown into the room with every passing minute. I can see Ella shifting in her seat when my, or rather Logan's, yacht is called, her eyes glued to the stage with heightened interest, while the Winterbottoms join the bidding just as they said they would. I don't really care who will turn out to be the lucky winner, nor for how much the yacht changes hands, but still reciprocate Mrs. Winterbottom's apologetic smile with a shrug when the boat is obtained by someone else. Meanwhile, Ella demonstratively checks her phone when I try to catch her gaze. She couldn't be less interested in this charade and has no interest in making it appear otherwise. However, her eyes widen with interest when the next item on the list is called, an all-expenses-paid trip to the Galapagos Islands, including a private jet and private yacht. She notices that I'm looking at her, and her facial impression instantly changes into a frown.
"More inconsiderate tourists," she utters. "Just what that unique ecosystem needs."
Who says the journey would be inconsiderate to the island's natural habitat? It includes a tour guide working for the conservatory. I point out, and I'm sure they could use the money. Ella responds with her usual go-to move and rolls her eyes at me.
Those islands need to be left alone as much as possible.
The bidding starts, and it's obvious from the get-go that the audience's interest is not half as big as it was for most of the other items before. I'm sure it's beautiful, though, I argue, catching Ella's gaze from the side. The unique landscapes, flora and fauna. And to know that you're following Darwin's footsteps, seeing what he saw with your own eyes. She locks eyes with me for a moment, her face tense, as if she was waiting for me to retract everything I just said with a bad joke. When I make no move to do so, she finds her voice again.
Of course, it must be magnificent. It's a World Heritage Site, she murmurs, biting her lower lip. But indulging in a trip to go there, that's anything but sustainable.
A hint of sorrow seems to lace her words, as well as yearning. I know Ella would love to visit the Galapagos Islands, but that wish is overshadowed by her own principles and her ideal to save the planet. She would never even consider it, even if she was able to afford such a trip. There's no conscious decision to raise my arm, but before I know it, my right hand is up in the air, holding the number plate that was assigned to me at the beginning of the auction. I don't know why I'm doing it. Maybe it's because I'm trying to impress her. Maybe it's because I enjoy teasing her. Maybe I'm doing it because I know it will get her mad and I just love that treacherous blush on her pretty cheeks. Either way, it's happening. I'm going to bid for this trip and I'm going to win it because I can. Maybe that's all there is to it. I'm doing it because I can. But I know that's not true the moment I see the look on Ella's face when she realizes what's happening. Her eyes widen in surprise, her crimson lips forming a perfect little O as her gaze flits back and forth between me and the other bidders, my insistent gesture making it perfectly clear that I am in this to win. She doesn't know why I'm doing it either, but it's crystal clear that she likes what she's seeing, and her attentive stare pushes me to up the ante as the price for the trip goes up progressively. Ignited by a fierce competition between me and two other gentlemen, the price is already approaching six-figure territory, so my next and final bid shouldn't come as a shock to anyone in the room. Anyone but Ella. $110,992 I shout while raising my plate for the last time. I know that no one will outbid me on this one, not only because the number is so much higher than the last bid, but also so specific that it startles my competitors enough to throw in the towel right then and there. The trip becomes mine, placing a significant donation under my name while I receive curious looks from all sides. I know they're wondering what this was all about, why I would choose such a high and random number to secure this particular item. It's a very high number, all right, but it's anything but random, and Ella is the only one in here who could possibly see that. My eyes wander to the side, meeting her astonished gaze, looking at me with an expression that leaves my silent question unanswered. But I like the way her chest is heaving with palpable excitement when the trip is officially awarded to me.
Chapter 12. Ella. What was that all about? My question is almost drowned out by the wave of applause that fills the hall as the auction comes to an end. Gabe doesn't grace me with a response, other than his trademark smirk. Instead, he signals for the waiter to refresh our champagne. Again, as if my head wasn't spinning enough already. The exclusive trip to the Galapagos Islands was the last item to be auctioned off, bringing the auction to an end that no one, especially me, saw coming. Why did he buy this trip? Is he seriously considering going there? My thoughts are running in circles, trying to make sense of this damn riddle Gabe laid out for me. My gaze is fixated on him, watching as he receives our champagne and politely nods to the waiter before he finally reciprocates my probing stare.
"Look at it this way," he says. "One less stupid money bag soiling the precious environment on those islands."
So you're not planning to go? I want to know. You just bought it so no one else could? He shrugs.
Maybe.
I know he's enjoying this. Me, curious and confused, poking at him with a bunch of questions and therefore bestowing him with the undivided attention he appears to crave. He knows exactly how to push my buttons, even after all these years. And what's worse, it's still working. Well, if this is your idea of fun, Fine, I go on, turning away from him to feign lack of interest. He raises his glass to me as I reach for mine, but I ignore the gesture and drink without paying attention to him. My hand is shaking all too visibly, and I know it's a stupid idea to continue drinking, but I need something to calm the impatient rage inside of me.
You didn't even notice, huh?
I hear him say. The tone of his voice is different this time, lower and oddly beaten, as if I let him down in some way. Notice what? I retort. He sighs when I cast him a quizzical look, and he's outrageously handsome while doing so. A faint line emerges between his brows as he narrows his eyes, fixating me with a surprisingly stern expression. We remain like that for a few moments, our eyes locked onto each other while I wait for a response that never comes.
Never mind,
he produces eventually, averting his gaze from me. Notice what, Gabe? I probe. What the fuck are you talking about? And why did you buy this trip? Are you trying to mock me or something? He shakes his head while another smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth. It's a different kind this time, though. He doesn't look sovereign or condescending like before, but rather sad? Gabe, seriously, what's...
Wanna dance?
He asks nonchalantly, bypassing my question from before. He nods toward Mr. Pomery and his bimbo companion, who just jumped up from their seats to follow the announcer's invitation to enjoy the rest of the evening and hit the dance floor. No, I respond. I want to talk about the proposal. You said we would talk once the auction is over.
We can start talking while we dance, he suggests. Come on, just one song.
The little wink he adds to his proposition sends an unwelcome wave of heat to my cheeks, and I hope to God that it goes unnoticed by him. One dance, I insist, raising my index finger for emphasis. But that's it. No more postponing, no more evading, no more distractions. He looks amused but nods along as I speak, before he gets up and reaches his hand out, beckoning me to follow him. I want to ignore his gesture, but decide not to be a bitch for once, and gently lay my hand in his as I raise from my chair. He guides me to the dance floor, his tall figure meandering through the hall with wide and confident steps, showing no sign of nervousness whatsoever, while my heart is racing just as wildly as my head is spinning. I'm struggling to walk straight, especially in these goddamn heels, and the world around me seems to move too fast for me to keep up.
Hope you know how to waltz,
Gabe says as we reach the floor. He doesn't wait for my response, but takes my right hand with his left, palm to palm, in a gentle upper hand clasp, while his right wanders to the small of my back, adding a little push to force me closer. Isn't that a bit low? I remark, as I place my left hand on his shoulder. Seems like you're just looking for an excuse to grab my ass.
Don't flatter yourself,
he retorts, without moving his hand even the slightest bit. I haven't done standard dancing since high school, but apparently a waltz is easy enough to remember the movements without thinking about it, even for a klutz like me. I only blunder once during the first few beats, before Gabe and I float across the dance floor with a poise similar to those around us. He holds me close, a bit too close, and leads with effortless prowess, showing that dancing like this has long become second nature to him.
Okay, let me hear it,
he says without skipping a beat.
I'm all ears.
I take a deep breath, trying to calm my frenzied pulse and dizzy head while I fight for the strength to muster a coherent sentence. What did I want to say again? Why can't I remember? I have prepared for this. I knew exactly how to start this conversation and where I wanted to go with it. I had it all laid out. But now that he finally gives me the chance to talk, there's nothing but a discouraging void between my ears. You rejected our proposal. I force myself to speak. And we don't see why.
I think I made my decision perfectly clear,
he interrupts.
In fact, I put a lot of work in my comments, pointing out every single thing that's wrong with it. There were too many economical impracticabilities, misguided measures, and, frankly, an array of implementations that would hurt businesses to a degree that is neither bearable nor sensible, especially that tax hike you're dreaming of.
Bearable for who? I ask. You don't think big corporations should do their bit to save the planet?
I didn't say that,
He replies.
They should, and they are. What you're proposing is basically an additional tax on top of everything else they're already paying. And believe me, they already pay a shitload.
Not enough, I interject. If the financial punishment for wasteful use of resources and filthy emissions was higher, they'd be forced to act more responsible and—
It's not that easy, Ella.
He cuts me off once again, underlining his words with the tightening of his grip around me. I'm pushed against his strong chest with such force that I can almost feel his heartbeat beneath the thick fabric of his suit jacket.
I agree with you that there's more to be done, maybe even a slight increase in emission tax. But not like this. Not to this level and under the conditions you propose. You're still falling victim to that same fallacy that obscured your thinking back in college.
He adds. I have been watching my feet for the most part since we started dancing, but his accusing words bring my gaze up to his now, querying for an explanation. Which would be— He looks at me with an ominous smile, as if to say, "Do you really want to hear this?" before he encourages me to do a little spin turn. The move catches me by surprise, and I almost trip over my own feet as I follow his lead in an embarrassingly clumsy fashion. It doesn't get better by the fact that he literally catches me in his arms, slowing our pace for just a moment so I can find my bearings again. I gloss over my sloppy dancing with a frown, reminding him that we're in the middle of a conversation.
You think of businesses as your enemy, or gigantic monsters that dominate the world and need to be punished for their success.
He elaborates at last.
That'll never get you very far. Instead, you should be thinking of ways on how to work with them, how to present incentives for them to invest in green technologies. You should make them understand that it is in their own interest to invest in green technology and achieve sustainable growth, economically and ecologically.
I bite my lower lip, unsure what to reply. He's right in saying that our proposal focuses on putting more burden on businesses, applying stricter regulations and heavier taxes, among other things. But is it really too much? I didn't think so, and neither did our business consultant. So what makes Gabe so sure that this is not reasonable?
What's that? No quick comeback? No objections?
He pokes at me.
Does that mean you're inclined to agree?
I hurry to shake my head. No, of course not. I'm just wondering how— I don't know how to end that sentence, and instead lose myself in the music. It's a familiar tune, a classic, but the name of the composer or the title escapes me. It's a slow waltz, which is probably the only reason why I managed to keep up at all. Or it's Gabe's excellent lead. Even I have to admit that his expertise makes it almost impossible to mess up.
Maybe we can work something out.
His voice cuts into my musings.
Together.
What do you mean? It looks like he's contemplating a response when the music dies down, bringing an end to the one song I agreed to. We stop dancing, but he keeps me in his embrace, only tightening his grip when I try to distance myself from him. One dance, I remind him, barely able to control my breathing as the heat of his body envelops me with its intoxicating allure.
What if I don't want to stop?
He asks, pulling me even closer. I feel awfully exposed with my boobs spilling out on top of my tight-fitting dress as I'm pressed against his body. And yet, I lean into him. I can't help it. It's all still there. His heartbeat, his smell, the valleys of his chiseled chest, palpable even under all this fabric, his strong upper arms, and the depth of his dark green eyes. I shouldn't have looked up. I shouldn't lock eyes with him. Not now that we're frozen in this intimate embrace, in the middle of the dance floor, surrounded by faceless strangers who are starting to swirl around us as the string quartet strikes up the next song. I can feel the world moving around us, but I cannot see it. I know there's music being played, but I cannot hear it. I'm barely aware of the commotion surrounding us, the smell of the room, the voices, the string quartet's tireless play. All of it fades into nothingness the moment I let myself fall into him. The world is no longer heavy with pain, anger, and regret, but merely provides a stage for us. a stage for what is next. I want to kiss him. Despite everything, I want to kiss him so badly it hurts. The ache is running through my veins with such blazing force that my entire body starts burning up, further inspired by the shame that takes a hold of me a moment later, when our lips finally meet.
Chapter 13. Gabe. What the fuck am I doing? And why is she not stopping me? Why is Ella leaning into me as if she's been waiting for this to happen? Is that why she came here tonight? Is that why? No, I need to stop thinking about this. I couldn't stop myself from kissing her, but I can stop these twirling thoughts instead of driving me crazy. It doesn't matter anyway. What matters is this. I need more. I need more of her, right now. Her taste is just as exhilarating as it was back then. So much has changed since I last held her in an embrace like this, since I last savored her plush lips, and since I could feel the warmth of her body pressed against mine. But that evident connection between us is still there, as if the last 7 years never happened. She feels it, too. I know she does. Ella didn't retreat when I pulled her closer, and she didn't stop me when I leaned in to kiss her. On the contrary, it seemed like she was the one who took the lead as soon as our lips met. She didn't initiate the kiss, but she was still the one asking for it, and every fiber of her, every touch, every look is begging for more. Come with me. I produced the words with such urgency that there's no room for objections. Not that she would try. Ella's cheeks are flushed and her eyes delightfully hazy when she looks up at me, her lips still wet from mine, and she nods in silent agreement. Everything seems to move in slow motion as I lead her away from the dance floor, past meaningless faces, lavish gowns, and trays full of sparkling drinks. I can't leave room for either of us to think, to reconsider, to stop. I don't want to stop, and neither does she. But once reason fights its way back to the surface, we might still be giving in to its convincing arguments. I can't risk that. Fortunately, being one of the richest men on the planet comes with many perks. I didn't book a room at the hotel where the event is taking place tonight because I didn't need to, but that doesn't mean I don't have access to one. As a shareholder of this hotel chain, I enjoy certain privileges, and that includes a key to one of the suites on the floor right on top of the banqueting hall. "Where are we going?" I hear Ella's feeble voice behind my back as I drag her up the stairs. A hint of doubt is lacing her words. "Somewhere where we can be alone," I respond, without looking at her. Just a few more steps and we're safe. I know that there's no way back once we're inside that suite, with that door closed and the world of reason locked away. I try to run faster, but Ella is holding me back. "My feet," she mewls, pulling at my arm. "I can't run in these I render her mute by turning around and picking her up in my arms. She wants to protest, but only produces a breathless gasp while her arms wrap around my neck, dismissing any objections. Having her body so close to mine gives me just the push I need to speed up, hurrying toward the room as if I was running for our lives. I never planned to make use of this room, but the key card was resting inside my suit jacket nonetheless. Always be prepared. You don't have to be a scout to live by that motto. I lower Ella down on her feet, holding her close while I rummage for the card in my pocket. My heart is racing with need and my thoughts are running wild, fighting each other with rivaling convictions, warnings opposing the devil's encouragement in a vicious dispute. We stumble through the door in a sloppy embrace, quickly engaging in another kiss as I close the door with a violent push. This is stupid and wrong on so many levels. I can taste the alcohol on Ella's lips, and it sends a constricting wave of doubt down my spine. Is she too drunk? Will she blame me for this once her head is clear again? And if she does, would I even care? However, I'm certain that the heat emitting from her body is caused by more than just intoxication. I break our kiss, observing her as I slowly move us to the massive king-size canopy bed, flamboyant with an excessive amount of pillows, embroidered with golden curlicue on deep red silk, resting on white duvet covers made of fine Egyptian cotton. Ella keeps her gaze lowered, fixated on her own hand as she gently caresses my chest and plays with the buttons of my shirt. The same blush that adorns her pretty cheeks is now gracing the area right below her collarbones and the sensitive skin on her cleavage. I remember this. I remember the pink blemish bedecking her pale skin every time she had more than one drink. She always hated it, but I still find it just as charming as I did back then. A coy smile blossoms on her face, and for a moment it looks like she's about to say something, but before the words leave her lips, she pulls me in for another kiss, as if she was telling her alerting mind to shut up. "Just this one time," she breathes as she pulls me closer, her lips still on mine and her chest heaving with excitement. It sounds like she's talking to herself more than me, but I still nod in response, while my hands find the zipper at the back of her dress. A faint moan escapes her when I begin to pull it down, relishing every inch as I slowly expose her before my eyes. She's not wearing a bra and stands in front of me in nothing but see-through black tights and a delicate thong after I guide her dress to the floor. Her chest is heaving under heavy breaths, and the sight of her pink nipples makes my cock twitch with need. Fuck, she's even more beautiful than I remember. I've been longing for her since we started dancing, but now the urge to touch her and fuck her like a savage is painfully strong. I want to ravage her delicate body and consume every inch of her, making her mine, if only for tonight. The way she looks at me only makes it worse. Her eyes wide open and her lips slightly parted as if she was calling for me to take her and do whatever I please with her, and I will. But not just yet. The expression on her face gains a hint of confusion when I take a step back. Undress. It's a bold move to command her like that, and something I haven't done with anyone in a while. There's no fun in subduing a spineless Barbie doll who gawks at everything I do and say and follows every little request like an obedient puppy. I never cared to play these games with any of them, but with Ella, it's a different story. She's headstrong, tenacious, and fiercely independent. Her submission is no easy sledding. That's exactly what makes it so alluring. She hesitates for a moment before she hooks her fingers underneath the hem of her tights and pulls them down, together with the black thong. Her eyes never leave mine as she peels herself out of the fabric one leg at a time, a vixen smile playing at the corner of her mouth. "On the bed, on your back, facing me," I add, while drinking in the sight of her exposed body, the shape of her enticing curves, her alabaster skin, dappled with faint freckles around her shoulders. She regards me with a smirk before she turns around, hollowing her back as she climbs on the white duvet covers. The view of her perky ass sends another rush of voracious yearning through my veins, and I take another step away from the bed, fighting hard to restrain myself. "Spread your legs," I go on. She's resting on the sheets, lying on her back just as I told her to. The blush on her face darkens, and she averts her gaze for a moment before she takes a deep breath and slowly parts her legs, revealing her bare pussy before my eyes. She still grooms herself the same way she used to back then. Her lips completely smooth, leaving only a small triangle of red hair above. Licking my lower lip, I come closer, my eyes locked on her inviting entrance as I begin to unbutton my shirt. "Touch yourself," I groan. "Show me how you like to play with that pussy." She looks at me through narrowed eyes, while moving her right hand down, the tips of her fingers softly gracing her light skin. I don't have to tell her to look at me while she does it. She knows what I want. She remembers. Ella watches me undress, removing my suit jacket and my shirt, while my gaze wanders back and forth between her hazy eyes and the playful hand between her legs. Parting her lips with 2 fingers, she runs a third between them, evoking a slick sound as she moves further along her glistening lips. I watch as she moves back up, generously circling her clit, each circle slightly smaller than the one before. A moan escapes her when I step out of my pants, my throbbing cock pointing toward her as I move closer. "I almost forgot," she breathes, craving flaring in her eyes as she takes me in, all of me. "Forgot what?" I probe. She snickers and raises an eyebrow at me. Of course I know what she's hinting at, but I still want to hear her say it out loud. "You're big," she produces under a heavy sigh. "Very big." Good girl. She sucks in a sharp breath of air when I come to a halt right at the foot of the bed, her eyes flickering with anticipation as they latch onto my remarkable size. "I'll let you play with it," I announce, and she responds with a dismissive huff, under one condition. A frown emerges on her face when she looks up at me. She tilts her head to the side, her eyes sharp and narrow while she studies me as if to say, "Are you kidding me right now?" But she seems smart enough not to give voice to these thoughts. "What condition?" she produces, instead speaking through gritted teeth. "Not to be so wary," I reprimand. "You'll benefit from it just as much as I will." Her eyes flip back to my core as I close my right hand around my length, slowly stroking back and forth while I relish her thirsty gaze. "Yes, that too," I chuckle, "but that's not what I meant. I was talking about your agency's proposal."
"What about it?"
She juts her head up, both eyebrows raised and her eyes deep with clarity. "I meant what I said earlier, downstairs," I elaborate. "What I said about working on it together, to make sure your propositions fall in line with the government's procedure, while still adhering to your ideological—"
"Ecological,"
she corrects me briskly. I sigh. "Fine, your ecological ideals?" She rolls her eyes at my little offense, but quickly recovers herself to probe me with further questions.
"So you want us working together?"
she wants to know.
"You and me?"
I nod. Yes, we are poised in silent stare while she appears to contemplate my suggestion. I notice that her hand is still moving between her legs, still pleasuring herself, while reason and desire engage in a lively fight inside her head. For a moment it looks like she's about to say something, but she's only moving her mouth as if she was chewing the words instead of voicing them. My heart sinks for a split second when she withdraws her hand from between her legs, and she sits up straight, giving the impression that she's done with this and about to bring the conversation and everything else to an end. But that's not what she has in mind. She's not getting up from the bed to leave, but repositions herself on all fours, her back deliciously hollowed as she slowly crawls to the end of the bed. Fluttering lashes accompany her sassy expression when she looks up at me as she comes to a halt right in front of me. I can feel the magnetic pull of her proximity, following its lure without thinking. I close what little distance is left between us, and within that same motion, she leans forward and wraps her lips around the tip of my cock with agonizing slowness. It's not hesitation that makes her pause when nothing but my head is cloaked in the warmth of her mouth, but a will to tease. She really hasn't changed. I place a hand on the back of her head, sliding my length further inside until my tip is pressed against the back of her throat. She gags for a moment, but quickly catches herself and lets her tongue glide along my shaft. Releasing a groan, I throw my head back, my eyes closed while I relish the moment. 7 years. It's been more than 7 years since I felt her like that, since she consumed me with a devotion that causes everything else to fade into oblivion. I thrust forward, spreading her lips further and evoking another gagging sound as I force myself deeper down her throat. She can't breathe, but she doesn't have to. Not now. Not when she's mine. She's mine. The thought propels me into further action. Not minding the fact that I'm choking her with my size, I add another push, and then another, and she takes it like a good girl, even when her throat closes up on instinct once, twice, but not a third time. Because that's when mind wins over body and she manages to relax her muscles. "Fuck," I croak when her lips meet the skin on my pelvis. Okay, so one thing has changed. She'd never been able to do this back then. She came close, but she always failed to swallow me whole. The sound of her gagging as she chokes on my cock only increases my high, causing my grip to tighten at the back of her head when she tries to retreat. "No, you'll take it," I hiss. "All of it, Ella." She chokes in response, heavy drops of saliva dripping on the carpet as she struggles to accommodate me, while never removing her playful tongue from my shaft. I leave her like that for another moment, taking in the side of her beautiful back as she begins squirming, moving her ass in circuiting motions. An invitation I can't resist. I let go of her by removing my hand and taking a decisive step back, causing her to almost fall over the edge of the bed. Turn around. My command is almost drowned by her coughing and audibly gasping for air. She sits back on her heels, looking up at me through woozy eyes, speaking of nothing but God-forsaken lust. "Now, Ella!" She flinches and hurries to crawl back on all fours, this time turning her perfect ass to face me. A feeble moan fills the air when I land a strong slap on her left cheek, leaving her alabaster skin kissed with a hint of pink when I approach. My cock is still dripping with her saliva when I nudge it forward, not quite touching her yet, but so close that I can feel the heat of her pussy at my tip. "Are you on?" "Yes," she breathes, going down on her elbows while she nudges herself closer to the edge of the bed, her glistening pussy peeking through between the soft flesh of her thighs. Even if she had said no, and the threat of a potential pregnancy would cast its menacing shadow over all of this, it would be impossible to stop right now. She leans back until her soft lips kiss the head of my steely length, and I surprise her with a sudden grip at her left hip, holding her in place as I force myself between those lips, parting them with one deep thrust until her ass meets my pelvis. She jerks up, mewling in pain, but I force her back, the fingers of my left hand digging into the flesh around her hip while I use my right to pin her face down on the sheets. I stay like this for a moment, soaking in the moment. Every single fucking second of this, I feel her muscles clench around me, her body coiling in a sweet blend of desire and agony, underlaid with her ravenous moans, asking, no begging for more. She feels so fucking tight, so perfectly made for me. Another yelp of agony fills the room when I begin moving, fucking her with no restraint, no overthinking, no remorse, just pure, unbridled lust. The feral sounds she produces under every shove are music in my ears, egging me on to fuck her even harder, even deeper. I know she can take it, despite her tortured screams. Those screams turn into sensual groans when I slap her ass cheek, again and again until there's more than just a faint ink blush adorning her skin. She cries out in pain, but leans into me with every one, yearning for the sting more than she fears it. Another thing that hasn't changed. She struggles to move under my unyielding hold, but manages to bring her left hand between her legs. I feel the tips of her fingers gracing my balls, fumbling them for a bit before she moves closer to her center, sliding through her own wetness as she reaches for her clit. "You're not allowed to come," I warn her. She responds with a muffled mewl, turning her face to the side so she can look at me. "Not until you give me an answer," I clarify, adding another thrust that makes her eyes roll into the back of her head. She's panting heavily, and strands of hair are sticking to her flushed cheeks. "What?" she produces under heavy breaths. "You accept my proposition?" I ask. "Yes or no?" She moans, leaning back into me and hollowing her back even more than before. Her fingers are still drawing circles around her sensitive nub, bringing her closer to a climax with every second. "Ella!" "Yes!" she exclaims. "Yes! Fuck yes! Good girl!" I praise her, pausing for a moment, my cock pulsating with need deep inside of her. "Come then. Come on my cock, Ella." I nod, a smile spreading across my face as I slow down, changing the rhythm but not the intensity of my thrusts, slowly bringing her over the edge while she continues to touch herself. She doesn't have to announce it. I can feel the tension around my length as she climaxes, accompanied by deep and heartfelt moans that soon mix with mine when I follow her just a moment later. I drive into her, my fingers digging into her ass cheeks as I hold her in place with both hands while I find my release, blinded by sheer ecstasy that rings in my ears like a warning siren. She's smiling too, throwing me a brazen look, as if she was the one who just got me to agree to something she asked of me, like she's the one in control, the one who's winning in all of this. And maybe she is.
Chapter 14. Ella. I wake up to the sound of someone else's phone. A pervasive ringing sound pierces right through my drowsy mind, instantly aggravating the throbbing pain inside my skull. Then it stops, only to be followed by an equally annoying ping sound. Then another one, and another. I mewl in agony, convulsing under a mountain of heavenly bed sheets that are definitely not mine either. I'm not in my own bed. Why am I not in my own bed? My eyes fly open in shock. Where the fuck am I? I find a strange ceiling above me, a strange canopy bed frame, adorned with pearl-colored see-through curtains that partially obscure the view to the rest of the room. And I'm in the middle of it, completely naked and tortured by one of the worst hangover headaches I've had in years. The ringing sound came from my right, but now that it has stopped, I hear the sound of a shower running somewhere nearby. Shit! My curse is barely audible and followed by an all-too-hasty attempt to sit up. The world starts spinning as soon as I lift my head from the pillow. I press my hand against my forehead and try again, slower this time, cautiously leaning onto my elbows before I calmly sit up and lean my back against the headboard, cushioned by more pillows than I've ever slept on. Shit! I slept with Gabe. What the hell has gotten into me? How could I? How could he? My eyes migrate through the room, taking in the shameful remnants of the poor choices of last night. A trail of clothes leading to the bed, sheets untangled, pillows thrown to the floor, and, much to my surprise, my purse and my coat neatly placed on a chair close to the door. I left both downstairs at the cloakroom when we entered the venue and don't remember bringing them with me. How the hell did my stuff get here? Did Gabe go downstairs and fetch them while I was sleeping? Did someone bring them up to the room? And if so, when? I pull up the blanket, covering my naked chest, while the memory of last night slowly finds its way back into my mind. I was drunk, yes, but not too drunk to remember what happened, now that I'm awake enough to focus. We danced, we talked, he pulled me closer. I got confused and, well, everything that followed was an inevitable result of that confusion. But how did we end up here? Why did Gabe have a key to this room anyway? Did he plan this? Was it all about getting back into my pants, just to see if he still could, if he still had that alluring power over me? Turns out he does, so I guess he won. Another ping chirps into my contemplations, tearing me back to reality. I peer over to my right and find his phone on the nightstand, a little green light on top blinking for attention. The shower is still running, and judging by the direction the sound is coming from, I suspect the bathroom to be behind the wall to my right. The door must be hidden around the corner, where a small hallway is leading to the entrance of the room. Gabe is still showering, and therefore unlikely to appear anytime soon. I don't know why I do it, but instead of getting out of bed to fetch my own phone and assure Elena, who must be worried sick, that I'm still alive, I crawl over to the right side of the bed and grab Gabe's phone. It feels wrong the moment I'm holding it in my hand, but curiosity gets the better of me. I push one of the buttons at the side, expecting a lock screen to stop me in my track, but there is none. The screen lights up, revealing 3 unanswered calls, followed by an even bigger number of text messages, and all of them from the same person, a person I know, Logan. I shouldn't look at this. I shouldn't invade Gabe's privacy like this, but I can't stop myself from taking a look, especially since the most recent text messages pop up right in front of my eyes, and the story they tell is too intriguing not to follow up on it.
Where the fuck are you? Don't tell me you spent the night with her.
Her? Is he talking about me? Did Gabe tell him that he invited me to come to the gala with him? Why would he do that?
You can't be fucking serious. Call me ASAP. We need to talk.
Talk? About what? About me? My racing heart skips a beat when the sound of the shower stops, announcing Gabe's impending appearance. I drop the phone back on the nightstand as if it was on fire, leaving it exactly as I found it, before I hurry back to my side of the bed. The sheets tightly wrapped around my naked body like a shield of protection. I sit there, trying to calm myself. It doesn't take long before I hear the sound of a door being opened somewhere down the corridor. Gabe shows up around the corner just a moment later, wearing nothing but a towel loosely wrapped around his chiseled hips. He didn't do a good job of drying himself off, his untangled hair sticking to his forehead as droplets of water purl down the tanned skin stretching across his toned body. His brows arch in surprise when he sees me, and he rakes his hand through his wet hair, only adding to the allure of his appearance. Stupid or not, right now it's very hard for me to feel bad about sleeping with this perfect portrayal of a Greek god if there ever was one. And now, with his hair wet and unkempt, he even reminds me of the Gabe back in college, the man I used to love.
Hope I didn't wake you.
He greets me. The towel around his hips is hanging dangerously low as he approaches the bed, seemingly inching lower to the ground with each step he takes. No, you didn't, I utter, averting my eyes. I hear him moving at the foot of the bed, but keep my gaze glued to the curtains to my left, especially when I hear the towel dropping to the floor. Knowing that he's naked sends a treacherous blush to my cheeks, and I hope to God he doesn't notice.
I have to go, but you can stay for a bit if you want to,
he says, while he continues to rummage around at the other side of the bed.
My driver will wait for you, or take you home right away if you wish.
I swallow dryly. I don't know why, but his words sting. They make me feel like a hooker. All that's missing is a bundle of cash on the nightstand. It's fine, I'll just take a cab. I try to save my dignity. Of course, Gabe wouldn't let that happen.
Nonsense,
he says.
I already told him to wait for you. He's all yours.
I hear the sound of pants being pulled up and decide that it's safe to turn around and look at him when I respond. I'm fine. I don't need...
Yes, Ella, I know.
He cuts me off, adding an exasperated sigh. He's still half naked, his ridiculously toned chest bare and adorned with the odd droplet of water, while he throws on his shirt in an unnecessarily sexy motion.
I know you're a strong, capable woman, yada yada, but please don't be stubborn and just accept the offer.
Don't tell me what to do. He rolls his eyes.
I'm not.
You just did. Gabe pinches the bridge of his nose and lowers his gaze, as another audible exhale speaks of his annoyance with me.
So, is this what it's gonna be like from now on?
I frown at him. What are you talking about? He reciprocates my frown with a stern look.
Us working together. I don't know what has gotten into you, but if you're going to be like this, then I have no interest in helping you with that damn proposal.
Fuck. The proposal. I completely forgot about our agreement. The agreement he forced out of me while we were having sex. Somehow, that juicy detail of last night managed to slip my mind. You were serious about that? I stutter. You're going to help me with that? He finishes buttoning his shirt and scoffs.
I'm afraid so, yes,
he says, sounding exhausted. I don't know what to say. After all, this is exactly what I wanted. Another chance. Something to tell Mrs. Glenn. An opportunity to save my clusterfuck of a career. I mean, that's why I dolled up and endured this ridiculous circus last night. That's why I came here. I came here to talk about the proposal and ask Gabe to reconsider his devastating assessment. And he seems to be willing to do that. But at what price? What's in it for him? Me. Why are you doing this? I ask, looking at him through narrow eyes. He shrugs.
Why not?
He's fully dressed now and rakes his hand through his wet hair again, seemingly trying to fix it in place. So what? I agree to sleep with you and you help me with the proposal? That's the deal? I poke. The look on his face derails into such horror that I immediately feel sorry for saying that, but the icky feeling remains still.
Who do you think I am?
He retorts, visibly appalled.
If you really think that's what's going on here,
I'm sorry, I blurt out. I didn't mean it like that.
Well, what did you mean then?
He wants to know, the line between his brows growing deeper. I evade his probing gaze, watching my restless fingers as I helplessly fiddle with the sheet in my lap. Yesterday was
a mistake.
He finishes my sentence.
Yes, I know that. But it happened, and we're both responsible for it.
A mistake. It hurts to hear him call it that, even though I'm inclined to agree. Of course it was a mistake. It was the most stupid thing I have done in years, which means he's also right in saying that I'm just as much to blame as he is.
I promise you it won't happen again. It can't, if we're going to work together.
He goes on, before checking his watch.
I really have to go. We'll have to talk about this another time.
I want to protest, but get sidetracked when he grabs his phone from the nightstand, luckily without checking the screen. My pulse instantly speeds when I recall the upsetting messages from Logan. Should I say something? But how, without letting him know that I stalked his phone? And what good could that possibly do anyway? I can't confront him about something I wasn't supposed to see without him getting angry at me. And if he's really willing to help me with the proposal, I can't risk that. He puts the phone in the inside pocket of his suit jacket, and I decide to swallow my anger for now. I can't focus on petty little things like dumb text messages and intoxicated mistakes. If he's seriously willing to help me get through this damn proposal, though, then I have to focus on that and be a grown-up for once. At least for the time being.
Like I said, my driver is downstairs, and your stuff is over there,
he says, pointing to my purse and my coat.
Just tell the reception downstairs you're here with...
Boulder. I cut him off. I remember your name. We lock eyes for a few tense seconds, swimming in a sea of unanswered questions and unspoken thoughts. Then he nods and turns around, grabbing his scarf and coat before he basically flees out of sight.
I'll have my assistant call you,
he yells before the door closes with a loud click behind him.
Chapter 15. Gabe. Logan has every reason to be upset with me. He told me to be in town this weekend when we met at Aston's, and we made plans to hang out, starting with a steak lunch today. I'm about half an hour late by the time I rush into the upscale steak restaurant on the other side of town, even though I got here straight from the hotel. As per usual, Logan is easy to spot in a place like this. Among the conservatively dressed stiffs and dolled-up trophy wives, he stands out with his edgy undercut, while the rolled-up sleeves of his black shirt give view to the large-scale tattoos on both of his arms, and his black eyes are hidden behind Porsche-designed sunglasses despite being inside. Classic Logan. He may be one of the richest men on the planet, but the bad boy punk in him will never die. Since I left my driver with Ella, I had to resort to a cab like a goddamn peasant, a fact that doesn't go unnoticed by Logan, who, as my luck would have it, chose a booth right next to the window, with a perfect view of the driveway in front of the restaurant's entrance. "What happened to your Maybach?" he greets me as we engage in a quick brotherly hug before dropping down on the leather-upholstered seats. A clear, sparkling drink with a lime zest, either a soda or a gin and tonic, with Logan you never know, sits in the middle of the table, accusing me with its half-emptied presence. I had a bunch of apologies, explanations, and white lies locked and loaded as to why I'm showing up late, but I never took the detail of my arriving vehicle into consideration. "I'm sorry, man. Traffic was a nightmare and..." "Oh, fuck no. Don't even try that shit with me." He cuts off my attempt at bypassing his question. "I talked to your assistant. I know what you did, and with whom." Our eyes meet for a few very intense seconds while I struggle to come up with a response. I saw his messages, but chose to ignore them just like I tried to ignore his preliminary question, and only let him know that I'm on my way. I had been wondering how on earth he could suspect anything about me and Ella, because I didn't tell him, or any of the guys for that matter. They all made it perfectly clear how they feel about her at Aston's birthday, and seeing how she behaved this morning, I'm inclined to agree with them. "When did you talk to Therese?" I want to know, once again, trying to change the subject. "Yesterday," he retorts, reaching for his drink. "She called me because she needed some last-minute info about the yacht I sponsored for your Gala thing. And then she casually dropped the bomb that you're taking a certain Ella Witch to the event. Stop calling her that. And why would Therese tell you about this?" I blurt out. "I can't believe my assistant ratted me out like that." Logan laughs darkly after taking a sip from his drink. "I may have poked around a bit," he admits, throwing me a vicious look from the side. "Kinda had the feeling you were about to do something stupid. Turns out I was right." A waiter appears at our table, granting me a few moments to gather myself before I have to return to the conversation. We order a Wagyu ribeye steak with an array of side dishes, and when Logan asks for another gin and tonic, I am quick to join in. "I definitely need booze for this." "You have some explaining to do," he hisses as soon as the waiter has left, and he makes sure to take off his sunglasses before locking me in place with his unyielding dark gaze. "It's not what you think." I try to save my ass with the lamest excuse known to mankind. She needed my help with something work-related. I wait for him to laugh, to yell at me, to scoff or shake his head, to throw his drink in my face, anything, really. But he just continues to stare at me with the most apathetic look I've ever seen on another man's face, not moving a single muscle or giving voice to whatever he might be thinking. And somehow that's even worse than having to endure a harangue of insults or outrage. Remember, she's an intern at the World Resources Institute, I go on, trying to sound nonchalant. Apparently, my rejection of their proposal caused a lot of trouble for her, and Ella asked me to reconsider. So I thought, "So you thought you'd take her out on a fancy date and fuck her?" He interrupts me, his voice cold and dripping with fury. "Yes, of course, Gabe, that makes perfect sense. It wasn't like that," I argue. "And besides, who says I slept with her?" "Well, you did." We're interrupted by the reappearance of our waiter who, thank God, brings our drinks and some slices of warm bread and oil. I reach for my glass as soon as it hits the table, skipping the formality of clinking glasses with Logan and bringing it right to my lips. I empty almost half of it in one large swig. "You don't know that," I murmur. "Yes, I do. It's why you're late. It's why I couldn't reach you at home. And most of all, it's written all across your stupid face," Logan says, pointing at me with his index finger and moving it through the air as if he was drawing a picture with it. "Your hair looks like shit, and I'm sure you didn't dress up like this for me. That's last night's suit you're wearing. Epitome of walk of shame." I deflate under an exasperated sigh, realizing that he won't let this go and that there's no point in denying or deflecting any of his accusations. "Oh, please, tell me this was just some kind of vengeance fuck," he adds, pinning me down with a probing gaze. "Just a one-time thing, so you can drop her like she did you back then?" There's a glimmer of hope flickering in the black depth of his unyielding gaze as he fixates on me, waiting for a response. And for a moment, I consider feeding that hope. It would be the easiest way out. I could just nod, laugh it off, touch glasses with him, and engage in a boastful rant about Ella, the red-haired witch from the past who had it coming. It would be easy, but it would also be very wrong. And it would be a lie that Logan, of all people, would see right through. "It was a one-time thing," I tell him, "and a mistake." "We can agree on that part," he replies. "It was a colossal mistake. But a one-time thing, really? You're not going to see her again? Ever?" "I didn't say that. I'm helping her with that proposal, so—" "Are you fucking kidding me?" He bursts out, emphasizing his outrage by landing a fist on the table with such vigor that both our drinks almost spill. "What the hell, man? You're working with her? Why on earth would you do that?" I clear my throat and avoid his accusing look by treating myself to a piece of bread. It's still warm, a light artisan bread with a slightly salted crust, and it tastes even better because it's the first thing I've eaten all day. "I'm not exactly working with her, just helping her a bit," I try to explain myself. "She may lose her job because of me." I'm not entirely sure if that's true, but it was pretty obvious that my rejection of the proposal caused enough trouble for Ella to seek me out and beg for me to reconsider, something that definitely wasn't easy for her. Logan is shaking his head and rolling his eyes at me. "You know she's playing you, right?" he says. "This whole job thing, you don't think that was just an excuse for her to get your attention?" Of course, that thought had occurred to me. In fact, it was the first thing that came to mind when she showed up at my office. But my gut tells me that it's not like that, and she wasn't the one who wanted to come to that gala with me. That was my idea. She wanted to talk, preferably at my office and right then and there. I was the one who, for reasons that elude me, invited her. Why did I do that? Why did I flirt and dance with her? Where did that weird Galapagos Island gesture come from? And do I really want to know the answer to these questions? "It's so obvious," Logan goes on. "She messes up, then comes to you for help, knowing full well that you would never say no to her. She takes what she needs from you, and then it's not like that." I cut him off, raising my voice so much that he jerks in surprise. "She's not taking advantage of me. And even if she tried, I wouldn't let that happen. I'm not the fucking idiot you make me out to be." Logan sighs and is just about to say something when two waiters show up to bring our food. Several plates loaded with side dishes, potatoes lyonnaise with glazed onions, roasted Brussels sprouts, artichokes with lemon aioli and ginger green beans, among other things, are placed on the table between us, before a third waiter materializes with two wooden serving boards. 1 Wagyu ribeye medium rare," he announces my steak before placing it in front of me, "and 1 Wagyu ribeye rare." Logan suggests a nod as the second board is given to him. "Not a vintage Côte de Boeuf, but it'll do," he remarks, luckily once the waiters are out of earshot. "Man, that was a steak. Yeah, but you'd have to go to Paris for that," I point out. "Maybe I will," he muses, "and maybe I should take you with me to make sure you stay away from her." He shoots me a dark look, instantly killing any hope that we might be done with the subject of Ella. "You are an idiot for sleeping with her." Hard to argue with that. I can feel his eyes on me, but refuse to look back at him and change the subject instead. "Let's kill this piece of meat before it gets cold," I suggest, clapping my hands together in a let's do this motion while eyeing the Wagyu in front of me. He nods in agreement, and we both start working on our steaks. Logan has a habit of eating in super fast motion, no matter what he's eating. I guess that's what growing up with 4 younger siblings does to you. Judging from his stories, growing up in the Reed household was a perfect example of Darwin's survival of the fittest mechanism, a constant fight for food and attention among 5 siblings whose parents were not up to the task of raising them. I wouldn't know what that's like, being an only child who, even at a young age, ate most of his meals by himself, parked in front of the TV while my dad was busy with his newest flame. "So you're not taking that new Pact thing seriously either, huh?" Logan asks after a while, throwing me a cautious look from the side. "Nah," I say, shaking my head. "That was just a drunken joke, right?" "Right, totally," he agrees. "That's what I thought." The look on his face is weirdly serious as he turns his attention back to the food in front of him. "Why? Are you seriously—" "Nah, man," he cuts me off. "I just wanted to make sure you're not trying anything with Ella because of some stupid competition." I throw him an indignant look. "How stupid do you think I am?" "You know, I'm just trying to look out for you," he retorts, still chewing on his meat. "And I just don't get it. You're under no obligation to help her. She can figure it out by herself." Logan has always been quite unapologetic when it comes to his dislike for Ella, and he's right when he says that she's been playing me in the past, that she's tortured me with her flaky behavior and her game of catch and release, a game that may have entered a new round last night. She wasn't the one who initiated anything, but she asked for it nonetheless, and then did a 180 on me this morning. I could tell she regretted everything from the moment I stepped back into the room. The expression on her face displayed nothing but anger and remorse, announcing her impending withdrawal before she had to speak a word. I knew she was about to run. Again, that's why I took over. I couldn't let her see what last night meant for me, that I enjoyed myself more than I have with anyone else in years, and the only thing that put a damper on that elevation was the fact that we called it a one-night stand and nothing more. Fuck, I didn't even allow myself to realize that until she stabbed a dagger in my chest with that resentful look on her face. "She needs my approval for that proposal draft," I say, to Logan as much as to myself. I was the one who spoke the final word and who decided that we can't go along with it. "So what? You didn't do it to hurt her, but because the proposal sucked, right?" I suggest a nod. "It didn't suck, but yes, I couldn't support it in that form. So why help her get it approved? What do you care?" A heavy sigh is all I can muster as a response, and I move intentionally slowly as I reach for my drink and empty it with one last swig. She seemed really desperate," I begin, realizing mid-sentence that this is the last argument Logan would accept as valid. "Besides, I was thinking it wouldn't be the worst idea to have my name attached to that proposal. Supporting and implementing policies to save the environment always makes for a good look." "For the governor's office or your company?" he probes, a wary look on his face. "Both," I reply, even though I hadn't even thought about the potential benefits for my company. I made most of my fortune with stock investments, but my journey to wealth started with a legal technology platform, which I founded with the support of our fellow Plutus boy, Chase. He helped me with the coding and hiring the best software engineers, but left the project when he moved to Silicon Valley to do his own thing. The platform was a huge success and endowed me with a generous sum of seed money, which I used for some risky but fruitful investments on the stock market. I made quite a name for myself, but stepped back as the CEO when I started my position at the governor's office. However, I'm still on the board and a big shareholder of the corporation, keeping my name firmly attached to it. A name that could soon be connected to DC's most efficient and innovative climate action plan if I want it to be. It can't hurt to have my name attached to those policies, especially if they're done well, which they will if I have a say in it, I explain. It's not like we have distinguished ourselves in that area so far, Logan scoffs. Why would you? You don't provide legal advice for tree huggers. They could never afford you. You don't have to be a tree hugger to take that stuff into account, I add for consideration. Everybody and their brother wants to be green these days. Besides, we could use the media attention. You need that attention, Logan notes, while pointing a finger at me. That craving for recognition is what brought you into the governor's office in the first place. Touché, I admit, but that doesn't change anything. Whatever, man, I can't stop you from digging your own grave, he retorts before pointing at my empty glass. Another one? Hell yes. I don't want to talk about Ella any longer, but what I want even more is to stop thinking about her, and the only thing that can help with that today is alcohol and distraction. A numb mind can neither dwell nor suffer. It can, however, lead to bad decisions.
Chapter 16. Ella. I'm relying on you with this one, Mrs. Glenn says as I get up from my chair to leave her office. We would owe you big time if you can get this through until next week. It was close to 5 p.m. when she finally found the time to discuss the proposal with me. I had asked for a few minutes of her time as soon as she walked in this morning, hoping that she'd be eager to hear about my progress with the attorney advisor and his overly critical assessment. But she only waved me off, dismissing me with a vague, later, before she disappeared in her office. Consequently, I spent the entire day locked in tense anticipation, jerking up in my seat every time I could hear her steps down the hall, as she moved from one office to another, talking to everybody but me. I was beginning to think she'd forgotten about me by the time most of my coworkers started packing their stuff and heading home. I won't let you down, I promise, holding up a printed version of the proposal with Gabe's notes attached to it. She sends me off with a short-lived smile, and I hurry out the door and back to my seat as quickly as possible. Gabe and I haven't spoken since he left me in that hotel suite, and if I had a choice, we would leave it at that. But I can't. I need his goddamn help, no matter how much I despise that fact. And knowing him, I'll have to be the one to call him. His stubbornness has no equal, and after all, I'm the one who needs his help. I just had to inform Mrs. Glenn about my plans and get her okay for me following up on this during my working hours so I can meet up with Gabe at his office, if need be. A meeting that I'd like to postpone into the future as much as possible. I don't want to see him again, not after what happened between us and how he took it the next day. It felt like he couldn't get away from me fast enough, his hair still wet and ruffled when he stormed out the door as if he was chased by a monster. A monster named Ella. His sudden disappearance multiplied the knot in my stomach that had formed after seeing the messages from Logan on his phone. I still can't shake the ugly feeling of betrayal, knowing that he has told the Plutus boys about me, or at least Logan, my #1 hater. Why would he do that? Were they all involved in some kind of stupid fraternity bet to see whether he could get me back into bed? Could they really be that cruel? I force the thought out of my head, knowing it won't get me anywhere. I will confront Gabe about the messages, because I don't want to be taken for a fool, but I have to ignore them for now. The proposal, and consequently my career, is more important than petty fights with the ex. Most of my coworkers have left by the time I return to my desk, and as I sit there, contemplating whether I should do the same or stay and work through Gabe's notes, I hear Mrs. Glenn's quick steps approaching. She shoots me a quick look from the side as if to say, "You're still here?" before she suggests a polite nod and heads out the door. It seems like she couldn't care less about what I'm doing, and I find myself questioning whether any of this even matters. Mrs. Glenn said she'd give me another chance if I can pull this off and get the proposal approved with small adjustments, instead of having to involve the entire team and work out a second draft that might take months. But what if I go through all this trouble with Gabe for nothing? What if, considering he's serious about wanting to help me, I manage to work something out with him, we get the proposal approved, and she still decides that I'm not a good fit for a full-time position at this place? Looks like I will just have to take that risk. What other options do I have? I take a deep breath, stretching my arms up in the air before I open the first page of the proposal and Gabe's notes. Even if I only get to the first few remarks and find a good solution for one or two of them, I'd already feel a lot better. All day long, I was way too nervous to focus on any of this, not knowing if Mrs. Glenn would even be on board with my intention. The first few points I spot are easy enough, and nothing that can't be fixed with simple rephrasing. But once I reach the part about local actions to grow the regional clean economy, I find myself in a corner. I don't have an immediate response to his complaint, because this is not a section I was very involved in. Releasing a deep sigh, I take out one of my many notebooks from one of the drawers at my desk and scribble down a few bullet points before I open my browser to do some research. I start by reading up on our own materials, refreshing my understanding of sustainable consumption strategies and how it can support economic growth without increasing emissions, and I'm quickly reminded why I never got too involved in this particular section. It's all business talk, worshipping a growing gross domestic product like a god, while its impact on the climate like a necessary evil that can only be tamed but never avoided. This is Gabe's world more than mine. It's all about growth, about becoming bigger and more powerful, making more money and gaining more influence. He lives for that shit, while I'm just the nagging hippie who needs to be appeased so the big boys can play among themselves. I growl in anger as I fight my way through numbers and diagrams, none of them interesting or encouraging in any way. However, all this talk about the responsibility of government vendors and businesses to minimize the carbon intensity of their supply chains makes me curious to see how Gabe has been handling these issues with his own business endeavors in the past, since he seems to have such strong opinions on it. And before I know it, I'm typing his name in the search bar. Gabriel Boulder achieved a lot in the past 7 years, and he made sure that his success was well known. I knew he started his impressive career by launching a legal technology platform with the help of Chase shortly after graduating from college, and I also knew that this endeavor was shaped by considerable financial gains, because back then, I still kept track on him. I never told him, or anyone for that matter, about it, but I kept an eye on Gabe for about 1 or 2 years after our breakup, more than I'm comfortable to admit. I was happy to see him flourish, despite the nagging sting of jealousy it left in my chest. Eventually, the memory of him and the emotions attached to it had faded enough to stop that unhealthy habit, and I stopped looking him up completely. Until now, that is. I come across article after article celebrating Gabe and his successes. It seems like everything he ever touched turned into gold, quite literally. He stepped back as the CEO of his legal platform a few years back, when he exchanged the business world for a career in politics, after making millions through stock investments and legal consulting. He was even listed as one of the Forbes Under 30 top entrepreneurs a couple of years back, stating that his net worth is estimated to be just over $1 billion. Just like he always wanted. I knew about the pact the guys made shortly before graduating, becoming billionaires before the age of 30. They were all laughing and joking about it, but I knew each and every one of them was quite serious about this goal, no matter how unrealistic it seemed to be. I wonder if the other Plutus boys managed to hit that goal as well, or if Gabe is the only one. Another article catches my attention as I keep scrolling further. This one is not primarily about Gabe, but about a foundation called Teaching Green that was able to reach its goals of building a platform for environmental education thanks to the generous donations from patrons, among which Gabe excelled with especially enormous sums. There's even a picture attached to it, showing him shaking hands with one of the foundation's heads and smiling for the camera. He's wearing a navy blue suit. His short hair is neatly combed to the side, and his teeth unnaturally white. He looks perfect. Too damn perfect. Why would he donate such huge amounts of money to an institution like the Teaching Green Foundation? Is this just good PR for him? Or did I possibly leave an impact with my idealistic ramblings, as he once called it? He could have chosen any charity to polish his public image, but he chose this one. That can't be a coincidence, can it? I flinch in surprise when my phone starts ringing for my attention right next to my empty coffee mug on the table. It's an incoming call and, much to my surprise, it's from Jacob, one of my younger brothers. They're twins and 6 years younger than me, and while we do have a decent, albeit not very close relationship, I'm usually the one who calls them and not the other way around. So I'm low-key worried when I pick up the phone. "Jacob, hi!" I greet him. "What's up? Is everything okay?" He responds with a roar of laughter before relieving me of my concern.
"Don't worry, Elle. No one died."
He mocks me.
"And nothing happened. Can't a brother call his sister without her thinking the world has exploded?"
"Not in this case," I retort. "When's the last time you ever called me for no reason?"
"Touché,"
he replies.
"But tell me, how are you? How's the internship going?"
I bite my lower lip, pondering how much I can go into detail without making him, and consequently my parents, worry about me. I'm the older sister, yet I've been the problem child of the family for the past few years. My younger brothers, on the other hand, are doing okay for themselves, though neither one of them graduated from an Ivy League college, unlike me. An achievement that means very little out in the real world, as I soon had to find out. "It's going okay," I answer vaguely. "Interesting work and a nice office."
"Sounds good,"
Jacob says, sounding a little too enthusiastic.
"If only the pay would be a little better, huh?"
"You sound just like Dad." He laughs.
"Ouch, Elle, don't say that. You know I'm just teasing."
"How are things with you?" I change the subject before he gets a chance to probe any further, and that awfully confusing encounter with Gabe slips out of my mouth.
Good, good,"
he chants.
"Work is going well. Things with Sarah are going very well. We're thinking about moving in together."
"Oh, already?" I blurt out. "Isn't she still in school?" As far as I know, he's only been dating this Sarah for about a year. I've never met her personally, but I know she's quite young, even younger than my brother by about 2 or 3 years.
"She's graduating in spring,"
he tells me, before he clears his throat.
"Actually, that's kinda why I'm calling. She might need a favor from you."
"Might need a favor from me?" I repeat, the tone of my voice darker than before. "You'll have to be a bit more specific."
"Well, you see, she started looking for jobs and internships, and she wants to be an environmentalist, like you."
"I'm not an environmentalist," I clarify.
"You know what I mean,"
he laments.
"She wants to work in that area and wants to try for a position at Greenpeace."
"Ambitious," I comment. "And how do you think I can help with that? I don't know anybody there, if that's what you were hoping."
No, nothing like that,"
he hurries to deny.
"But if you could look over her application and her letter of motivation, I thought you could be of better help than me, since you've been working in the field for a while now and you have all the expertise."
I can't hold back a smile when I hear him say that. I know he's only doing it because his girlfriend needs my help, but I'm still flattered and proud to be seen as an expert in something by my younger brother. Maybe I'm not such a terrible big sister after all. "Yes, of course. She can send it to my email," I tell him. "You have my email, right?"
"Is the Pope a virgin?"
"Well, not necessarily, but—"
"Yes, sis, of course I have your email address."
Jacob cuts me off, laughing.
"Thank you. You're the best."
"Suck up," I tease, still smiling.
"Love you too."
We hang up, and I find myself right back where I was before my brother's unexpected call. Confronted with praise for Gabe the Awesome, the billionaire with a green heart, as the article titles him. Even if he's only doing it to adorn himself for publicity, Gabe might actually have an intrinsic interest for this proposal to succeed. And maybe, just maybe, he values my input as an expert. And this isn't just a dumb bet between old fraternity friends. Either way, I'll have to see him again, rather sooner than later. We just have to make sure to keep it professional this time.
Chapter 17. Gabe.
"Your 2 o'clock is here,"
Therese lets me know through the intercom.
"Miss Ella Witt."
She didn't have to remind me who my 2 o'clock is. Not in this case. It's not like I haven't been strained about this appointment ever since Ella called me a couple of days ago to arrange it. But Therese knows me as someone who is good at remembering faces, but not so much when it comes to names, so she's used to repeating names on the regular to make sure I don't embarrass myself. That woman is a born assistant if there ever was one, devoted, diligent, and considerate. But today I wish she'd act a little less like a robot. It feels wrong to have Ella announced, just like any other meeting I have this week. Thank you, Therese. Send her in. The intercom clicks as Therese hangs up, and just a moment later, the door opens, and I'm met with Ella's piercing green eyes. "Hi," she breathes, while she pretty much tiptoes into my office. Her voice is barely audible, and I'm pleased to see a blush on her cheeks. She looks tense, but not in the same way she did that morning in the hotel suite. Her shoulders are up to her ears, and half of her face is covered by an enormous black scarf, but I can tell by her heavily painted eyes that she's smiling. She stops right by the door, seemingly unsure what to do, as she fiddles with her brown messenger bag and her gaze flits back and forth between me and random spots around the room. "Come in, sit," I tell her, pointing toward the chairs opposite of my desk while I sit down myself. "You want something to drink?"
"No,"
she replies in an instant while she hesitantly moves closer to the chairs, holding onto her bag like a protective shield.
"Thanks."
"You sure? We have coffee, tea, water?"
"I'm fine."
She cuts me off, narrowing her eyes for a split second before she gathers herself.
"Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let's just get started. I can't stay long. A bit more than an hour, maybe 2.
That's not a lot of time," I add for consideration.
"Mrs. Glenn, my supervisor, needs me back at the office,"
Ella states with little conviction while she peels herself out of her winter clothes. I'm pretty sure she's lying, but decide not to poke around. "Well then, let's make good use of what little time we have," I suggest, and she nods. She looks even cuter once she's removed the gigantic scarf, leaving her staticky hair dancing around her shoulders. She's wearing her long waves down today, and her futile attempts to tidy the flying strands only add to her natural charm.
"Yes, let's,"
she agrees, adding a stern nod. She looks so different from the night at the gala, so much more like herself. In fact, she looks like a more grown-up version of her college self. Hair and makeup still the same, but dressed in more of a business casual outfit with a flowy white blouse and black trousers.
"Nice office,"
she remarks, languidly scanning the room. Her tense demeanor softens a little when her eyes land on the origami creatures that gather around my screen. "Thanks," I say, though I know she didn't mean it as a compliment. "So, where do you want to start?"
"One sec."
She rummages through her messenger bag, producing 2 heavy folders, one blue and one red, and a pen. I recognize the blue folder because it's the one we returned to her team after the presentation. Ella straightens her back and clears her throat, nervously fidgeting with the pen while she opens the blue folder. There's a bunch of Post-its attached to the pages now, something that was not done by us.
"Okay, so I thought we could start with the section about sustainable regional mobility,"
she begins, before she stops to clear her throat again. "Are you sure I can't offer you some water?" I probe, and she shoots me an angry look across the table.
"I'm fine,"
she hisses through gritted teeth.
"As I was saying, sustainable regional mobility. Here, your concern was that our recommendation to implement a monthly, if not weekly, car-free day in certain downtown areas would not be practicable. I don't see why that is. We've had several test runs on this within the Open Streets program, and they were always well received."
"Yes, because they were a one-time thing," I assert. "It's a cute idea for special occasions, once, maybe twice a year, when you turn it into a street festival or something, but it's not a sensible implementation within a permanent climate and action plan for the region. The ecological benefits wouldn't justify the economic impact it would have on local businesses." The expression on her face darkens when she looks at me now.
"Well, of course, you wouldn't care for it," she grunts, "just because you'd have to find an alternate route for your swanky limousine cruising."
"What the?
"Is that why you made that big donation to the Teaching Green Foundation?"
she blurts out, a frown emerging between her brows.
"To make up for the fact that you poisoned the planet with that excessive car?"
Her question catches me completely off guard, and I need a moment to gather myself before I know how to respond. "How do you know about that donation? I never told you about that." She bites her lower lip and evades my probing gaze, the signature move of someone who just got caught doing something they weren't supposed to be doing. "Did you stalk me or something?" I ask her. "Are you really that obsessed with me?" Ella sneers at me.
"You wish."
"Well, how did you know then?"
"I had to prepare for this meeting, didn't I?"
She seethes.
I was just doing my research like any person would.
Research about me, I probe. A treacherous red spreads across her cheeks, and she huffs as if I'd just stated the most ridiculous thing she ever heard.
I was just looking up stuff, and your name came up, she stutters. You know, because Teaching Green also has a strong focus on that whole long-term sustainability aspect in their profile, so it's no wonder that article popped up when I...
What article? She sighs, looking utterly exhausted and annoyed with this conversation. I fucking love it.
The one about that event where they honored their patrons and stuff, she says ruefully. You wore a blue suit?
Oh, you like that suit, huh? I smirk at her. She groans and rolls her eyes so hard that they almost fall out of her head.
For fuck's sake, Gabe, why do you always have to be so full of yourself?
Hey, I'm not the one who started this, I argue, raising my hands in a defensive motion. You're the one who spends her nights stalking and swooning over her ex. The line between her brows deepens and her eyes turn into narrow slits while she slowly shakes her head in disbelief.
You're delusional, she asserts. Can we get back to the proposal, please? As I've mentioned before, I don't have all day, and I'd like to get a head start on this.
Sure thing, I respond. I add a little wink to my words, and it has just the effect I was hoping for. She smiles. It's a short-lived smile, more like spontaneous reaction following an instinct rather than a conscious decision, and it's gone as quickly as it appeared.
I looked into this.
She starts again, throwing the blue folder on the table between us and pointing to one of my comments scribbled next to the main text.
I'm sorry to tell you, but you're just wrong here. We've looked up the data and spoken to experts before coming up with a suggestion. It may seem unfeasible to you, but it's not. Trust me, I know.
She sits up straight, shoulders pulled back when she pins me down with a look that's supposed to convey confidence. However, her nervously batting eyelashes and the slight tremors in her posture tell a different story. I'm not sure you're considering the negative implications enough, I add for consideration. This policy would hurt small and middle-sized stores in the area because their customers simply can't get to them.
They can freaking bike. I do it every day, she gripes. Or take the bus, for God's sake. Why do we even have public transport if people refuse to use it?
She glares at me and aggressively pulls out her own folder, opening the first page with such vicious force that she almost tears the paper apart.
Here, let me show you,
she says as she hastily sorts the pages in front of her. Her fingers are trembling, and the revealing blush on her cheeks tells me just how ruffled she is. Despite her best efforts to appear calm and collected, it's a noteworthy observation, but I don't really know what to make of it.
Chapter 18. Ella. I'm trying. I'm really trying to hold it together around him. But honestly, it's harder than I thought it would be. I was intimidated by everything from the moment I stepped into this building, as if a clamp had been closed around my chest when I walked through the entrance door. Everything here reeks of importance and power. Everyone is dressed in nice suits, pacing down the halls in a great hurry, as if the world depended on it. I had to take a deep breath before I could walk through the door that leads to Gabe's department. His secretary is a timid woman who sits at her computer with her back unnaturally straight, as if she was constantly waiting to be called upon. She jumped up from her seat when she saw me approaching, offering me a drink, which I declined, before she beckoned me to sit down for a moment while she let Gabe know I'm here. She's almost a head shorter than me, a few years my senior, and wears her deep black hair in a conservative updo, while her lips are painted in a striking red, giving her a bit of a Snow White look. Not at all Gabe's type, as far as I can tell, but I'm pretty sure she has a bit of a crush on him. She looked perfectly immaculate, just like everything surrounding Gabe and his office. The upscale furniture, the heavy curtains, adorned with golden embroidery, the sleek computer, tablet, phone, the tailor-made suit. Everything in here screams wealth and overstatement. Everything but the little origami creatures sitting next to his screen. It seems that he still indulges in the habit of folding animals when he's under a lot of stress or has a big decision to make. He used to do it in college, too, and I couldn't help but smile as I remembered the little squirrel he folded for me as a lucky charm for finals. Still, the sight of them doesn't help me with feeling horribly out of place due to my cheap clothes and my wild hair. I wish I had spent a little bit more time and effort to look presentable before coming here. I'm wearing one of my best blouses and black trousers, but still feel like an underdressed fish out of water. I've been extra careful about what I say ever since that stupid comment about his donation to the Teaching Green Foundation, and only say the utmost necessary as we go through the draft point by point. While our conversation was off to a rocky start, thanks to his condescending behavior and my unfortunate slip, we somehow managed to ease into a productive discussion, exchanging arguments, clearing up misunderstandings, and more than once, we even managed to find a solution right on the spot. Once I got over my initial tension, I'm able to bring my concerns across and, much to my surprise, he actually listens to me. So, I decide to do him the favor of doing the same. Admittedly, he is making some valid points in some of his remarks. Valid, but not intractable. We have been talking for almost an hour and just crossed off another section when he leans back in his massive chair, exhaling audibly as he stretches his arms up to the ceiling.
"I need a break," he announces. "Want some coffee?"
My first instinct is to say no, but I'm feeling a little drained myself and could need a pick-me-up, so I respond with a wordless nod.
"Milk but no sugar?"
he asks, his hand already moving toward the telephone on his desk. "You remember correctly," I say, evading the winning smile he throws at me. He doesn't even have to get up from his chair to order the coffee, but only pushes a button on his phone to let his secretary know through the intercom. A few moments later, she appears with a little tray, carrying 2 small coffee mugs and a tiny bowl filled with dates, our go-to snack in college. "May I also give you this?" she says to Gabe after placing the tray on the table between us. "It's the receipt for your auctioned item."
"The yacht?"
Gabe asks, eyebrows arched in surprise.
"I thought we were done with that."
"No, sir, the item you bought. The all-expenses-paid trip to the Galapagos Islands." Sir. I can't believe she calls him that. Sometimes I forget that Gabe is no longer the audacious college boy I knew 7 years ago. Gabriel Boulder is a totally different person these days. A grown-ass man of status. A boss. 1,000 steps ahead of me. The girl who was stupid enough to blow the whistle on her last boss when she found out that the organization she was working for was moving in a deeply gray area when it comes to bookkeeping and dangerously close to something one might call tax evasion.
"Do I need to do anything with this?"
he asks while picking up the papers she just handed him. "No," she replies. "It's just for your information and a confirmation for the bank transfer, for your records."
"Thank you, Therese."
Apparently, that's her cue to leave, because she spins on her heels and leaves the office without another word. Awkward silence stretches between us, and I occupy myself by reaching for one of the dates, while Gabe's eyes are still locked onto the piece of paper Therese just handed to him.
"What am I going to do with this?"
He sighs. It's a question voiced like a statement, not expecting an actual response. He doesn't even look at me when he lets the paper slide on the table a little too careless, so that it floats right across the wooden surface and onto the ground next to me. Gabe jumps up from his seat and makes a move to run around the table to fetch it, which is ridiculous considering it landed right next to my feet. "I got it," I let him know, and he freezes when I bend down to pick it up from the floor. I don't want to look, just like I didn't want to look on his phone, but as I grab the paper, my eyes involuntarily latch onto the numbers written on it. I don't even expect to see anything interesting, considering it's nothing but a receipt. But when I hold the paper up to my face, I can't help but notice the sum that is listed as the final price, the seemingly random number that Gabe yelled out when he obtained the trip at the auction. $110,992. $110,992. Now that I see the numbers written in black and white, they take on a whole new meaning. I look up from the paper and to Gabe, who is now standing next to me, holding out his hand as he waits for me to hand him the receipt. Our eyes meet and lock in a silent stare, and before I can say a word, he snatches the paper from my hand so violently that it almost rips apart. November 9th, 1992, I say. That's my birthday. He doesn't say a word, but turns away from me and hurries back behind his desk, his gaze firmly fixated to anywhere but me. Gabe,
I'm aware,
he says.
Funny coincidence.
That's not a coincidence, I object. You chose that number. Why did you do that? He shrugs, still without looking at me, and opens a drawer beneath the desk to his right. I watch in a dumbfounded stupor while he shoves the paper in the drawer and quickly closes it, as if that would make the questions go away. Is this some kind of game you're playing? I want to know. You and the boys?
The boys?
He finally looks at me, frowning.
What do you mean by that?
Now I'm the one trapped in a corner. Do I really want to address the messages I was never supposed to see, now that we're finally making some progress on that goddamn proposal? It could ruin everything. Nothing, I hurry to fend off. This is just very weird. I don't understand why you would do this.
Why would you think the boys have anything to do with this?
He implores, further worsening my predicament. I don't know. It was just a random thought. I lie. It's just the kind of thing you would have done back then. Gabe scoffs in disgust.
No, it's not. We were never like that. The boys liked you.
Not Logan. I cut him off. I shoot him a dark look, to which he responds with another shrug.
Logan doesn't like anybody,
he states.
It's a miracle he has any friends at all.
We share a short-lived chuckle before he adds,
and besides, we're not in college anymore, Ella.
Yeah, I can see that. I comment, once again scanning his lavish office. I'm whirling with envy, and when Gabe reaches for his coffee mug in a calm and collected fashion, it incenses me even more. How can he be this calm when I was the one who called him out on something? Am I really reading too much into this whole birthday number thing? Am I the crazy one? So you didn't try to pull anything with that price thing? I broach the subject again.
I just thought it'd be funny,
he says, shrugging again.
And I was curious to see whether you'd notice. Turns out, you didn't.
He leans back in his chair and brings the coffee up to his lips, still moving so languidly that I'm beginning to doubt my own sanity. So you admit it wasn't a coincidence, I point out. You did this on purpose? As some kind of test?
It wasn't a test,
he replies.
Like I said, I just thought it would be funny. A fun little Easter egg, if you will. I don't know why you're making such a big deal about this.
He raises an eyebrow at me, and I instantly feel stupid. Maybe he's right. Maybe I am making a big deal about something that meant little to nothing. It was a little joke to him, nothing more and nothing less. He thought it'd be funny. Maybe he even imagined we'd both have some fun with this, together. And I didn't even notice. What are you going to do with it anyway? I want to know now. The trip, I mean.
Don't know yet,
he answers, then throws me a quizzical look.
Do you want it?
I jerk back as if he'd just thrown something at me. No, that's not what I was trying to say.
Why not? I think you'd enjoy this more than I would.
Of course I would. I would freaking love a trip to the Galapagos Islands. But I'd rather die than accept such a generous present from Gabe. Out of the question, I tell him, adding a decisive wipe motion with my right hand.
Suit yourself.
Another shrug.
There's no time limit attached to it, so take your time to reconsider.
I won't, thank you. I check the time and realize that we've been talking about this for almost 20 minutes. We should get back to work, I announce. I don't have much time left, and I really need to be able to present something to Mrs. Glenn tomorrow. Gabe nods and puts his coffee mug down.
Yes, ma'am.
He winks at me, and I can't stop myself from smiling. Big shot billionaire or not, I still see the fun-seeking college boy in him. The boy who made me laugh, who fucked me like no other man ever has, who chases jittery butterflies through my core every time he looks at me. It's all still there. But is that a good thing? I doubt it.
Chapter 19. Gabe. We put the World Resources Institute on a tight deadline to come up with a revised version of their climate action plan, something we wouldn't normally do to begin with. The exception was only made for them because I put in a good word, and it was only granted because my voice was the one that got the first draft rejected in the first place. Only a week had passed since my first meeting with Ella, and since we decided that it would be best if we did most of the work separately, as to not get at each other's throat every 5 minutes, we've only met one more time before today's presentation. The meeting has been scheduled as the first order of business, and I find myself heading to the office a bit earlier than I usually would, something that didn't go unnoticed by Therese. She almost looked shocked when she saw me walking through the door just a few moments after she arrived herself, as if I was invading her personal space in some kind of manner. She apologized profusely for not being able to offer me some coffee right away, because it hadn't been brewed yet, and I had to tell her repeatedly that everything was fine, she didn't miss anything or fail me in any way. A dutiful and loyal assistant like her is priceless, but having her probing eyes on me as I walk down the hall to the conference room is a little unsettling. I'm heading over there way too early, especially considering my usual tardiness. She didn't have to remind me nor call me up repeatedly to make sure I show up in time like she usually has to, and she clearly doesn't know what to make of my suspicious behavior. I'm only making it worse by not deigning to give an explanation as I stride down the corridor, eager to get there as soon as possible without letting it show how anxious I am. Why am I even nervous like this? It's not like anything really hangs on this meeting, for me at least. And as for Ella, I've seen her revisions based on what we talked about, and I liked what I saw. She was able to incorporate her own idealism with my practical advice, even willing to change certain wordings and requirements that she defended with passion when we began talking, only to later change them almost exactly as I suggested. She actually listened to almost everything I said. There are still a few paragraphs that are a little too ambitious for my taste, but nothing that is so major as to stop the proposal from being approved, I'd say. Of course, I'm only one voice of many in this endeavor, albeit one with heavy weight, but I don't think there's reason to believe that her team will fail again, like they did on their first run. But that's not what I'm worried about. What worries me is Ella herself. She has a lot riding on this, as far as I know, and she absolutely cannot allow herself to lose it like she did last time. Just as I turn around the corner into the corridor that leads down to the conference room, I see Ella stepping out of the elevator to my right, and I stop on my heels. She looks different today, wearing a black suit and heels, her hair tamed in a conservative updo, and her lips painted in a blazing red that makes her hair look almost pale in comparison. When she sees me, she takes a deep inhale and straightens her back a little more, striding toward me in unnaturally wide steps. "Morning," she greets me, trying to appear casual as she closes up to me. "Good morning, Miss Witt," I reciprocate. "You sure look like someone who means business." Her stance changes in an instant, eyebrows curving with worry, while her right hand flies up against her chest. "Too much?" she asks. "I wasn't sure about the—" "No, you look great." I hurry to calm her. "Sorry, I didn't mean to unsettle you." She releases a little sigh and nods toward the conference room down the hall. "Anyone there yet?" "Dunno, I just got here myself." We're standing in the middle of the corridor, all by ourselves, and from where we're standing, it's impossible to tell how many people are already in the conference room, if any. I thought Ella would want to get there as soon as possible and continue her way down the corridor, but she doesn't move an inch. She just stands there, her fingers clenched around the handle of her messenger bag, and her eyes glued to the door a few feet away. "Nervous?" I ask her. "Of course," she hisses, without looking at me. "I can't mess this up, not again." "You won't," I tell her. "I looked at your final revisions last night, and they look great." Now she turns to me, her eyes wide with curiosity and possibly a hint of hope. "Really?" "Yes, really," I assure her. "You did great work. Just make sure you don't space out again." "I didn't space out," she argues. "I was just, well..." She swallows dryly and looks up at me through nervously batting eyelashes instead of finishing her sentence. "I know," I say, mostly to break the awkward silence between us. "I wasn't exactly chill either." "But you are today, aren't you?" she wants to know. "I mean, it's not like this changes anything for you, no matter whether the proposal gets through or not." She pauses, lowering her gaze to the floor before she adds, "I mean, you were the one who rejected it in the first place." "It wasn't just me," I remind her, "but you have nothing to worry about. This is different. Your draft is different."
It's still a draft, she murmurs. Even if it gets approved, the work is not done for me. Plus,
She stops mid-sentence when the doors of the elevator open again and spit out the woman who I assume to be Ella's boss.
Mrs. Glenn, good morning.
Ella pipes, confirming my assumption. Her voice is about 10 octaves above her usual pitch, and she immediately stiffens even more than before.
Morning, Ella,
the woman retorts before she throws me a quick look from the side.
Good morning, Mr.
Boulder, I help her out, reaching my hand out for a shake. I'm the attorney advisor.
Oh, yes, of course,
Mrs. Glenn says, nodding vividly.
Thank you for making this possible. You won't regret this. I think we've worked out some very reasonable revisions with your valuable help.
We? As far as I know, this woman was hardly involved in the revisions Ella worked on last week. Yes, I've had a look at it already. Looks like Miss Witt did some excellent work here, I reply, watching Ella from the side as her cheeks blossom in a new shade of red. Mrs. Glenn nods and places her hand on Ella's shoulder, something she obviously doesn't do a lot, judging by Ella's reaction. She was rigid from the moment her boss appeared next to us, but now she looks outright horrified and confused.
Shall we?
Mrs. Glenn asks, and before she can pull her little underling with her, I step in to say, we'll be there in a minute. Mrs. Glenn's eyes flit back and forth between me and Ella, a touch of bewilderment lacing her expression before she makes her way down the corridor.
You can't talk to her like that,
Ella hisses through gritted teeth as soon as her boss is out of earshot. Talk to her like what? I ask.
Like she's one of your underlings, Ella stutters. That's my boss. I need to go with her.
She makes a move to follow Mrs. Glenn, but I hold her back with a resolute grip around her upper arm. Ella stops, her gaze journeying down to my grasp around her arm before she shoots a frown up to me. You got this, I tell her. You are good at what you do, and this draft is a lot better than the last. You have nothing to worry about. Ella looks up at me through wide eyes. The line between her brows softens, but doesn't vanish completely.
Okay,
she stutters, her lashes fluttering again as she lowers her gaze.
Thank you.
I smile at her, and when she looks up for a brief moment, she reciprocates it with a look that feels like a punch to the chest. She looks so small, so helpless and grateful, not at all like the Ella I know. Ella, who is just as fiery and strong as the fire in her hair. Ella with her feisty comments and her I can do this all by myself attitude. No, right now she just looks like a girl who has received her fair share of beatings by life, a girl who fell and is struggling to get back up. And all I want to do is hold her and tell her everything will be all right. She will be all right. I almost lean in for a hug, but stop myself at the last moment and place my hand at the small of her back instead, gesturing toward the conference room with the other. Shall we? Ella gently moves my hand away from her back and nods. We enter the conference room together, but separate the moment we're inside. She hurries over to her boss's side while I find my place opposite the table, at the exact same spot I occupied last time. The other attendees join us one after another, and I can see the tension rising up to Ella's shoulders again. I try to catch her gaze to give her another encouraging smile or nod or just anything I could possibly do to calm her down, but she doesn't look in my direction a single time. The meeting is opened by a few opening words from Mrs. Glenn, who then quickly passes along to Ella. This time, Ella doesn't freeze in a dumbfounded stupor, but takes a deep breath before she begins her presentation with seemingly effortless professionalism. I've never seen her speak like that, with such professionalism and passion. She must have practiced a lot because her speech is flawless and brave, competently addressing every issue we talked about with a focus and poise that I can only admire. And I'm not the only one who notices. I see the way her boss is looking at her now. Mrs. Glenn nods in approval again and again while Ella is speaking. She chimes in at some parts, which doesn't seem to surprise or unsettle Ella in the slightest. When they are done with their presentation, Mrs. Glenn scans the room with a proud smile on her face, expecting nothing less than for us to sign off on the draft as it is. And just like that, it happens. I know we'll have another meeting behind closed doors with the Climate and Energy Department and, finally, the governor himself before we can announce its official approval and implementation. But with the new revisions Ella worked in with my help, the action plan is sensible and viable, and that's apparent to everyone in this room. Ella beams at me across the table, silently mouthing the words, "thank you," while her boss is gushing words of thanks to everyone at the table. I reciprocate Ella's heartwarming look with a benevolent nod, trying to act calm when all I want is to hug her and congratulate her on a job well done. She did well. No, not just well. Ella was marvelous, leaving not only me, but everyone else in the room more than impressed. The meeting is called to an end, and while most other attendees from my department can't get out of the room fast enough, I decide to wait for Ella, who packs her things and exchanges a few words with her boss before she turns around looking for me. A smile widens across her pretty face when she spots me leaning against the wall at the other side of the room.
"We did it!"
she exclaims after walking up to me. Her cheeks are glowing and her green eyes are flickering with excitement.
"We really did it! I can't believe it,"
she repeats, biting her lip before she adds,
"Thank you. Seriously, thank you for this, Gabe."
She clears her throat and her gaze wanders down to her feet before it flits back up, only brushing mine before it trails off again. "You have nothing to thank me for," I tell her. "This was all you, Ella. You did great. I'm quite impressed, actually." The red on her cheeks deepens and she huffs in disbelief. "And I'm sure I'm not the only one you impressed today," I praise, my eyes flitting over to her boss, who is still busy packing up her stuff.
"Oh, I hope so,"
Ella whispers, daring a quick look in Mrs. Glenn's direction.
"She looked happy, didn't she?"
"I'd say so," I assure her. "How about we get a drink together, tonight, to celebrate?" Her eyebrows arch in surprise and she hurries to shake her head.
I can't really," she utters. "I still have so much to do and—"
That's okay." I cut her off, eager to avoid an awkward conversation. "You go, we can talk later." She nods.
"Yeah."
We remain for a moment, our eyes fixated onto each other, while neither of us speaks a word, until Ella excuses herself to hurry back to Mrs. Glenn. I watch her go, feeling the hint of familiar ache in my chest. But it's different this time, less vicious, less frightening, and most of all, it doesn't stand a chance against the feeling of pride and delight that fills me as I watch her bask in her success.
Chapter 20. Ella. "You're promoting me?" I gasp in disbelief. Mrs. Glenn sends me a sympathetic smile and nods. "Yes, you're no longer an intern, but a research assistant," she confirms. "Provided that is what you want, of course." Yes, of course," I pipe, almost jumping up from my chair. It's been 3 days since our successful presentation at the governor's office, and when Mrs. Glenn called me into her office this morning, my heart instantly hiccuped with excitement. She has been extra nice to me for the past couple of days, and the way she complimented me right after the meeting was so unusual that it was easy to assume she had good news for me. I'd been hoping for this promotion, but I did not expect it to happen this soon. After all, the contract for my internship still lasts for another 2 months. And I'll start this position after my internship ends, or— "If you don't mind, I'd like for this to be effective immediately," she interrupts me. "Starting next week." "Next week?" I repeat in disbelief. I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is all too good to be true. Wow, yes, thank you." "Wonderful," Mrs. Glenn says, looking very pleased with herself. "We'll move you down the corridor. You'll share an office with Toby. I'm sorry we can't offer you your own space right now, but it beats sitting out in the entrance area, right?" I nod enthusiastically. I don't really know much about Toby, other than the fact that he works in accounting for Mrs. Glenn's department and loves spaghetti and meatballs for lunch. He sometimes joined Caroline and me at the cafeteria, but never talked much. He seems nice, but withdrawn and quiet, which is probably a good quality for an office mate. "Yes, absolutely. I don't mind sharing an office with Toby. I'm just very grateful for this opportunity. Thank you so much." She chuckles and waves me off. "You have nothing to thank me for, Ella. You earned this. You really impressed me. We all fail and stumble here and there, but it takes true strength to get up on your feet and go on. You did that, and then some. Not many people would have managed what you did with those quick revisions." I feel myself blushing at her words. Mrs. Glenn has never praised me like this. In fact, no one has ever showered me with so much praise. I'm not used to it at all, so obviously, I have no idea how to handle it. Thank you, I stutter again, unsure where to look. I won't let you down, I promise. I'm confident you won't, she says. Well, okay then. We should have a contract ready for you by the end of next week. Okay, I say, slowly rising from my chair. And so, should I wait until... Oh no, you're still starting on Monday. The contract is just a formality. Mrs. Glenn cuts me off again. Toby will help you get settled at your new space tomorrow. Thank you, I say again, even adding a little bow before I finally make my way out of Mrs. Glenn's office. I can't believe this. For months, I have lived in fear and uncertainty in regard to my future, at the Institute and in general. I had already started to look for other opportunities in case I wouldn't get a full-time position here, especially after my failure at the first draft meeting. I was terrified and constantly stressed, pained by every penny spent as my savings slowly dwindled. And now, all of that has changed. I have a job again, a real job. I will have an income, a future, a chance to make things right. I couldn't be happier. I have to tell him. As soon as I get back to my desk, I reach for my phone and begin typing. I got it. I got the promotion. I pause, pondering for a few moments, before I add another, thank you. Mrs. Glenn may have been right when she said that I don't have anything to thank her for, because I earned this promotion, and I really did. But I can't help it. I have never felt this grateful for anything in my life before, and when it comes to Gabe, I really feel like I owe a lot of this success to him. I don't expect a response for him right away, but just as I'm about to put my phone aside, I see a new message popping up on the display.
That's awesome. Congratulations,
he writes. A few seconds pass before the message is followed with another one.
I knew you would. You earned this, Ella. You really did an amazing job.
I'm smiling like an idiot and take a deep breath while I press the phone against my chest like a prized possession. New boyfriend? Caroline giggles from the other side of the table. I completely forgot she was there and start in surprise, casting an aghast look at her. What? I blurt out. She winks at me. You look like an idiot in love. So smitten. Have you met someone? I hastily shake my head, adding an evasive hand gesture to strengthen my case. No, not at all. Right, she retorts, winking again. You should see your face right now. I'm just happy, I stutter, unable to get the stupid smile off of my face. I'm not sure whether I can or should tell Caroline about my new position. Would she be happy for me? I mean, it's not like I'd be her superior or anything. On the contrary, she's probably still making more than I will. But I'll be getting an office, while she still has to sit out here in the entrance area like an unpaid underling. There's a good chance she'll despise me for that. I decided to keep my mouth shut for now. She'll find out soon enough, and all I really want right now is to get out of here and treat myself to a bottle of champagne. So, I hurry to pack my things and leave the office before Caroline, for the first time in weeks. On my way home, I stop by the liquor store, walking right up to the section of bubbly delights that I've dared to look at from afar before, and go for a bottle of Moet. I make another stop at my favorite organic produce store to browse their deli section and pick up a few antipasti snacks and some French cheese before I get back on my bike and cycle home as quickly as possible. It's freezing cold outside, but I don't care. Tonight, I will celebrate. I will turn on the heat in our kitchen and share this little feast with Elena, reveling in what must be one of the biggest successes of my life. A success that would never have been possible without Gabe. I can't get his face out of my mind, as much as I try. The way he looked at me after that presentation, I don't think he has ever looked at me like that. So benevolent and proud? Yes, it was definitely pride that I saw on his face. But he wasn't proud of himself. He was proud of me. Proud and happy. His text message just now only reinforces that impression. He appears to be genuinely happy for me, and that's something I can't really wrap my head around. Just like I still don't understand that weird thing with the Galapagos Islands trip. He called it a joke, but it's impossible for me to look at it like that. It was a sign, a gesture for something. But why? After all, he was the one who insisted that our night together was a one-time thing and a mistake. I shake my head, casting the thoughts aside as I walk up to my apartment, eager to fall through the door, get out of my work clothes, and enjoy a calm yet celebratory evening in the warmth. My anticipation quickly dissolves when I walk through the door and I am greeted with two unwelcome surprises: the sound of loud voices coming from our kitchen and the smell of weed. Releasing a sigh, I close the door behind myself and get out of my coat and shoes before I walk up to the kitchen. "Ella!" Elena welcomes me with a shrill yell. "You're home early today!" She's sitting at the table, one leg up and the other tucked underneath herself, holding a thick joint in one hand and a bottle of beer in the other. Two other girls are sitting around the table with her, both with long blonde hair, and both looking like they came straight from a yoga retreat in their harem pants and colorful scarves. One of them has her scarf half wrapped around her head, a small fake sunflower tucked underneath, right above her ear. She looks at me with glazed eyes, a broad smile spreading across her face. "Hey," she purrs, lazily pointing a finger at me. "I know you." "Yeah, we have met before," I say, unable to hide the discomfort in my voice. It's the middle of the week, and Elena usually tells me beforehand when she's inviting friends over, so this comes as quite a surprise to me. And an annoyance that puts a sudden end to my dream of a calm evening. Elena catches the silent question in my eyes when I look at her, and is quick to apologize. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you," she says, "but it was a spontaneous thing. Ginny and Pearl just stopped by because they were in the neighborhood." "Yeah, our plug lives around here," Pearl, the one with the sunflower, adds, pointing toward the joint in Elena's hand. "You want some?" "No thanks," I decline, producing the bottle of champagne from my shopping bag. "I'll stick to this for tonight." "Ah, fancy! Champagne!" Elena exclaims, her eyes widening with excitement. "What's the occasion?" "I got the promotion," I tell her, grinning. "I'm no longer an unpaid intern, but a research assistant." "Woohoo!" Elena rejoices, throwing her hands in the air and ashing on herself consequently. "Congrats, working girl!" "Yeah, congrats!" Ginny shouts, pointing at the bottle in my hand. "And Moet! Looks like you're one of the big ones now." "Oh, she totally is," Elena chimes in, before I get a chance to reply. "She's working for the government." "Ah, that's why you're all dressed up like that," Ginny notices, scanning me from head to toe. I'm dressed in slim-fit dress pants and a simple blouse. Nothing fancy, really. But I guess that's a matter of interpretation. "Well, no, I'm not really working for the government," I clarify. "I'm working at the World Resources Institute. We just drafted a climate action plan for the local government, though." "Dope," Pearl comments. She nods and gives me a thumbs up. "Working with politicians? Man, I couldn't do that. But good for you." "Yeah, I don't know how she does it," Elena agrees. "The hypocrisy, the lies, it would drive me crazy." I bite my lips and turn my back to them as I walk over to the counter to unpack the rest of my stuff and put the champagne in the fridge, for now. "Yeah, we live in a fucked up system," Ginny bemoans. "It's all about consumption, consumption, consumption." "And power," Pearl interjects. "Especially with politics." Maybe," I agree reluctantly. "But it doesn't have to be like that. I believe in working with the system instead of against it. We can't expect things to change overnight. Incremental change is where it's at." "Yeah, right," Elena yells, and all three of them erupt in spontaneous laughter. I ignore them and direct my focus to the antipasti in front of me, neatly arranging them on a big wooden plate, while I contemplate how I feel about having to share them with these girls. "But I guess it helps when you get to flirt with your super rich ex-boyfriend," Elena claims, sheepishly winking at me when I turn around to throw her an indignant look. "Super rich ex-boyfriend?" Ginny probes, raising an eyebrow at me. A hint of disgust is lacing her expression. "What's that all about?" "Nothing," I evade. "Elena is making things up. I catch Elena's gaze, narrowing my eyes while I suggest a subtle shake of my head to let her know that I don't want to discuss Gabe right now. Right now, I regret telling her about him to begin with. She reciprocates my look with an apologetic smile and, thankfully, changes the subject, drawing the girls' attention to a different topic, while I quietly decide to leave the champagne for another night.
Chapter 21. Gabe. My army is growing. The green frog is now holding a tulip twice its size, happily sitting next to the squirrel and the crane underneath my screen. I never folded a plant before, let alone a flower. It's always been animals, because there's more life in them, sometimes even a voice. Animals appear to be a more reasonable choice when you have something to discuss, and I often do. No one but Ella knows about my weird habit of consulting with my origami pets, especially when there's a big decision to be made. Is it really talking, though, when you're using no voice other than the one in your own head? And is it really a consultation when, technically, you're only talking to yourself?
Mr. Boulder.
Once again, Therese startles me with her sudden appearance, but the tone of her voice suggests that she hasn't been calling my name for the first time. I spaced out again. That happens a little too often lately.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to disturb you,
she utters, cowering in her characteristic demure fashion.
You asked me to remind you about the meeting this afternoon, and since I'm leaving
At 4 o'clock, I cut her off. Yes, thank you. I'll try to remember. I wink at her, and she reciprocates with a nervous giggle. Therese asked for half a day off today, and knowing me, she's worried I might fail to remember my afternoon appointments, since she won't be here to remind me when the time comes.
And another thing,
she says, speaking in a lower voice than before.
There was a call from Earth Justice, a non-profit organization asking about a collaboration with your legal services platform.
Arching my eyebrows in surprise, I lean back in my chair and shrug. Why would they call me? Why not contact my CEO?
I'm not sure, she says. I think they may have gotten your name from the Climate Action Plan. The World Resource Institute consulted with them when they were drafting it.
Oh, that makes sense, and it shows that I wasn't completely off in thinking that putting my name on that proposal could shine a positively green light on me.
Also, they said they wanted to talk to the founders directly,
Therese adds. The founders, I probe. That would be Chase and me? She nods.
I told them I'd let you know. They left a contract and some notes. Should I email the info to you, or would you rather have it printed out?
Just email it to me. Another polite nod, and Therese slips out the door as quickly as she showed up. I highly doubt that Chase has any interest in discussing this, but I still decide to take this as an excuse to call him. It's been a while since I've spoken to him directly, other than Aston's birthday. But on that weekend, there was barely room for a one-on-one with him, since it was always the four of us. Unlike me, Chase doesn't run on a rigid schedule, so there's no point in reflecting about the perfect time to call him. I dial his number right away, mostly because I have nothing else to do at the moment. It appears the same is true for Chase, who answers his phone right away. To what do I owe the pleasure, Mr. Boulder? He greets me. How's it going, Chase? Good, good, he responds languidly. Just hanging out on the patio right now, taking it slow today. The weather's too nice not to. I'm surprised to hear this. He may not adhere to strict schedules, but among the four of us, Chase is probably the hardest working of all, and he always has been. The weather's always nice in L.A., I remind him. When did that ever slow down your hustle before? Touché. You're right, it doesn't, he admits. But yeah, honestly, I needed a break from the office today. It's been a bit stressful lately. Your life is always stressful, I add for consideration. He lets out a deep sigh, and it sounds like he's moving around, maybe getting up from a lawn chair or something. Yeah, but not like this, he argues. We're working on a new app, and there's this other company trying to fight us for the patent, led by the most infuriating bitch I've ever met. That doesn't sound like something you can't handle, I tell him, especially in your position. True, but man, that woman gets under my skin. Such a fucking snake, he seethes. At least she's hot, nice ass, nice lips, so there's that. Eye candy always helps. My eyebrows arch more and more with every word he speaks. You're not going to do anything stupid, are you? I inquire. What do you mean? He retorts. You mean like fucking her? That's exactly what I mean, and he knows it. Fuck no, man, I'm not an idiot, he bursts out. Never shit where you eat, remember? We've all seen what happened to Aston. I nod, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. Chase is prone to impulsive behavior due to his explosive character, just like Logan. It's a miracle that, among the four of us, Aston, our goody-goody, was the one who ever got into trouble because of a woman, and not those two. Glad to hear that, I let him know. Besides, I haven't forgotten about the Pact, Chase remarks, catching me off guard. Not sure how serious you are about it, but I heard Logan has something going on. Looks like he met someone. What do you mean? I ask, jerking up from my slouching position. The last time we talked, he said that Pact thing was just a joke to him. Sounds like he lied to you, Chase says. We talked briefly yesterday and he mentioned there's someone very special in his life now. Oh, that's impossible, I insist, and Chase laughs. That's what I thought too, he agrees. Maybe he's lying or he's taking this Pact thing a lot more seriously than us, or me at least. Don't know about you. I shake my head violently, adding a dismissive scoff, as if that could stop Ella's face from emerging before my inner eye. No, man, I have other things on my mind, I say, hoping he won't interrogate me about Ella, like the boys did on Aston's birthday. I'm a bad liar, especially when it comes to the boys. We were only joking about that anyway, weren't we? I hear him groan at the other end, followed by an exasperated sigh before he says, I'm getting another call. Sorry, this could be important. Can we talk later? Sure, no problem, I reply, and he breathes a quick thanks and bye before the line goes silent. So much for that. It was nice to catch up a bit, but I didn't even get to mention why I was calling him in the first place. That's how it often goes with Chase, a man who seems to be constantly on the run. I know I'm the one who will have to call him up again at some point, but it's not like we're under any time pressure, so I don't waste another thought on it. And by the time it's 4 o'clock and I'm on my way to the conference room, I'm not even thinking about it anymore. I'm the last person to join the meeting, a fact that gets passed without a comment other than a sharp side-eye from Mr. Kent, who's sitting next to me. I had very small hopes that someone from the World Resources Institute would be here, maybe even Ella herself. After her promotion, I'm sure she'll be a lot more involved in their projects, and this climate plan is largely being implemented because of her efforts, so it would make sense to involve her in the implementation of it. But there's no one here, not her, and no one else from her team, only governmental staff, the highest ranking being the right hand of the governor himself. To be honest, I'm not even sure why I was asked to attend this meeting. I'm usually involved in the drafting process of such an undertaking, but not so much in the implementation, as the legal factors are usually discussed before we sign off on any policy draft and not during its implementation. But as the head advisor begins talking, going through the most critical points in the regional mobility section, I slowly begin to realize that my presence here is not entirely useless. It's only been 20 minutes since the meeting started, and I'm already fuming at the disregard these people are showing in regard to the measurements and ideas drafted up in the plan. It seems that the whole purpose of this meeting is to find ways to circumvent the most painful, thus unpopular, measures that are at the core of this plan. It's our duty to implement these policies exactly as they were drafted out. That's why I was so adamant to make them not only effective as possible, but also viable and reasonable. And now all these people seem to care about are the governor's approval ratings, as they slowly dissect paragraph after paragraph, ruining everything Ella and I worked for. I sit there, listening to their bullshit while blazing fury begins to spread throughout my entire body. Ella would fucking hate this, and she'd have every reason for it. Finding loopholes in an action plan that is meant to take DC to the next level when it comes to sustainable growth is not at all what this is about. But it explains why they wanted me to be here. They need someone who can make sure their little trickery still works within the legal framework we have to adhere to, and how to make things happen if they're moving towards a gray area. Well, too bad I'm the legal advisor responsible for that, and I have absolutely zero interest in playing along with this.
Chapter 22. Ella. The last week flew by. Not only because I was super busy, but also because I was having the time of my life at my new job. I moved into Toby's office right after Mrs. Glenn informed me about my promotion. And even though she said that my new position wouldn't start before Monday, I've already been working on my new tasks since then. Today is Thursday, and just like any other day this week, I show up extra early. Making coffee first thing in the morning is still part of my responsibilities, until Mrs. Glenn finds a new intern to fill my spot. There's a yellow folder waiting on my desk when I walk into the office. It was not there when I left last night, so I'm surprised to see it, but only cast a short glance as I move over to the window. Sadly, the sticky air problem is even worse in this room than in the open office area. And despite Toby's daily complaints about the cold air when he gets in, I'm determined to continue my efforts in regard to proper air circulation. I open the window and boot the computer, reaching for the yellow folder in passing as I'm about to make my way to the kitchen to make coffee. It's a rather thin folder, only containing 3 pages of paper that have been stapled together in the top corner. I freeze on the spot and can't suppress a little squeal when I realize what I'm holding in my hands. It's my contract. It's official now. Instead of walking to the kitchen, I slump down in my chair, a wide grin blossoming on my face as my eyes skim along the pages. But my excitement fades more and more the further I read, because there's something missing, something quite important. It doesn't say anything about my salary. In fact, there's no mention of any kind of compensation. That can't be right. They must have missed something. Steps are echoing through the hall outside my office, and I immediately recognize them as Mrs. Glenn's. It's rather unusual for her to show up this early, but I quickly decide to take advantage of it. I wait for a few moments until she reaches her door and give her just enough time to arrive before I jump up from my seat and make a beeline for her office at the end of the hall. The door is wide open, and I announce myself with a quick knock before I follow her inside. She's just about to place her coat on a hanger right next to the door, standing about 2 feet away from me, when our eyes meet. "Ella, good morning," she welcomes me. "What brings you here this early in the morning?" "I just found this on my desk," I say, holding up the contract. "And I think there's been a mistake, or rather, I think there's something missing." She casts me a quizzical look before she takes the papers out of my hand and takes them with her as she walks behind her desk. "Really? What do you feel is missing from it?" she wants to know, beckoning me to take a seat across from her as she sits down. I follow her gesture and place myself in one of the chairs opposite her desk. "Well, this is a bit awkward, but it doesn't mention my salary?" I stutter. "I mean, I know we haven't really discussed it, but I thought—" "Oh, no, I'm sorry. This must have been a misunderstanding then," she says, and hope blossoms in my chest, only to be crushed a moment later. "There is no salary," she says matter-of-factly. "You're no longer an intern, but we simply cannot afford to pay you at this time. However, I was planning to talk to Bob in accounting to see whether there's room for a little one-time payment, an honorarium, if you will, to honor your contributions to the Institute." My jaw drops in disbelief. I feel like someone just emptied an ice bucket over my head. I can't breathe. I can't speak. I don't even know what to feel right now, other than utter betrayal. But you said— "I didn't say there'd be a monthly salary," she preempts me. "I'm sorry if you misunderstood, Ella, but we're on very shaky financial ground at the moment. Asking for money at such a perilous time is simply out of the question." That's easy to say for someone who is getting paid, and not a small sum, as far as I know. "I'm not asking for money," I clear up. "I just assumed that a promotion would mean that I'd get paid for my work here, like everybody else is. Like I said, I'll talk to Bob over at accounting to see whether we can give you a one-time honorarium doesn't pay my rent." I cut her off. "Mrs. Glenn, I can't afford to go on like this. I did all of this work in hopes to be promoted to a position that actually pays." Pity and bewilderment blend in a painful fusion when she looks at me now, subtly tilting her head to the side. "But since when is this all about money, Ella?" she wants to know. "I thought you were here because you want to do the right thing." "I am," I insist, raising my voice a little too much for comfort. "But this is a 6-month contract with no payment. I simply cannot go on living like this. My savings were just enough to survive this internship." She sighs. "Maybe you should have thought about that a little earlier then." I don't even try to hide the shock on my face upon hearing her say that. She can't be serious with this. I did all this extra work for nothing? I feel so betrayed and exploited that I don't even know what to say. I only know one thing. I have to get out of here. Right now. But my vision blurs before I can get up from my seat, and as much as I try to blink them away, the tears still find their way down my cheeks. Oh dear. Mrs. Glenn tries to console me, but the look on her face makes everything so much worse. I'm so sorry. She reaches over to her right and grabs a tissues box, which she then shoves over to me, nodding encouragingly. Her pity makes me feel so small, so helpless, and so unappreciated. I worked my ass off for this institute. She's right when she says that I'm here because I believe in the institute's mission and because I want to be a part of the solution as much as possible. But how can she expect me to continue working here without payment and without the prospect of ever getting compensated? What will happen in 6 months when this current contract ends? Will she continue to exploit me as an unpaid intern, deigning to give me nothing but a fancy title and more responsibilities? Still dumbfounded, I begin shaking, tortured by nervous tremors as I continue my futile fight against tears that won't stop. On the contrary, it only gets worse. I can't speak. I can't see straight. I can't fucking breathe. I need to get the fuck out of here. Mrs. Glenn startles in surprise when I jump up from my chair, her wide eyes following me as I turn to the door. Ella! I quit! I exclaim, shocked by the volume of my own voice. She yells my name again, but with very little conviction. She probably thinks I'm bluffing, or that I'm just having an emotional outburst that'll pass. But I'm not. They can make their own damn coffee from now on. I'm not going to the kitchen like I'm expected to. Instead, I march over to my office, hastily grabbing the few personal items I've scattered around my desk and shoving them in my bag before I grab my coat and flee out the door. Mrs. Glenn doesn't follow me, but I run into Caroline when I march through the entrance area. Ella, bye. I cut her off, ignoring her questioning gaze that follows me all the way to the door. My heart is pounding so fast that I'm dizzy by the time I step out onto the parking lot. I have to pause for a moment, holding onto a railing while I try to calm my erratic breathing. Don't panic, I repeat to myself, my voice nothing but a hoarse whisper. The world is spinning around me, and as much as I gasp for air, I feel like I'm never getting enough. I'm at the edge of having a full-blown panic attack, and that's the last thing I need right now. Focus, I hiss, closing my eyes as I press my right hand against my left boob, trying to soothe the vicious throbbing beneath. I can't believe I just did that. Am I crazy? I just quit the best job I ever had. I screwed up. Again. But did I have any other choice? How was I supposed to go on like this? Despite the fact that I wouldn't be getting paid, I simply cannot work in a place that doesn't respect me or value my input at all. It seems like Mrs. Glenn only used my connection to Gabe to get that damn proposal approved, but she probably never planned to ever hire me full-time, let alone treat me with the respect I deserve. That promotion and the new office were nothing but empty lures to keep me on my toes while she continued to exploit me. No, I can't accept that. Ideals or not, I cannot work with that woman any longer. But what do I do now? I have no job, no money, and no prospects of any kind. I guess I'll have to send out resumes again. My breath hikes anew, but I barely manage to calm myself with a few deep breaths before it gets out of control again, just to be startled by my ringing phone. Is that her? Did she notice I left and is now calling me back? Maybe even to make an offer that would change everything? My first instinct is to ignore it. I can't possibly talk to Mrs. Glenn right now, not after what just happened. But curiosity gets the better of me, and when I produce the phone from my pocket, I'm in for a surprise. It's not Mrs. Glenn who's calling me, but Gabe. Why would he call me this early in the morning? He's never done that, even when we were still working on the proposal together. Did something happen? And can I really handle another crisis right now? I decide to pick up, despite the worry that stubbornly gnaws its way through my mind. Yes, my voice is so weak, that I'm not even sure he heard me. But it seems he did.
Ella, are you okay?
I begin before biting my lower lip. I want to say I'm fine, because that's what I say when I'm anything but fine. I hate admitting defeat, and I hate being weak. It's not who I am, or at least not who I want to be. I just quit my job, I say eventually, and Gabe sucks in a sharp breath.
You did what?
He exclaims.
What the hell happened?
I sigh and slowly shake my head, while another tear makes its way down my cheek. He will laugh at me. I'm sure he will. Gabe always belittled me and my cute ideals, and he always warned me that there's no money to be made in this field. This will just prove him right, and I hate that.
You know what?
He cuts me off.
This could actually be a good thing.
I furrow my eyebrows, unsure whether he's being serious or not. How so?
I need your help,
he reveals, and I huff in disbelief. And my bewilderment only grows when he adds,
I might have a job for you.
Chapter 23. Ella. Everything looks different this time. I've been in this building before, in these elevators, these hallways, the reception area in front of his door. I've seen it all before, but today still feels like my first visit in this place. However, what hasn't changed is the fact that I'm a nervous wreck when I enter the building, and the rhythm of my pulse grows faster with every step I take. Miss Witt, good morning. Gabe's secretary, Therese, I think, jumps up from her seat when she spots me, beckoning me to take a seat across her table. She looks immaculate as always, dressed in a cobalt blue lady suit, her black hair pinned in a perfect updo, the black eyeliner curving into perfectly symmetrical tips at the outer corners of her eyes, and the red on her lips, noticeable, but not too striking. Once again, I feel underdressed and like a fish out of water, moving in a place that eats people like me alive. Could I have a moment? Therese asks, a friendly smile beaming on her face. Mr. Boulder asked me to go over some paperwork with you. Paperwork? I ask, hesitantly following her invitation to sit. For what? Her eyebrows fly up in surprise. Regarding your employment here, she says. He asked me to draw up the contract for you so we can go over it before your meeting with him. A contract? Already? I blurt out. I hate how stupid I must sound right now, but I'm genuinely surprised and did not expect this at all. It's just been 24 hours since I told Gabe about my notice, and when he said he might have a job for me, I did not understand this to mean that there would be a contract waiting for me when I got here. Therese chuckles at my confusion and slides a bunch of stapled pieces of paper over to my side. You don't have to decide anything on the spot or sign anything just yet, she promises. This is just for you to look at and to address any questions you may have. Thanks, I murmur as I receive the papers from her. Heart racing, I skim the pages, reminding myself to keep my expectations as low as possible. I'd be getting a 401k? I read aloud, unable to hide my amazement. Yes, of course, Therese replies, casting me an amused look. And dental insurance, of course. I unhook my gaze from the paper and lift it up to hers. Dental? I repeat. I never had that before.
Even the most gripping tales need a moment of rest. Let this pause refresh your senses.
Oh, then it's about time, she insists. It's mandatory for staff here, so there's nothing for you to worry about. Okay, I stutter, lowering my gaze again. Nothing to worry about? I'm not so sure about that. Why is Gabe doing this? Does he really need my help that bad? Or is there something else that makes him do this? Are there any questions? Therese asks in the same high-pitched and accommodating tone that seems to be her usual M.O. No, I don't think so. This all looks very good. I stutter. I'd like to talk to Mr. Boulder before I sign anything, though. Of course, she nods. He's not in yet, but should be here any moment. Can I offer you a coffee while you wait? Or a tea? Water? She's already gotten up from her seat, and I feel forced to accept her offer, even though I'm way too nervous to feel thirsty. Water would be fine, thank you. She nods with a smile and disappears through a door to my right, returning with an expensive-looking carafe and a glass on a silver tray. Even the water is fancy in this place. Thank you, I whisper shyly after she pours water into the glass and gives it to me. You seem nervous, she notes as she sits back down. A little bit, yes. I don't even know where to look, so I keep my attention focused on the glass in my hand and take another sip, despite not being thirsty at all. That's understandable. Everyone is nervous on their first day, Therese says, smiling at me as if we were old friends. I still remember my first day here, about 3 years ago, that was, I think. I almost spilled my coffee on Mr. Boulder's shirt when we met for the first time. She blushes and pauses for a little giggle. To be honest, I had quite the crush on him back then, she admits. He was just so nice to me, so welcoming and helpful. And, well, he's quite good on the eyes, isn't he? She winks at me, and I respond with a helpless giggle, unsure whether this is some kind of test or not. Is she fishing for some information about my feelings in regard to Gabe? Did he set her up to do so? Is that why I'm sitting here, alone with his secretary and him nowhere to be seen, even though we had an appointment? Yes, he is quite handsome. I agree reluctantly, and she beams from ear to ear. He is, isn't he? She swoons. There's just something about him that's just... Let's just say I can see why so many women fall for him. I swallow dryly, trying to push aside the sting of jealousy that pierces through my chest at the thought of Gabe with other women. It's none of my business, of course, and we haven't been together for more than 7 years, except for that one night. That one mistake we both allowed to happen. But shouldn't mistakes leave you with a bad aftertaste instead of a wish for more? Wait, do I wish for more? Does he? I mean, that was all way back when I first started working for him. Therese cuts into my thoughts, adding a dismissive wave. I'm a professional, and besides, I have a wonderful boyfriend now. I bring the glass up to my lips again, only to realize that it's already empty, and the motion makes me look like an idiot. It only gets worse when Therese hurries to grab the carafe and refills my glass in an instant. When is Mr. Boulder going to be here? I inquire, hoping to change the subject a bit, since this conversation is making me a little uncomfortable. He should be here any minute, she replies, checking the time on her wristwatch, before she smiles back at me. You two go way back, don't you? He mentioned you met in college? I nod. Yes, we graduated the same year. That's so nice, she says. To still have friends from college. I don't really have any friends from back then anymore. We all kind of grew apart. Well, we're not friends, really, I utter, regretting it a moment later. I mean, we didn't stay in touch. Not at all. We didn't speak for 7 years. Before we met again, here. Oh, is that so? She exclaims. What a coincidence. She's about to say something else, but just as she opens her mouth, her eyes widen as she spots something or someone behind my back. Mr. Boulder, good morning, she says, almost jumping up from her seat. I turn around, looking over my shoulder to see Gabe approaching us in wide steps. He's dressed in a navy blue suit, one that looks very similar to the one he was wearing in the photo I saw online, and carrying his coat and scarf draped over his arm. As soon as he reaches Therese's table, she gets up and receives the coat and scarf from him.
"Thank you, Therese," he says, before looking down at me. "Good morning, Miss Witt."
Something about the way he addresses me makes my insides churn, while heat shoots up to my cheeks. He's so formal, so polite, and so agonizingly handsome. How am I supposed to work for him if I get this giddy every time he looks at me?
"Shall we?"
he asks, gesturing toward his office. I cast a questioning look in Teresa's direction, and she nods in encouragement. "Don't forget your contract," she reminds me as I get up from my seat. "Oh yes, thanks," I murmur and reach for the papers. "We've already looked over it," Therese tells Gabe. "Let me know if you need anything."
"Thank you, Therese,"
he says. The smile on his face is polite, but distant, very different from the way he used to smile in college. Or the way he smiled at me that night, when we...
"I hope she didn't talk your ear off."
Gabe tears me back to reality after he closes the door behind us.
"She's great, but a bit chatty sometimes."
"She's very nice," I say vaguely, and follow his invitation to sit down.
"So, you already had a look at the contract?"
he presumes.
"Any questions or concerns?"
I look down on the papers in my hand, slowly shaking my head. I'm not sure what exactly my job will be," I say. "I mean, this contract is great. It's generous."
"Generous,"
he repeats, huffing.
"It's a regular 1-year contract for an entry-level policy advisor assistant position. I'm sorry the pay is so modest, but..."
"No, it's great." I cut him off. "This may sound ridiculous to you, but this is the best offer I've ever held in my hands. I mean, this comes with a 401k and dental insurance." I hold up the paper and release a little laugh. "I mean, a freaking 401k! I didn't think I'd ever have that." He grins at me.
"I wish all of my staff were that easy to please."
His words make me feel a little stupid, but I know he doesn't mean it the way it sounded. Gabe just lives in a very different world than I do. He always has.
"And as to what your job will be,"
he adds, clasping his hands behind his head as he leans back in his massive chair.
"It's pretty similar to what you were doing over there at the Institute. For now, you'll be working on the implementation of the climate action plan you worked so hard on. You'll help me to make sure that it gets implemented the way it was intended, and stop those idiots out there from creating loopholes that defeat the purpose. I need your expertise to create convincing arguments that don't just stand on solid ground from a legal perspective, but from an environmental perspective as well."
I stare at him, fighting to make sense of what I just heard.
"Is that not what you want?"
he asks, a faint crease emerging between his brows. "Oh no, yes, it is," I hurry to reply. "To be honest, this sounds almost too good to be true."
"Never say that to your boss,"
he warns, winking at me.
"They could get the idea that you're easily exploitable."
I chuckle. Huh, that explains a lot. As my eyes trail across the table between us, I can't help but notice the little origami figures again. The crane, the squirrel, and the frog are still there. But the frog is now holding an oversized flower that looks like a tulip. "A flower?" I remark. "Since when are you folding plants?" The smirk on his face when he shrugs in response makes him look like a little boy who just got praised for doing something right.
"I don't know,"
he says.
"Felt like the guys could use a little green in their life. Most of us do, wouldn't you say?"
Our eyes meet and hold on to each other for a little too long as heavy silence cloaks us in its unsettling embrace, until I finally find it within myself to say something. "Yeah, definitely." I voice my elaborate response, and I'm blushing again. This is going to be harder than I thought, and possibly a lot more fun, too.
Chapter 24. Gabe.
"Oh, good, you're still here."
Ella peeks through my open door, a radiant smile beaming on her face. It's been a full week since she started working with us, and there's no denying that she's not only enjoying it, but she's also very good at her job. I never doubted her qualifications for this position, otherwise I would not have hired her, but it's still satisfying to see her thrive like this. "Of course," I say, side-eyeing the watch on my table. "It's only 5 p.m. Where else would I be?"
5 p.m. on a Friday,
Ella adds for consideration as she saunters over to my table, looking weirdly shy.
"I got my first paycheck today."
she says, absent-mindedly playing around with the origami squirrel that sits at the edge of the table next to my screen. She has a habit of doing that every time she's in here. Congratulations, I say, fixating her with an expectant look. She's on to something, I can tell that much.
Well, no, I wanted to ask if you're free tonight,
she finally says. Her gaze flits back and forth between me and the squirrel, and it almost seems like she's afraid of the answer to her question.
I mean, I know you're a busy man, and
I don't have any plans for tonight, no, I say, and the expression on her face lightens in an instant.
Oh, so can I take you out for a drink then?
She asks.
My treat, as a little thank you.
Sure, if you really want to spend your first paycheck on me, I tease.
Well, don't get ahead of yourself,
she warns me, smirking sheepishly.
One drink, I said.
So, you want to grab a can of beer from the liquor store like we used to, or...
Oh, shut up.
Ella cuts me off.
No, it has to be fancy. I thought you might have a place in mind.
As a matter of fact, I do. The Lounge 19 on the third floor of my penthouse building is more than a decent place, serving an array of upscale cocktail variations. It's out of Ella's price range, but there's no way in hell I'm letting her pay for the drink anyway. She doesn't have to know that. Not yet. Ever heard of the Lounge 19? I ask. She shakes her head.
Is it nice?
Very nice, I tell her, already getting up from my seat. Very upscale. Very nice drinks. Nice atmosphere.
Okay, I'm convinced,
she blurts out, visibly excited.
What's the address so I know how to get there?
I frown at her. We'll be taking my car.
But I have my bike here,
she protests. So leave it? It's safe down in the garage, trust me. Ella chews on her lip, evading my eyes as she contemplates the offer. Typical. Will this girl ever be able to just let things go and relinquish even a pinch of independence?
But how am I going to get to work on Monday?
She asks now, seemingly happy about finding a good reason to decline my offer. I can send a driver to pick you up in the morning. I up the offer, and thus worsen her predicament.
But,
Ella, please. I cut her off, rolling my eyes at her. Get your coat and let's get out of here. You promised me a drink. I wink at her, and she releases her deep sigh before she turns around.
Fine, but I'll pay,
she insists, raising her finger as she walks through the door. I never shared my address with her, so I'm pretty sure she has no idea that the high-rise building we're approaching a few minutes later is also my home. Unlike Logan and Aston, I never cared much for townhouses. My 2-story penthouse has more square feet and bedrooms than any man could ever need. It also comes with a private pool and a jacuzzi on a roof terrace that features a 360-degree view across the city. I'm sure Ella would love to hate it. Images of her pop up behind my eyes, naked and sprawled out on my bed, her red hair in disarray, cheeks flushed, and that complacent smile on her pretty face as she rides the high after a good fuck. My cock awakens at the thought of it, and I shake my head, trying to cast the images aside as we enter the bar. I'm a well-known patron here, so we are led to a nice table close to the window right away. I can see the strain in Ella's shoulder when the waiter pulls the chair away for her and politely beckons her to sit down.
Damn, you weren't kidding,
she remarks as her gaze trails through the opulent room. She appears to be entranced by it just as much as I was when I first walked in here. The Art Deco-inspired decor fuses gold accents with opulent black velvet furnishings, all in low lighting, which provides an intimate atmosphere despite being right in the middle of the downtown hustle.
Oh, this is... wow, very nice, she murmurs. Do you come here often?
I nod. Once in a while, yes.
So, is this your pickup place?
She wants to know, narrowing her eyes before she sends a playful wink in my direction.
For chicks, I mean.
She's trying to be the cool girl, but I know what this question is all about, and it flatters me. Not really, I tell her. They usually get delivered to my door. No need to pick them up from a bar. She laughs, but it's a weak, short chuckle, accompanied by an inquiring look while she tries to figure out how serious I am. The waiter appears to provide us with a small selection of premium nuts in the drink menus. I can see the fear in Ella's eyes when she opens the menu, and for a moment I resent myself for suggesting this place. She asked for something fancy, but knowing how much she's being paid at her new job, this place may still be a bit out of her price range. But even if that's the case, she'll never let me know.
I think I'll have the New York Sour,
she says after a while, closing the menu with a firm motion. That one sounds good, I agree, scanning the menu for a drink that's slightly lower priced than hers. I'm going for an old-fashioned.
You don't have to pick one of the cheapest, she protests, looking right through me. Pick something you like.
I did, I insist. You said you wanted to invite me for a drink. You never said you'd be the one choosing that drink, so don't tell me what to do. She rolls her eyes, but laughs while doing so.
That's my line.
I'm aware, I say, while waving for the waiter. I'm so used to taking the reins that I'm a little baffled when she speaks up before I get a chance to place our order. Ella notices, and it's apparent that she enjoys the shift in power dynamic she managed to force between us. And to be frank, she's the only person I allow to get away with it.
So, did all of the Plutus boys make it to this level? Did the Pact win?
She asks, gesturing around the room.
I know Logan did, but what about Chase and Aston?
Chase is one of those Silicon Valley entrepreneurs you hear so much about. He launched multiple successful apps after working on my legal platform, I tell her. And he's still going, never sitting still.
Classic, she says, smiling. I doubt he ever could. Can you even imagine him in a lounge chair for longer than a few hours, if that?
We share a laugh, while both shaking our heads. Well, and Aston, he's teaching at Harvard, but I think you already knew that? I go on. Ella always liked Aston, and since he was the one who had the least to say about my non-relationship with her.
Yeah, I heard, she says vaguely. And he was already swimming in money during college, right? No real need for him to hustle like you did?
True, but he still worked his ass off, I argue, and he wrote a few non-fiction books that did really well for him.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. I bet he's married too, with children and all that.
The waiter resurfaces to bring our drinks, bringing our conversation to a pause.
That does look fancy,
Ella notes, visibly delighted.
Cheers.
We raise our glasses and take the first of many sips for the night. Ella's eyebrows arch as soon as she tastes the bronze-colored liquid, and she casts me a pleased smile across the table.
Perfect. This is exactly what I had in mind. You chose well, Mr. Boulder, she compliments me. So, now tell me about Aston's family.
He doesn't have one, I say. He almost got married once, but that fell apart, rather painfully so.
Oh, shit. What happened?
Empathetic sadness is lacing her expression while she brings the drink up to her lips again. I'm not sure if this is my story to tell, I reply. It was quite ugly. He almost lost his job over it.
Tease, Ella retorts. But okay, you're a good friend for not gossiping, I guess. Very sorry to hear it, though. He always struck me as someone who wants to get settled, have a wife, kids, all that.
I nod in silence, reaching for my drink instead of saying anything to that. It really isn't my story to tell, so I decide to change the topic. How was your first week with us? I ask her. I know we've seen each other here and there, but we never really got to talk.
Well, good. No, great, actually,
she exclaims, almost jumping from her seat.
Seriously, I can't thank you enough for this opportunity. I'm learning so much, and I feel like my input is finally valued by the people I work for and with. And not just money-wise, you know? It's like people actually want to hear what I have to say about stuff. I'm not used to that.
There's a spark in her eyes that I haven't seen in a long time, an excitement born out of passion and fulfillment. It's the same spark I used to see in her back then, every time she'd just listened to a lecture that was extra inspiring or when she received an A on a paper that she was especially proud of. We finish our first drink and I order us another round, unfazed by Ella's protest when I reciprocate her worried look with the promise of paying from now on. "One drink, you said," I remind her. "You can pay for that first round, but I'll take it from here." She rolls her eyes at me, but is fully aware that she doesn't stand a chance and reluctantly agrees. The second drink is gone almost as quickly as the first, coloring Ella's cheeks with a pink blush, while the spark in her green eyes gets overshadowed by hazy diffusion. She was a strong drinker in college, but keeps repeating that she's become quite the lightweight ever since, excusing herself more than once when the words leave her lips in a slur. Her growing intoxication doesn't stop me from ordering a third round for us, and then another, but I make sure to add some finger food with that one.
"Thank God, I'm starving,"
she exclaims when the snacks arrive with our latest round of drinks.
"Good call, Mr. Boulder."
She winks at me, and I'm beginning to think that it's not completely out of the question that she will end up in my bed tonight. I shouldn't go there, not even in my thoughts. I shouldn't fantasize about her being wrapped around my cock while groaning in pleasure as her eyes roll back into her head and the sweet taste of ecstasy wraps us in a surreal embrace. Just one more time. I shouldn't think about it, but when she reaches over to touch my arm and she loses herself in another rave about her amazing work week, I know for certain that she wants it to.
So you guys all became filthy rich, but none of you are married?
She probes, casting me a sheepish grin.
What's up with that?
You're not married either, I point out. And you're our age, and a woman. What's up with that?
Well, what does that have to do with anything?
She retorts, faking indignation.
Besides, I'm not where I want to be. Career-wise, that is. Not at all. I still have a lot to achieve before I can even think about that.
Is that so? I ask, leaning in a little closer. And until then, you just keep playing the field?
Who says I'm playing the field?
She points out, following my lead by leaning in a little closer herself.
Can I tell you a secret?
Her face is so close to mine now that I can feel her breath on my upper lip, and I lose myself in the green depth of her flickering eyes, unable and unwilling to be cautious. Ella is a dangerous flame, but one I was never able to stay away from. Always, I whisper. She narrows her eyes, letting a few painful seconds pass, during which her lips move without releasing a word. I wait patiently, determined not to let her know how much I want her, how much strength it takes not to reach over, grab her by the hair, and pull her in for a kiss.
You've been the only man I slept with since I moved to D.C.,
she breathes, leaning in even closer.
There's no one else.
Fuck it. Her lips are on the edge, touching mine, and when I close what little distance remains between us, she releases a heavy sigh, suggesting that she's been waiting for this as much as I have. We engage in a steamy kiss across the table, and I almost push her down on the table when my hand lands at the back of her head, locking her in place while our tongues intertwine with greedy hunger. Heat is radiating from her body, and the moans that flee her make my cock twitch with need. She begins squirming, her hands searching mine while our kiss becomes too wild to be shared in public. I release her from my grip, both of us breathing heavily when our eyes lock in an intense stare. But just as I'm about to invite her to come with me upstairs, she preempts me by uttering the last words I want to hear right now.
I can't,
she sighs, before making it even worse by adding,
I should go home.
Chapter 25. Ella. Girl, you need to chill the fuck out, Elena reprimands me. This will help you with that. Trust me. She's sitting across from me at our kitchen table, shuffling her tarot cards again. For the first time in months, we don't have to sit in the kitchen wrapped up in blankets and multiple layers of clothing, teeth chattering and with stiff fingers because we couldn't afford to turn on the heat. Now that I have a job that comes with an actual paycheck, I'm no longer willing to live by Elena's excessively frugal standards, at least not in this regard. I watch her with one raised eyebrow, not even trying to hide my skepticism, while she begins to stack the cards ceremonially. After I told her about what happened with Gabe last night, she instantly prescribed me some wine and a tarot reading. Whatever that means. We'll do a simple one question, one card for you, she announces. What's your question? How about this? How should you proceed with Gabe? She proposes. Something like that? Sounds good, I reply, shrugging. Say it then, she insists, encouraging me with a nod. You have to say it out loud. Must I Ella, come on! I release a deep sigh before I follow her command. Oh, almighty tarot cards. What should I do about Gabe? Elena acknowledges me with a frown before she places her hand on the stack of cards and closes her eyes. She remains like that for a few moments, while I take another swig of wine and question my decision to confide in her. I don't know how tarot cards could possibly help me chill the fuck out when it comes to Gabe, but at least it's something to do on a Saturday night. After all, it's not like I have anything else going on. Okay, ready? Elena asks, her eyes wide with excitement. I shrug. I guess so. Good enough, she comments, and solemnly takes the first card from the stack. She turns it around and places it face up in front of her. Her eyebrows shoot up when she sees the picture. The Fool! She exclaims, a wide grin spreading across her face. This is awesome! The Fool? I lean forward to inspect the card a little closer. So it's telling me I'm being stupid? Elena rolls her eyes at me and starts laughing. Oh, dear God, no. She enlightens me. The fool isn't necessarily stupid. Flippant, maybe, because he makes decisions based on his gut feeling. He's quite brave, you could say, because he jumps into the cold water when others wouldn't. I cast her a quizzical look. Okay. He's ready to take a leap of faith, Elena elaborates. You know, do shit instead of contemplating the pro and con for too long. And that means... She smirks at me. I guess he's telling you to just listen to your gut, instead of overthinking the whole situation. I let out a displeased groan as I bring the glass of wine up to my lips again. Well, that's easier said than done. We are both startled by the unexpected sound of our doorbell. Already? Elena wonders, as she jumps up from her chair, throwing me a questioning look before she leaves the kitchen to get the door. Next to turning up the heat, we'd also decided to spoil ourselves with a delivery from our favorite vegan pizza place, something we rarely ever do. But she's right. It's been less than 20 minutes since we placed our order, and they've never been here that fast. Elena insisted on paying tonight, as a gift to celebrate my new job. So, I let her get the door and pay the guy, while I refill our glasses and get some paper towels and the pizza wheel ready for us. I'm starving, and can't wait to sink my teeth into a slice of garlic pumpkin, sage, and ricotta pizza. But Elena returns to the kitchen empty-handed, and with a devious smile on her face. What? I freeze, losing my voice mid-question when a tall figure appears right behind her, dressed in black jeans and a gray cashmere sweater, unruly hazel-brown hair, and a familiar smirk, meeting me across the room. "Gabe!" I blurt out, jumping up from my seat as if something had stung me. I wrap my arms around myself in a futile attempt to hide my hideous outfit from his eyes. I look like shit, dressed in sweatpants, an ancient band shirt with a bold Muse print across the chest, and my hair pulled up in a messy bun. "What are you doing here?" "We need to talk," he says, fixating me with a stern look that makes me feel even more uncomfortable. "Here? Now?" I stutter. "Why didn't you just call me?" "Want a glass of wine?" Elena chimes in, already moving toward the kitchen cabinet. "No, I'm sure he's—" "That would be great, thank you," Gabe says to Elena, ignoring my attempt to save him from the cheap excuse for a white wine she's about to serve him. "You won't like it. It's not—" "It'll be fine." He cuts me off, surprising me with a smile. "As long as it's dry." "Of course, we're people of taste," Elena assures, already pouring. "Come, sit." My eyes flit back and forth between the two of them, gaping in disbelief as Gabe nonchalantly takes a seat at our kitchen table and Elena serves him a glass of wine, filled almost to the brim. "Thanks," he says, regarding her with a polite smile, before he raises an eyebrow at the tarot cards on the table between us. "Why didn't you call me?" I ask again, still standing, arms wrapped around my shoulders and a deep frown on my face. "You should have called." "So you can ignore me again?" he asks, narrowing his eyes. "Sorry, Ella, but I'm sick of your little game of cat and mouse." Elena sits down on the chair next to Gabe and raises her glass at him. "Damn straight," she agrees. "A man of action. I like that." She winks at me while pointing at the laid-out card in the middle of the table. I send her a warning look before turning back to Gabe. "Do we really have to do this now? Here?" I ask him. Instead of answering me right away, he raises his wine to Elena and they clink glasses like old friends. "You know, we were just talking about you," she tells him, and my heart almost stops. "Elena, please—" "I'm flattered," Gabe replies, a self-assured smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, you showed up just in time to help set little Miss Wit straight," she goes on, jutting her chin in my direction. "And from what I've heard, I'm inclined to agree with you. She needs to make up her mind and stop acting like a scared little kitten." They share a laugh at my expense, while my jaw drops in dumbfounded incredulity. "Come on, Ella, don't make such a fuss," Elena scolds me, gesturing toward my chair. "Sit down. Relax. Drink." I glare at her, but follow her order and slowly drop down on my seat, reaching for my wine simultaneously. "You know, it's so funny that you would show up now," Elena says to Gabe, pointing at the card on the table. Just when Ella asked the cards about you. I almost choke on my wine and am trapped in a violent coughing fit that stops me from interfering before Gabe engages with her.
Are you calling me a fool?
He asks, side-eyeing the card, before he playfully arches his eyebrows at her. Elena shakes her head with emphasis. Not at all. Man, this card is so misunderstood. Just like death. People always take them too literally. It's a pity because when you think... I don't think he wants to hear about that. I interject, catching Elena's disappointed face before I turn to Gabe. Maybe we should go to my room. Oh no, you stay. I'll leave, Elena demands, already on her feet. You better be done by the time our pizza is here. She winks at me before she leaves the room, taking the glass of wine with her.
She seems fun,
Gabe remarks once she's out of the room. He takes another sip of wine, his eyes lazily trailing through our shabby little kitchen, while I wish the ground would open and swallow me whole. Our lifestyles were somewhat similar in college, living on instant ramen and box wine in our frugal dorm rooms, even though he was already better off financially back then. But today, we live in completely different worlds, and while I never strove for wealth like he did, I still feel the ugly bite of humiliation as the true extent of my poverty is exposed before him. My fun roommate and the display of her esoteric hobby didn't exactly help things. Gabe, I'm sorry about last night, but you cannot simply show up here and...
Isn't that how we get things done?
He cuts me off.
I remember a certain someone storming into my office a few weeks ago. Unannounced, no appointment. I still gave you a chance to talk. I think it's only fair for you to do the same.
It's hard to argue with that, so I nod in agreement.
I can't do this, Ella. Not again,
he says.
I don't know what you want from me, and I'm sick of these infantile games you're playing.
I'm not playing any games, I insist, sounding like a stubborn child, which doesn't exactly help my case. You were the one who called our night together a mistake. You were the one who insisted it had to stay a one-night thing. That hurt me, Gabe. I just didn't want to be hurt like that again. A subtle frown marks his expression when he looks at me now.
We agreed on that, he reminds me. Besides, you didn't seem happy about it either. I still remember the look on your face that morning. Nothing but anger and regret. It was obvious that you were about to say the same.
I huff, slowly shaking my head as I remember that morning, and the reason why I was so irritated when he walked back in the room. It wasn't like that. I try to defend myself, evading his probing gaze while I gather the courage to explain myself. I know it was wrong, but I saw the messages on your phone. The ones from Logan. I pause and take a deep breath, still unable to look him in the eyes, when I go on. You guys obviously talked about me, and it just felt weird that...
You stalked my phone?
He interrupts me.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. The messages kept coming and it was right there, so I thought...
So you thought you'd invade my privacy?
He intervenes.
What the hell were you thinking?
I don't know what to tell him and just helplessly shake my head. He has every right to be angry. I know I would be. And there's nothing I can say in my defense. Nothing.
Okay, let's forget about that breach of confidence for a moment,
Gabe suggests, the tone of his voice a little more forgiving.
So what? You saw some random messages from Logan and you came to some stupid conclusions? You know what he's like?
Yeah, he never liked me, I say, finally daring to look up and meet his eyes. Why did you tell him?
I didn't. Therese told him.
He retorts.
And besides, it doesn't matter. I don't care what Logan thinks, and neither should you.
So, you don't think that night was a mistake? I implore. My question is met with arduous silence, and I'm left with no option but to wait while he brings the wine back to his lips, his movements achingly slow, as if to punish me.
Do you?
He asks without looking at me. No, I don't. My immediate response appears to be a surprise to him as much as to myself. He meets my expectant gaze with a look that is impossible to read, while I feel as if I'd just stripped down naked. I hate feeling this vulnerable and exposed in front of him, But when I try to flee from the situation by evading his perceptive stare, my eyes find the card still laid out between us. The fool. He is dancing on a cliff, carefree and ready to take the leap without thinking twice, equipped with the gift to listen to his gut before the head can interfere. Elena is right. It takes courage to do that. I like having you back in my life, I reveal. I missed you, and I don't regret what happened. Not at all. I had to force the words out before I thwart myself, but once they're out, there's no going back. Relief washes over me like a warm and soothing shower, tainted with fear as I brace myself for Gabe's response. I don't want to feel even smaller than I already do, but I can't stop myself from casting him a pleading look, quietly begging him to go easy on me. He's smiling, but I can't tell whether it's a pity smile or a happy smile, and a part of me wants to strangle him for prolonging my humiliating agony while he makes me wait for an answer. Well, good, he finally says, and the smile on his face widens. That wasn't so hard to admit, was it? He leans forward, fixating me with a confidential look before he adds, I feel the same way, you idiot. Before I can react with anything but an idiotic grin, the doorbell rings again, followed by a yelp of delight coming from Elena's room. Finally! She cheers as she runs down the corridor. Pizza is here, I tell Gabe, still lost in his content smile. You want to stay for dinner? He nods. I'd love to.
Chapter 26. Gabe. It's been 2 weeks since Ella started working with us, and, much to my delight, she's not only doing an excellent job, but also manages to be liked by almost everyone despite her difficult position as admonitory finger for the climate and energy advisor. Every aspect of my life has been entranced by her presence, even the pesky social functions that require my attendance. Tonight, she's accompanying me to a government relations networking reception, and instead of dreading the inevitable boredom that would usually await me, I found myself looking forward to tonight. Nothing ever gets boring when Ella's at my side. She, on the other hand, appears to be a bundle of nerves when I pick her up at her place. Shoulders up to her ears and fingers nervously fiddling, she's waiting for me downstairs, tortured by the freezing temperatures. Why'd you wait outside? I ask, holding out the door for her so she can find refuge in my warm limousine. She hurries to climb into the car and I follow, knocking against the darkened window at the front, the signal for my driver that we're ready to take off.
Why not?
She replies, rubbing her hands against each other.
A little bit of fresh air never hurt anybody.
She forces a smile on her face.
I'm kind of nervous.
Why's that? I want to know, taking her cold hands into mine to warm them up. She shrugs, her eyes resting on our hands when she replies,
I don't know. I always feel so out of place at these functions,
she concedes.
I never know what to say or do, and everyone is dressed so nicely while I show up in a crappy second-hand retail dress and...
Since when do shallow things like that bother you so much? I cut her off. You look amazing. And trust me, no one cares about that stuff as much as you think. And even if they would, why do you care? The smile on her face looks a lot more genuine when she looks at me now.
You're making a good point, Mr. Boulder,
she says, before planting a kiss on my cheek. I squeeze her hand, reciprocating her loving smile. It pains me that she would feel inferior to the clowns at these functions just because of her financial situation. I would shower her in presents, pricey jewelry, and upscale dresses if I didn't know that it would only make her feel worse. She's barely comfortable with being chauffeured in my limousine, even now. When I help her out of her coat once we've arrived at the venue, I can only confirm that she does look amazing tonight. She's wearing a little black dress, nipped at the waist, with very thin straps stretching across the distinctive pattern of delicate freckles on her shoulders. The blush on her cheeks when she catches me looking at her only adds to her allure. We walk into the banqueting hall, greeted with 2 flutes of champagne and the soothing sound of a string quartet.
Oh, look, don't you know those people?
Ella says, subtly jutting her chin forward.
They were at our table at the Gala, I think.
I follow her gesture and find Mr. Winterbottom and his wife engaged in conversation with another couple that I don't know.
Should we say hello?
Ella proposes. I raise an eyebrow at her. We don't have to.
I know we don't have to, she retorts, blinking her eyes at me. But isn't that what these events are all about? See and be seen, networking, rubbing elbows with the right people and all that?
She nudges me in the side, giggling sheepishly. I know she has as little interest in engaging with the Winterbottoms as I do, but when Mrs. Winterbottom turns her head and spots us across the hall, it's too late for us anyway. She waves us over with a friendly smile, and we're obliged to follow the inviting gesture. I can sense Ella tensing next to me, straightening her back and plucking at her dress as we make our way over to them. No amount of feisty comments will ever suffice to mask her deep-seated insecurities.
Mr. Boulder, it's so nice to see you again.
Mrs. Winterbottom greets us when we reach their little group. Her husband regards me with a polite nod, as does the other couple.
And your girlfriend,
his wife adds, smiling at Ella.
So good to see you again.
Her words feel like a punch to the chest, and I immediately feel the urge to rectify her assessment. It just now strikes me that I've never brought the same girl twice to these functions, and I did it for this exact reason, so no one, especially the girls I was dating, would ever assume there was anything serious going on between me and the girl at the time. Ella looks equally bewildered, and for a moment I fear she might feel the need to correct Mrs. Winterbottom on the spot, but she doesn't. Instead, she reciprocates their polite smile with the same expression, swallowing dryly while her posture grows even more rigid. I mask the awkwardness by officially introducing Ella to everyone, and, much to my surprise, she plays along like a pro, displaying perfect grace as she engages in superficial small talk about the weather. Sure enough, the conversation soon moves to the subject of warm weather locations and everyone's favorite summer retreats, an inherent aspect of the dick-swinging that takes place at these occasions.
We've just acquired a new residence in Watermill. It's still getting fixed up, so much work to be done you wouldn't believe it.
Mrs. Winterbottom shares with the group, obviously enjoying the approving nods that travel the group as she speaks.
Summer can't get here fast enough. Oh, Watermill is a beautiful area,
the other woman, whose name has already vanished from my mind, pipes.
Very convenient and kept in nice shape overall. We were this close to buying there, before we ended up in Bridgehampton, for now.
She side-eyes her husband, raising an eyebrow at him before she loses herself in a fake giggle, joined by Mrs. Winterbottom and both their airhead husbands. I have to fight myself not to roll my eyes at them, and I don't even have to look at Ella to know that she must be sick to her stomach listening to these pretentious, aged trophy wives. I'm all the more surprised when she chimes into the conversation.
Oh yes, very nice area,
she pipes,
though I do prefer the beaches in Amagansett.
She's obviously mocking them, even imitating the superimposed tone of their voices and curling her lips in a way that I've never seen on her before. But the Winterbottoms and their friends are too blinded by the poise inherent to their social circle that they don't pick up on any of it.
The beaches,
Mrs. Winterbottom repeats, nodding enthusiastically.
Yes, dear, you're right. Amagansett must be the best place for a nice swim in the ocean. We just rarely ever go anymore, now that we have the pool. Nothing beats the convenience of a pool,
her friend agrees, while both husbands continue their wordless nodding. Ella and I exchange a look as she brings the flute up to her lips, emptying the remains of her champagne before she turns back to the exhausting women and their void conversation.
Convenient, sure, but nothing beats the smell of salt and the natural peel as it dries on your skin,
she asserts.
It's so healthy, too. We are thinking about turning ours into a saltwater pool for that very reason, don't we?
I was just about to take a sip of champagne, and am so glad I didn't because when all eyes, including Ella's with a mischievous flicker, turned to me in a questioning notion, I can barely stop myself from laugh-choking. The grin on Ella's face tells me she's enjoying this a lot more than I am.
That sounds like a splendid idea,
Mrs. Winterbottom agrees.
I didn't even know that was possible. Did you, dear?
Her husband shakes his head, still refusing to add even a single word to this mindless chatter.
How does one go about this?
The other woman wants to know, tilting her head to the side while studying me through narrowed eyes. I don't mind being the center of attention, not at all, but I still find myself completely dumbfounded now, as everyone is staring at me, waiting for an elaborate description of a procedure that is just as foreign to me as it is to them, if not more. I never thought about turning any of my pools into a saltwater pool, and frankly, I'm not even sure how or if this is possible at all. We've really just started thinking about it, I tell them, shooting Ella a look from the side, warning her not to take this any further, to which she responds with a sheepish grin. She's gonna pay for that later, and she knows it.
A photo?
A voice from my left cuts into our circle. I turn and look in the eyes of a short guy, eyes wide with excitement as he holds up a heavy single-lens reflex camera.
Oh, sure,
the women chant in unison, and before there's a chance for protest, Ella and I are squeezed between them. I put my arm around her waist, and she jerks up when I add a little pinch, only foreshadowing what awaits her once we're alone at my place. She's smart enough to keep her head facing forward to the camera guy, but I can see the naughty smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth when she dares to pinch me back.
Chapter 27. Ella. "This is where you live?" I exclaim like an idiot when we enter a familiar-looking driveway. It's the same building we went to a week ago when I asked him out for a drink, and we ended up in that upscale bar. Gabe just shrugs when I look at him.
Yes, my penthouse is on the top 2 floors.
I crane my neck to look up the skyscraper, swallowing dryly as I remember that awkward evening. He suggested coming here, but he never mentioned that this was also where he lived. I feel incredibly stupid about the way I ended that evening. He clearly expected me to come up to his place, otherwise he wouldn't have suggested coming here. "Looks like I totally fucked up your plans that night," I say in a low voice, unable to look him in the eyes while he guides me through the lobby.
"You won't tonight,"
he says ominously, holding me in a possessive grip while we head for the elevators. The concierge only lifts his head for a split second, seemingly recognizing Gabe right away and choosing discretion before politeness when he lowers his gaze without saying a word. Gabe pulls me close to his body once we're inside the elevator, but when I get on my toes to kiss him, he grabs the hair at the back of my head and pulls me back.
"Oh no, little Miss Saltwater Pool in the Hamptons,"
he breathes.
"You didn't think I'd let your little mockery go unpunished, did you?"
I smirk up at him. "Oh, come on. They didn't even notice."
"I noticed," he says, "and I almost made a fool out of myself thanks to you. You had your fun, now I'm having mine."
The elevator stops moving after a surprisingly short time, but the doors remain closed until Gabe enters a code on a panel. He pulls me out as soon as the doors slide apart, and much to my surprise, I don't find myself in another corridor leading up to his apartment, but right in the middle of it. Oh wow, this is...
"Yes, I know."
He cuts me off with a kiss, his lips crashing onto mine with voracious need, while he drags me along with him. I'm too lost in our kiss to take in anything of my surroundings. All I can tell is that we're in a rather big room, almost hall-like and very bright, until Gabe breaks our kiss and kills the light via voice command. I suck in a sharp breath of air as all the lights vanish at once, leaving us in almost pitch-black darkness. Once my eyes adjust to the dim environment, I realize that there is a huge panoramic window spanning across the entire wall about 20 feet away from us. "Is this your living room?" I ask dumbly as he drags me away from the elevator doors and toward the window. My eyes scurry through the room, discovering the shapes of furniture, a large corner sofa, a coffee table, and something that looks like an antiquarian secretary in a corner to the right. But the closer we get to the glass front, the more my attention is drawn to the view outside. I didn't pay attention to the panel in the elevator, but I'm guessing that this building must have at least 40 stories, if not more, and we're on top of it, literally looking down on the rest of the city. My jaw drops at the breathtaking sight of it. "Wow, this..."
"You can gawk later,"
Gabe interrupts, pulling me away from the window and turning me around so I'm facing him.
"Undress,"
he commands, before planting a kiss on my cheek. "Here?" I breathe, side-eyeing the city below us.
"Yes, here,"
he insists, a sinister smirk gracing his handsome face.
"Now."
"But Won't people see?
Fine, I'll do it.
A surprised yelp escapes me when he hooks his fingers below the straps of my dress and pulls them down over my shoulders, taking the dress with him, while I blush in a blend of arousal and embarrassment. He doesn't waste any time as he peels me out of my clothes, tearing my underwear away so violently that he almost rips it apart. He takes a step back, his eyes trailing along my exposed skin as if he's seeing me for the very first time.
Beautiful,
he assesses, and I feel another wave of heat rushing up to my face. I fight the urge to cover myself, equally rattled and aroused by the idea that people could see us up here. It's unlikely, given how far up we are and how much distance there is between us and the surrounding buildings, but it's not impossible. Still, I feel utterly exposed and vulnerable, swaying next to the window as the view of the long way down is making me dizzy. Gabe studies me for a few moments before he comes closer, barely touching me while tracing the outline of my hips and waist. I can't suppress a little giggle when he travels further, sending a minor tickle across my skin. I lean into him, and he wraps his arms around me, taking a deep inhale while he keeps me in a tight embrace. I close my eyes and bathe in the warmth of his body, still fully clothed while I'm naked. He places the tip of his finger below my chin, adding a little nudge so I look up at him. Our lips meet before our eyes do, and we share another kiss, tender and tentative, almost innocent compared to the rapacious dance we shared before.
You're going to do something for me now.
He breathes, his lips still touching mine, and his hot breath brushing my skin. The lights from outside are just bright enough for me to see the features of his face, and the malicious smirk he displays. Just as I'm about to ask what he wants me to do, he loosens his clasp, keeping one arm wrapped around my shoulders, while the other journeys downward, and between my legs.
Spread your legs.
The way he hisses his command sends a familiar spark through my core. He's the only man I'd ever allowed to talk to me like that, and to order me around as if he owned me. With Gabe, I don't only allow it, I love it. I obey and move my feet apart by a few inches, adding some when he pinches me on the sensitive inside of my upper thighs. I hold on to the glass on my left while he steps closer, cupping my mound with his hand while he beckons me to turn around with the other arm. I follow his lead until I'm facing the window and he nudges me forward. Sucking in a sharp breath of air, I protest the motion on instinct. Only a thin layer of glass is separating me from a 40-story fall to certain death, and while I'm sure the window can be trusted, it still feels like the abyss is drawing me in. My head is spinning, and I keep my hands pressed against the glass in a somewhat ridiculous attempt to keep myself safe from a danger that is mostly existing in my head. I don't even care about the fact that I'm naked anymore. Not right now, when the alarming depth is posing a much more prominent threat.
Don't worry. You're safe,
Gabe whispers next to my ear. He's standing right behind me now, one hand still covering my bare core, while the other is moving along the outline of my curves, brushing the skin on my waist before journeying further down to my hips and then back up, using the bumpy trail along my spine this time. The subtle touch sends an invigorating shudder through my core, and a faint gasp leaves my lips by the time he reaches my neck.
Just relax,
he breathes. But when he lifts his hand off of my core and begins caressing my outer lips with the tips of his fingers, I do the exact opposite and jerk up like a shy little schoolgirl. I want to close my legs, but he stops that objection by pinching me again.
Don't move,
he warns me.
You stay like that until I tell you otherwise.
The tone of his voice is sinister and rough, fueling my craving in a way that puts me to shame. It's so sexy, so impossible to fight. I close my eyes, blocking out the frightening view in front of me so I can focus on Gabe's skillful fingers between my legs. He parts my lips with two of them, exposing my clit without touching it, while he gently massages the area around it. I groan and throw my head back, resting against his strong shoulder while I can feel his hot breath on my cheek. He's so close to my sensitive nub, teasing me with his adept handling and sending hot waves of need through my entire body. The moan that escapes my lips now reveals the agony that his teasing evokes, and my hips start swaying, inviting him to come closer. He chuckles darkly, knowing how much he's driving me crazy with this. But I'm not the only one suffering. When I lean back into him, I can feel his hardness poking into my lower back, impatient, just as I am.
Do you want more?
His question is met with a violent nod from my side. I try to speak, but can't produce anything other than a hoarse croak that fills me with shame.
Thought so.
He snickers, intensifying the motions between my legs. My eyes fly open in unison with a moan from the bottom of my core fleeing my lips when he begins to draw circles around my clit, inching closer and closer with each one. I squirm under his touch, my body coiling with longing while he continues to play with me. His other hand closes around a hank of my hair at the back of my neck, forcing my gaze up to the sky with a determined yank before he finally meets my perceptive bud. Arduous craving shoots through me like an electric shock, and I can't stop myself from mewling as if in pain.
Good girl,
he whispers, only the breathless sound of his voice revealing how enticed he is himself.
How come you're so wet?
I smirk at the cloudless sky above us, leaning against his tall body while he goes on to please me. Don't know what you're talking about, I tease back, my voice barely louder than a sigh. He responds by increasing the pressure on my clit, evoking a deep groan from me as he sends new waves of ecstasy through my core. Heat rushes through my entire body, and my hands begin to slide down the window, leaving foggy prints on the glass. I'm too immersed in bliss to worry about the blood-curdling abyss in front of me, leaning against the window while Gabe is hitting just the right spot, again and again, each caress more electrifying than the one before.
You're not allowed to come,
he hisses into my ear. I moan with relish when he slides a finger inside of me, then another, spreading my channel while he continues to play with my swollen nub. Good. I don't want to come. I sigh under heavy breaths. Not without you inside me. He hums in approval, pressing his hardness against my back.
Tell me,
he whispers, his lips right next to my ear.
Tell me what you want me to do.
I let him wait for a few moments, savoring his touch for a little longer before I obey. Fuck me, I breathe. I want you to fuck me. He responds with a sinister chuckle and takes a step away from me. I mistake his withdrawal for a sign that we're relocating to the bedroom, but he stops me when I make a move to turn around.
Stay,
he commands.
Just like that.
I do as I'm told and remain standing, with my legs apart and my hands pressed against the window, on open display for anyone who happens to look up here. Closing my eyes, I try to push the disconcerting thought and its shameful implications aside, realizing that it is as disturbing as it is exciting. I can hear the sound of clothes falling to the ground behind my back, and my pulse speeds up with anticipation. When the sound of crumpling fabric ceases, I prick up my ears, my wide-open eyes latching onto the horizon while I wait for him to go on. He lets me wait for a couple of seconds, audibly stroking his length while I hollow my back and tempt him by swaying my hips.
Cheeky,
he growls, and a moment later, I'm met with the familiar sensation of his cock poking against my back. Raising myself on my tiptoes, I try to egg him on, but he pushes me back down before directing the tip of his cock to my entrance. A moan mixed with a helpless chuckle escapes me when he stays there, parting my lips with his thickness, but not moving any further. I groan with need and can't stop myself from leaning back, taking him in inch by inch, while he places his hands on my hips. He's not guiding me, but just lets it happen as I move back further, until my ass meets the muscular valley of his pelvis. We remain like this for a moment, almost stationary, with only my hips moving in circles so subtle that the motion is barely visible. With each circuit, his fingers dig deeper into my flesh, a harbinger of what is to come. I intensify my movements, his cock still fully buried inside of me while I egg him on, until he finally reacts. I'm pushed against the window with a loud gasp when he begins ramming into me with brute violence, his fingers clawing into my skin while my erratic breath leaves misty prints on the glass. He's the only man who ever fucked me like this. The only man who makes my eyes roll back into my head while he assaults me with unparalleled passion. "Touch yourself," he commands under heavy breaths. "Come on my cock." I don't need to be told twice and move my left hand down to my center, hollowing my back and spreading my legs a little further, while he continues to run into me with steady and deep shoves. We unite in perfect rhythm, not too fast, not too slow, but deep and sensual. As soon as I touch my clit, I can feel the first surges of my climax approaching. Shallow at first, feeling more like a warm embrace from the inside, a soothing sensation instead of the overpowering force of a full-blown orgasm. But that changes within seconds, each crest growing in strength, and each of them a direct consequence of his precise thrusts. I want to announce my peak, but my voice escapes me, muffled by ecstatic sighs as my vision blurs and my thoughts evaporate into hazy clouds. He's coming too. I can feel the pulsations of his rapacious bliss deep inside of me, filling me while my muscles clench around his impressive girth. Neither of us speaks while we ride out the last waves of our rapture, both our movements slowing down with each prod, until he turns me around and pulls me in for a passionate kiss. We intertwine like vines growing around a tree that can only be called one thing. I want to say it. The words are dancing on my lips when he breaks our kiss and our eyes meet in the dark, only the streetlights from down below casting a feeble illumination on his handsome face. I love him. I don't think I ever stopped loving him. But I can't tell him that. Not yet. Chapter 28. Ella. The warmth of his body is the first thing I notice after I wake up. I'm not just lying in his bed, but basically on top of him, my limbs sprawled all over his strong body, as if I was trying to stop him from running away. My left arm is resting on his chest, subtly heaving in the rhythm of his breath. When I try to move it away, he surprises me by reaching for my wrist in a sudden motion, his fingers closing around my arm in a tight grip as he pulls me back. "You're awake," I whisper, lazily squirming in his hold, though I have no interest in getting away from him. Not this time. Sleeping in another man's bed has always been weird for me, and a milestone I haven't shared with many. But with Gabe, it's different. I shied away from this for a long time, which explains why it took us so long to end up here, not only together, but cuddled up in his home, his bed, experiencing the first morning together as a couple. Are we a couple? How can we be a couple when I'm not even ready to tell him how I feel about him, how I've felt for all those years? Would he even believe it? He didn't object when those people called me his girlfriend last night, but that doesn't mean he agrees with it. Is it too early to label ourselves as boyfriend and girlfriend? "I'm awake," he responds, catching my tired eyes with his. "Sort of." He looks outrageously cute with his ruffled hair and his eyes so heavy he can barely keep them open. Even now, exhausted, most likely a little hungover and unrested, he looks out of this world handsome, while I must look like something the cat dragged home. I pull up the covers in an effort to hide my face, imagining it to look like that of the almost dead Joker when he'd completely lost his mind and was set to destroy everything and everyone around him. "You're not seriously trying to hide from me, are you?" He pulls the covers away and takes my face between his hands, studying me closely for a few moments, before he draws me in for a peck on the mouth.
You're even more beautiful now than you were back then," he whispers, brushing my cheek with his thumb. "Charmer," I tease, my lashes batting nervously as I try to maintain eye contact with him. "I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true,"
he insists.
"Coffee?"
I respond with an eager nod. "Yes, please." He plants another kiss on my lips before rolling away from me and climbing out of bed. I make a move to follow him, but he gestures for me to stay.
"I'll bring it up,"
he announces. "Coffee in bed?" I ask, a sheepish grin on my face. To what do I owe the pleasure? What else can I ask for?
"Don't get too cocky, Miss Wit,"
he warns me. He sends me a playful wink before turning around and making his way to the door, displaying his marvelous physique as he's completely naked. My eyes linger on the ear of wheat, tattooed on his right shoulder blade. It was a thing the boys did back then, shortly before graduating. They all wear the same tattoo, the symbol of Plutus, the god of wealth, engraved on all of their bodies, but in different locations. I sink back into the soft sheets, sucking in a deep breath of air while my sleepy eyes meander through the large bedroom. The room is huge, but there's not much in it other than the king-size bed, 2 nightstands on each side, and a single dresser at the wall opposite of the foot of the bed. Floor-to-ceiling windows cover almost the entire wall to my left, only partly covered by see-through curtains, so that I can see the city hustling and bustling below. I don't know what time it is, but judging by the position of the sun, I'd say we're already approaching noon. Gabe reemerges with a silver tray, balancing 2 coffee mugs and, much to my surprise, a small plate with dates.
"Don't worry. We'll have a proper breakfast. This is just to get the motor running,"
he declares as he puts the tray between us on the sheets and climbs back into bed. "Are these for me?" I ask, pointing at the dates. "Or do you still have them around at all times?" A somber smile appears on his face as his eyes follow my gesture. He reaches for one of the dates, holding it up between 2 of his fingers, before he feeds it to me.
"Both,"
he says.
"You like them, don't you?"
"You know I do," I reply, nodding as I chew on the sweet and sticky treat. "Wow, these are good."
"Better than the ones we used to eat in college, huh?"
he says, taking one for himself.
"What did Logan call them again?"
"A betrayal of pleasure," I remember out loud, because they taste sweet, but they are not a candy. And they are healthy, but not really because they have so much sugar in them. Or something like that? Gabe chuckles, shaking his head.
"Yeah, something along those lines."
His phone rings from his side of the bed, a sharp reminder of my trespassing a few weeks back. He freezes for a split second, seemingly pondering whether he should check it or not, before he decides to go for it.
"Sorry."
He excuses himself without looking at me.
"I just have to make sure it's nothing important."
"Sure." I keep myself busy with another date and the first sip of coffee while he checks his phone. "Anything wrong?" I ask, when I see him crunching his eyebrows.
"Not really,"
he responds, a little too hesitant. I fixate him with a quizzical look, waiting while he continues to read whatever it is that his phone just revealed to him. "You don't want to tell me?" I poke, after a few more moments of silence. Did he just get another warning from Logan or any of the other boys? Or why is it so hard for him to tell me what's going on?
"Well, it's just this,"
he answers eventually, holding the phone up to my face. I'm surprised by his gesture, casting him a quick look to reassure before I check it out. I have no idea what to expect, but when I see what he's been looking at, I can't suppress a surprised gasp. "Oh, that's us," I exclaim dumbly, as I stare at the picture of the 2 of us standing next to the Winterbottoms at the event last night. It's the picture that was taken of us shortly after we arrived, and even though we were told that it was for the press, I had no idea if it would even be published, and where.
"It's an article about last night,"
Gabe explains unnecessarily.
"I didn't know they were going to do this. I'm sorry."
"Sorry for what?" I implore. "It was a work function. Couldn't this be good publicity? Also, we do look pretty good, don't we?" He chuckles and turns the phone back to himself.
"Yeah, I guess we do,"
he agrees, and the smile disappears from his face a moment later.
But the caption.
I didn't even look at the caption, but when he holds the phone up for me again, my eyes flit right over to the small letters underneath the picture. Gabriel Boulder, attorney advisor and multi-million-dollar entrepreneur, attended with his green activist girlfriend, Ella Witt. Green girlfriend? What the actual fuck? And how do these people even know my name? I can feel his eyes on me as he waits for me to react, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be reacting to. The fact that they call me his girlfriend, or the fact that they dub me a green activist? I want to be mad, and maybe I should be, but I am not. I couldn't care less what some random journalist thinks of me. And as to being Gabe's girlfriend, is it really wrong to call me that? Well, first of all, they should get their facts straight. You're a billionaire, not just a multi-million-dollar entrepreneur. I begin, deciding to lighten the mood. Right? I catch Gabe's confused look. And before he can say anything, I add, the other stuff doesn't really bother me, to be honest. He reciprocates my look for a few moments, apparently unsure what to say. His eyes flit back and forth between me and the phone, a strained look on his face, as if he was trying to solve a riddle.
So, you're my girlfriend, then?
He finally says, sounding weirdly insecure. I guess I am, I say. Unless you...
No, that's fine.
He cuts me off, smiling cautiously.
Very fine, actually.
The smile on his face widens when I lean into him, placing a loving kiss on my boyfriend's lips.
Chapter 29. Gabe. She slept over. This is new. Even back then, Ella was adamant that we each sleep in our own beds, because only girlfriends and boyfriends wake up together. No matter how late it had gotten or how drunk or high we were, she always left or made me leave. We only spent the night together on a handful of occasions, and those were mostly college parties that ended in a bunch of us lying on top of each other after we drunkenly passed out. This is nothing like that. She didn't make a big deal about it, but just stayed over like it was the most natural thing for her to do. She slept over, and she was okay with being called my girlfriend. It's Monday morning, and I'm sitting in the conference room in the middle of yet another meeting that could have been an email. Muffled voices are chatting in the background, drowned out by the ear-splitting sound of my own thoughts while I chew on the implications of last weekend. For almost 8 years, I've tried to convince myself that I neither love nor need Ella in my life. Even when we were still dating, I didn't allow myself to think of her as my girlfriend because of our agreement. Graduation marked an expiration date for our non-relationship, and I still felt betrayed when Ella chose a graduate school at the West Coast over me. She never let herself get attached to me because she needed the freedom to run. And now, are things really different this time? As far as I know, she's moved around more than twice since graduating. Who says she won't do it again? But she was never my girlfriend back then. It's different now. Mr. Boulder, are you still with us? I snap out of my contemplations and look right into the expectant eyes of Mr. Kent, one of the senior policy analysts. And he's not the only one staring at me. The entire room has gotten awfully quiet, waiting for a response from me to a question I didn't hear. Sorry, are we done here? I feigned disinterest over ignorance. This meeting is redundant enough to provide me with the confidence to dismiss whatever these people may want from me right now. Actually, we'd like to hear your opinion on the matter of, yes, I'm aware. I cut him off, adding a dismissive and arguably irrelevant wave of my right hand. The Climate and Energy Department has yet to publish their findings on the issue. I think it'd be smart for us to wait and hear what they have to say. From a legal standpoint, I see no objections to go through with it as planned, but a policy of such magnitude should be backed up by good research. A round of silent nods traverses the room, most faces dull with fatigue and weary of a meeting that only took place because our governor wants to appear proactive. If a topic is discussed at a meeting, the office can rightfully claim that it's being worked on, no matter the actual outcome. Valid point, Mr. Kent says. All right then, we'll await the results and talk again next week. Meeting adjourned. Everyone else seems to be just as eager to get out of this meeting as I am, and the room empties within seconds. When I walk out the door, I'm surprised to find Therese waiting for me right out the door. She looks nervous, her red-painted lips pressed into a thin line, and hands fidgeting as she approaches me.
"Could I have a word?" she asks. "I know you have a full schedule today, but I was hoping we could have a few minutes."
Yes, sure, I tell her. We have to go through the notes for the climate and energy department anyway, don't we? I keep walking toward my office, Therese footing along next to me in small but hurried steps.
"Oh, yes, we do,"
she says.
"I received the notes from Miss Witt this morning. She asked me to let you know that she's available for further inquiries, should there be any."
"Already?" I exclaim in surprise. That was fast. Those notes weren't due until the middle of the week. Therese smiles at me.
"Oh, she's a fast one, and so thorough and friendly. A joy to work with, that young lady."
I'm surprised to hear her call Ella a young lady, considering she isn't that much older herself, but it's a classic Therese thing to do. She's always on, always speaking in that polite but somewhat distant manner, dressed and styled in a way that makes her appear older than she is, flawless in her own way, and often behaving more like a robot than a person. I appreciate these qualities more than she'll ever know. Well, I'm pleased to hear that, I tell her as we reach my office. Please, sit.
"Will you keep her on?"
Therese asks, while she sinks down into the chair opposite of my desk. A soft smile graces her face when she spots the group of origami animals next to my screen. Well, her contract is only for a year for now, so we'll see, I tell her. If she's doing a good job and her work here is needed, I don't see a reason why we shouldn't keep her.
"You created that position for her, didn't you?"
she asks, and the look on her face tells me that she's very aware of what's going on between Ella and me, even though we've tried our best to keep it on the low at work. However, when it comes to Therese, I really shouldn't be surprised. She's been working for me long enough to know that I never take the same girl twice to any of these upscale festivals of boredom. Also, she's simply neither dumb nor blind. I did, yes, because I saw a need for it. I say, my voice firm but nonchalant.
"I understand,"
Therese acknowledges, and if I'm not mistaken, she even adds a little wink to her words. "So what can I do for you?" I ask, keen to change the subject. "You said you needed to talk to me?" Therese clears her throat and shifts on her seat. She lowers her eyes for a moment, looking visibly uncomfortable as she prepares to share whatever it is she has to tell me.
"Well, actually, I'm here to hand in my resignation,"
she declares in a voice so low that I'm not even sure whether I heard her correctly. "You what?" I retort in disbelief, sounding a little too aggressive. She's barely able to look at me when she repeats,
My boyfriend, he got a job offer in Colorado, and I'm moving with him."
"Your boyfriend?" I echo like an idiot.
"Well, my fiancé, actually,"
she clarifies, beaming from ear to ear.
"He proposed this weekend."
I stare at her, too dumbfounded for even the smallest amount of decency.
"I know this is very sudden,"
she begins apologizing.
"but I will still be here for at least another month, if that's all right with you, and I will do my best to help you find a replacement, show her the ropes and all that."
She regards me with an apologetic look, nervously clenching her hands into fists while she fights to maintain eye contact with me. I didn't even know she was dating anyone, and now she's getting married? How long can they possibly have been together if I didn't even know about it? She probably met that guy just a couple of months ago, and now she feels the need to fish or cut bait because she thinks it's her last chance to settle? Do I really have to look for a new secretary just because Therese fears to be left on the shelf?
"I'm really sorry if this came at a bad time, or—"
"No, it's not about that." I cut her off, finally finding my voice again. "I'm just surprised, to say the least." She swallows dryly and nods.
"Yes, I presume it's quite sudden."
"How long have you known that guy?" I blurt out before I can stop myself. "Are you sure it's such a smart thing to follow him around like an obedient puppy? You must barely know him." Her eyes widen in bewilderment, her expression laced with unmistakable sorrow.
"I'm sorry?"
she asks in a whisper. "I'm just saying, are you sure you're not making a huge mistake here?" I go on. "Moving across the country, uprooting your entire life, leaving everything behind? For a man you just met?"
"We didn't just—"
"And did you ever think about what this means for this office?" I interrupt her. "How are we supposed to find a suitable replacement within just a month? Therese, I thought we could rely on you." Her lower lip is trembling when she looks at me now, unable to find a response to my angry rambling. I'm furious at her, but it's pretty apparent that nothing I say now will change anything. She's leaving, and she just came here to tell me that, and not to ask for advice.
"Again, I'm really sorry."
"It's okay," I cut her off. I'll need your letter of resignation by the end of the week if you want to make this official. We can talk about everything else later." She nods and gets up on her feet, remaining in a tense pose for a few moments, as if she wants to say more. But when I evade her gaze, she realizes that I'm in no mood to talk with her right now, and she leaves.
Chapter 30. Ella. What the hell happened in here? As far as I know, Elena isn't even awake to hear my outcry as I walk into our kitchen and right into a horrendous mess. It was raining heavily last night, and from the looks of it, right into our kitchen. The entire floor is wet, soaking my socks in an instant when I step onto the dirty flagstones. A thick trickle is dripping down along the frame, adding more damage to the situation. I hurry over to the sink to grab a towel, hastily trying to dry off the wooden windows frame as I try to figure out from where the water was leaking into the room. When I inspect the cover around the frame, I notice that it has become slightly loose. I can peel it off with little effort, and as I do, I'm presented with another unwelcome surprise. Mold. There's mold all over the inside of the frame, and from the looks of it, it's been there for quite a while, eating away at the material and weakening it so much that the thing is practically falling apart. "What are you yelling about?" Elena mewls from behind my back. I turn around to find her standing in the door, sleepily rubbing her eyes as she takes in the sight of our messed-up kitchen. "What the fuck?" she exclaims. "What is this?" "Water," I offer a redundant reply. "The window frame is falling apart and the rain has been leaking in all night." "Fuck," she produces as she steps right into the pond that is our kitchen floor. "Grab some towels and help me get this under control," I tell her, pointing to the kitchen cabinet. "Stop the water from leaving the room. I'll try to fix this so there's no more coming inside." She lets out an annoyed moan and trudges over to the cabinet. "It's too early for this," she complains, "and I have to go to work in less than half an hour." "So do I say, but when I see the milled wood in front of me, I realize how bad the situation really is. "I think we need to call someone," I let her know, trying to push the frame back into place, but it doesn't hold for longer than a second. A sharp hiss of air cuts into my skin as the pieces of wood gives in, no longer serving as a protection against the outside cold. "What? No! God, no!" Elena protests, throwing a towel on the ground near the door to the hallway. "Do you know how much that would cost us? I know you have a new fancy job and all that, but that doesn't mean we can live like princesses now." I want to argue that having a waterproof window has as much to do with living like a princess as having to work a full-time job in order to be able to pay your rent. But while she may be exaggerating, she's not completely wrong. I can't quite access the extent of the damage, but I'm sure a handyman would not be interested in fixing this up as cheap as possible. "How about the landlord? Shouldn't we contact him about this?" Elena asks. "I mean, it's his responsibility if the window breaks, isn't it? Remember what he told us when we asked him to fix the lock of our door after the attempted break-in?" I recall. I'm sure we ended up on his blacklist after that. Our landlord is an old man who apparently obtained a blinding hate for women after getting divorced for the second time a few years back and robbed out of his mind, as he put it. He told me all of that within the 5 minutes I talked to him shortly after moving in here, and when I had tried to contact him a few weeks later because someone had, unsuccessfully, thank God, tried to break into our apartment, he made it sound like it was all our fault. Without any regard to our problem, he focused entirely on the headache our broken door lock had given him. "I'd like to avoid contacting him about this," I tell Elena. "But as far as I can tell, it doesn't really look that bad. Maybe I can fix it myself." My gaze trails back over my shoulder, and I find her crawling around on the wet flagstone, moving 2 large towels through the messy puddles on the ground. "Are you sure?" she asks, briefly looking up at me. "That would be amazing." "I can give it a try," I say, studying the broken window frame. It's still raining outside, and the water continues to leak inside our home like a goddamn river. "Guess I'll have to call in sick." "That would be great, because I can't," Elena says behind my back. "I'm not getting paid if I don't show up. You are, right, Mrs. Full-Time Job with Benefits?" She winks at me to soften the blow, but her words still hit me the wrong way. I bite my tongue, unwilling to get into an argument with her right now. Instead, I go to my room to fetch my phone and call in sick for work. I hate having to do this, especially since I'm still new at my job, but I know it won't be a big deal. I handed in my latest assignment a few days early, and Gabe might not even notice that I didn't show up. My office is on a different floor than his, and I don't report directly to him, but to my supervisor next door. Elena has left the kitchen by the time I'm done with my call. "Sorry, I have to leave," I hear her shout from the door, already slipping into her shoes from the sound of it. "Only a 6-hour shift today. I'll help you when I get back later." "Okay," I say, crunching my brows as I investigate the damage anew. The door falls shut a few moments later, and I begin my work by cleaning up the mess and putting up a temporary fix with the help of duct tape. It looks like I may have to remove most of the frame completely, if mostly to access the moldy mess underneath it and make sure it doesn't destroy the new frame as soon as I put it up. Luckily, living in poverty for so long has taught me a thing or two. And while this unexpected damage sucks ass, it's nothing I can't handle by myself. For now, at least. My handiwork won't last forever, and might not even survive the next blizzard season, but hopefully I will no longer live here by then anyway. It's been about 3 hours after Elena left, when the sound of my ringing phone cuts into the upbeat music I've been playing while trying to take the window frame apart without leaving any permanent damage that could get me in trouble with the landlord. I hiss a curse when a splinter cuts into the tip of my finger as I hastily free myself from the wooden mess to reach for my phone on the kitchen table. "Gabe," I say, unable to hide the surprise in my voice.
"Where are you?"
he asks, and the tone of his voice makes my blood freeze. I'm not feeling well," I lie. My eyes fall onto the shitty frame, the mold, and the broken parts that are scattered on the ground. Wet and moldy, they fill the room with a pungent smell, providing a stark contrast to the spick-and-span designer penthouse that Gabe calls home. I can't let him know about this. It's too embarrassing. Besides, he would just try to jump in like a hero and pay someone to get this fixed, because spending money like that is nothing to him, and that would make me feel even smaller. "I called in sick this morning. Mr. Kent is aware," I add.
"Why? What happened? What's going on with you?"
He probes, sounding worried. "It's nothing bad, really. Just a headache, and I think I might be running a fever." I continue digging a hole for myself. I hate lying, especially to him. "I'll be back at the office tomorrow."
"Mm-hmm,"
he says, not sounding convinced.
"I thought we could have lunch."
I frown at his words. He sounds angry, or at least disappointed. We never eat lunch together. Why on earth did he expect us to do it today? "I'm sorry. Maybe we can do it tomorrow?" I suggest. "I'm sure I'll be back at the office then." Ominous silence is all I get as a response. I can hear him breathing, so he's still there, seemingly brewing something that he doesn't want to share with me. "Gabe?" I probe.
"Fine. Get better,"
he hisses eventually.
"I hope it's nothing serious."
The tone of his voice contradicts his words. Why is he so furious with me? Could he really be this mad just because I called in sick? Why does he even care? "Why are you so snippy?" I want to know. "I told you. I called Mr. Kent's secretary this morning. It's not like I'm—"
"Yes, whatever."
He cuts me off.
"Get better."
He hangs up, leaving me confused and a little angry myself. There's no reason for him to be so peeved about this, but I don't have the energy to deal with his childish behavior right now. I'll tackle him about it once I'm done dealing with this stupid water damage. A new notification pops up on my phone's screen, just as I'm about to put it back on the table. I click on it and my eyebrows jerk up in surprise when I realize that it's a response to one of the job applications I sent out a couple of weeks ago. My jaw drops when I begin reading the email. It's an invitation for an interview. For a job at the Environmental Protection Agency. My dream job. A dream job with one big, fat drawback. It's in San Francisco.
Chapter 31. Gabe. Ella was lying to me, I'm sure of it. She'd never call in sick unless she was close to dying, and she didn't sound ill on the phone at all. She was using an excuse because she didn't want to show up for work. That much I know. I just don't know why she did it. Is she really playing another round of catch and release on the same day I lost one of the best employees I ever had? Just as I started to believe that we actually had a chance this time? One thing is for sure. She may act the same way she did 7 years ago, but I won't. I'm not going to stew and wait around for her to make up her goddamn mind, living for every little eye blink of hope she serves me, only to be crushed when Little Miss Independent decides to run off on her own again. I will not let that happen. But I'm man enough to realize that I was a bit of an asshole myself. Teresa's resignation caught me off guard, and I didn't handle it well. It was the hurt of betrayal that led me to needlessly attacking her. She was close to tears when she left my office, turning around in a hurry so I wouldn't notice. Her pain didn't affect me then, but as the hours went by, I started to feel like shit, and it didn't help that Ella was not available when I tried to reach out to her. I apologized to Therese shortly before she went home, assuring her that there are no hard feelings, though that's probably a lie, and that I wouldn't let her go without a gushing letter of recommendation. I also managed to congratulate her, something I had failed to do before. Relief colored her smile when she thanked me, and I realized that, lie or not, Ella probably deserves an apology as well. They say you can catch more flies with honey than with vinegar, so I decide to present her with a little origami flower instead of a reproachful frown when I show up at her door that evening.
"Oh, hey there," her roommate exclaims after opening the door for me. "Ella didn't mention you'd come by tonight."
Is she home?" I ask, still standing out in the hall. Elena hesitates, her eyes falling onto the flower in my hand for a moment, before she nods and steps aside to let me in.
"She's in the kitchen."
"Thanks." I find Ella on the kitchen floor, her hair in a messy bun, rolled up sleeves, and a thin layer of what looks like wood chippings all across her sweaty face when she looks up at me, eyes wide in surprise.
"What are you doing here?"
she greets me, a thin line emerging between her brows a moment later.
"I'm sorry, this is not a good time."
The room is a mess, pieces of wood, sawdust, and wood shavings scattered all over, the air filled with a smell that's somewhere between moldy and burned charcoal, an array of tools laid out on the floor, and Ella kneeling in the middle of it, holding up 2 long pieces of wood that she appears to be screwing together or something. "What happened?" I ask, stepping inside. She jumps up from the floor, hastily trying to get rid of the wood chippings her top is covered in.
The frame broke last night and the rain came in and it was a fucking mess."
Elena chimes in from behind, squeezing past me.
"The whole kitchen was flooded and there was mold underneath the frame. We've been trying to salvage it all day."
Ella casts her a miffed look.
"We? Well, yeah, her for the most part,"
Elena rectifies, turning to me.
"I couldn't skip work."
"Is this why you called in sick this morning?" I ask Ella. "Why didn't you just tell me what's going on? I could have helped." She rolls her eyes at me, putting away the piece of wood she's been working on before she asks,
"Can we not do this here?"
"Do what?" I probe, stepping closer, which prompts her to raise a defensive hand before me.
"Let's go to my room,"
she suggests, casting a quick look in Elena's direction.
"Could you—" "Yes, of course, I'll take care of this,"
her roommate asserts, waving her off.
"You go."
I follow Ella into her bedroom, just now realizing that I've never been in here before. We never left the kitchen when I was here the last time, and she never invited me to come back. The room is small, just big enough for a queen-size bed, a tiny desk and a dresser pushed against the wall at the foot of her bed. With its earthy colors, the incense sticks, and the fairy lights around her bed frame, it reminds me of her college dorm in so many ways that it's hard not to get nostalgic. And it's quite obvious from her posture that she's not entirely comfortable with having me in here. Her shoulders tense up the moment she closes the door behind us, and she nervously tries to fix her hair, hooking loose strands behind her ears before she crosses her arms in front of her chest and juts her chin up at me.
"You really should have called. Instead of showing up like this,"
she reprimands me. "I did call you," I remind her. "And you lied to me."
"You were the first to snap at me," she retorts. "Remember, you were a total ass."
She plunks down on her bed and pouts at me like a little girl. I pull over the small chair that's tucked underneath her desk and sit down across from her. "I know, and I'm sorry," I tell her, holding up the origami flower. "That's why I came here to apologize." The expression on her face softens as she accepts the flower from me.
"Thanks. This is cute,"
she says, displaying the hint of a smile when she looks at me now.
"I'm sorry I lied. I don't know. I thought it would be easier this way.
What would be easier? I ask.
Dealing with this mess,
She explains, gesturing toward the door.
I had to fix it right away because the rain just kept coming in and...
Yes, I understand that, I cut her off. But again, why wouldn't you tell me? I could have helped.
I know, she replies, rolling her eyes again. But I didn't want you to swoop in like a hero and just throw money at the problem. I can fix this by myself.
Her words leave me with an unpleasant ache, but it's hard to be mad at her because I can see where she's coming from. I know you can fix this by yourself, I tell her, but that doesn't mean you have to. She evades my gaze and watches the flower in her hand, lost in thought as she turns and twists it around. And besides, who says I'd need to hire someone to do this, I add, adopting a more light-hearted tone. You don't think I could do this with my own hands? She chuckles, shaking her head before she regards me with an amused look.
You? Seriously?
She mocks.
I highly doubt it. I've never even seen you hold a hammer, Mr. Suit.
Want me to prove you wrong? I ask. The smile on her face widens, and she jumps up from the bed, placing the origami flower next to her laptop on her desk before she makes her way to the door.
All right, then, prove me wrong, Mr. Handyman,
she prompts me as she opens the door. She waves for me to follow her before leaving the room. I get up, and as I put the chair back at the desk, my eyes fall onto the bright screen of her laptop. It must have sprung back to life when Ella moved the mouse as she put the origami flower on the table, because I'm pretty certain that the screen was black when we entered the room. I don't mean to look, but I can't help noticing the tab that is open on her browser, and it makes me stop on my heels. Leaning closer, I study the most recent site she's been visiting, crunching my brows when I realize what it is. It's a list of price options for flights to San Francisco. Why would she be looking at flights to San Francisco? I could just ask her about this, or I could try to solve the riddle by checking the other tabs she left open. Of course, I opt for the latter, clicking on the tab right next to the flight site. I feel a bit icky when I realize that it's her email inbox, but my guilty conscience is quickly replaced by furious betrayal when I read the subject line of the email Ella's opened in her browser. She has a job interview in San Francisco, and it's pretty obvious that she intends to go. I can't believe this. I was right after all. She has no intentions of staying here with me, and she probably never did. She's about to leave, again. And this time, she didn't even think to tell me. Chapter 32. Gabe.
Are you coming?
Ella is standing in the doorframe, a question mark all over her face when she sees me standing next to her desk. I don't grace her with an answer. I don't even look at her, but keep eyes glued to the screen.
Gabe,
she probes, her voice lower than before.
What are you doing?
I can hear her coming closer, but still refuse to acknowledge her presence. How could I possibly face her right now? It feels like I don't even know how to breathe. A tight clamp constraining my windpipe. I feel sick to my stomach, so much so that I might actually throw up if I tried to speak.
Gabe, what's wrong?
She asks, now standing right next to me. I jerk away when she touches my arm, bringing some distance between us before I finally look at her. When were you going to tell me? I sneer at her. Her eyes flit back and forth between me and the laptop, widening as she realizes what I saw.
Soon. I wanted to tell you, but...
But what, Ella? I blurt out. After you went to a job interview on the other side of the country? Once you actually get the job, the day before you're moving away? Her lower lip is quivering.
What were you doing snooping around on my computer anyway?
She evades my questions.
Isn't that the exact same thing you blamed me for just a few weeks ago? It's not okay for me to do it, but it's okay for Mr. Big Shot Boulder?
Stop pointing fingers at me and fucking answer my questions! I'm fuming with rage, and Ella casts a worried look at the door, hurrying over to close it before she turns back to me.
Please, calm down,
she hisses, raising her hands in an appeasing motion.
I needed more time to think, to make a decision.
Looks to me like you already made your decision, I say, pointing at her laptop. Why else would you be looking up flights without telling me?
I didn't want to hurt you,
she cries out.
Besides, who says I'll even get the job? Or that I would take it if I got it?
Why would you fly all the way over there for a job you don't want? I ask. Ella, I know what this is. I've seen it before.
No, you haven't,
she insists.
This is different, Gabe. We are different. Even if I did move to San Francisco, and I'm not saying I will, we could easily be a bi-coastal couple. You're a goddamn billionaire, for God's sake. We could fly back and forth as much as we wanted to, and...
So now it's okay to rely on my wealth. You're fine with me throwing money at something if it supports your independence on a whim? She stares at me, deep anguish casting a dark shadow over her face, while her eyes begin to water.
I didn't say that,
she says in a whisper.
I just thought that...
Why would you even want to work for someone else? I cut her off. After I just got you a job at the governor's office, a job that many people would kill for, a job that you said you loved.
Yes, I do love it, and I'm grateful for it. I really am. It's a great opportunity, she retorts. But so is this job in San Francisco. You know, I've been dreaming about working for the Environmental Protection Agency ever since I moved to California for my graduate degree. I just never thought I'd have a chance with them. And now it looks like I do. I have to try it. I just have to.
She's been trying to hold it back, her voice sounding constrained as she rambled on, but now that she's done, a single tear is rolling down her left cheek. I hate seeing her cry, but it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the fact that she's betraying me again, leaving me again. You don't have to, I say in a low voice. You might do a lot better here in the freaking capital.
Yes, an opportunity that you provided,
she whispers, her lips quivering as she looks up through teary eyes.
Gabe, you know how important this is to me, and you know how important it is for me to get there on my own.
I release a dismissive growl, running my hand through my hair as I shake my head. Why, Ella? Everybody knows you're strong, smart, capable, and fucking brilliant at your job, I tell her. You've proven enough. No one will ever think less of you if you take advantage of the opportunity that was given to you. It's not like you got the job because you're my girlfriend.
It's not,
she interrupts me, narrowing her eyes when she takes a step closer to me.
It is, Gabe. You and I, we both know it. Your secretary knows it. My roommate knows it.
No, it's not, I assert. I would not have offered you that job if I didn't think you were capable of it. We needed you and your expertise. Ella sighs and wipes away another tear while shaking her head.
I really want to believe that, she utters. But even if that's true, I have to do this. I'm sorry you had to find out this way. I should have told you, but I really thought things would be different this time.
Yeah, so did I growl.
Gabe, I never meant to leave you.
She tries to take my hand, but I pull away. I don't want her to touch me. I don't even want to be in the same room with her right now. She can keep telling herself these lies, but I know what's going on. I was an idiot to believe that Ella Witt would ever choose me over her need for independence. I don't want to hear it, Ella. I'm sick of your excuses and your goddamn lies.
I never lied to you,
she bursts out. Yes, you did. You let me believe things were different this time. You let me believe you were in it for real.
I am,
she shrieks, as another round of tears scrolls down her cheeks.
I want to be with you, Gabe. I love you, but I have to do this.
We both freeze, and she stares at me as if she'd just made a huge mistake. Did she really just say that? Did she say she loved me only to rip my heart out a moment later? I don't know what to say or what to think. I look at her, standing before me in tears, vowing that she loves me and wants to be with me, but I can't believe any of it. How could I trust her after all she's done? How could I ever trust her if she keeps making these decisions behind my back? And what does it mean anyway? If she's preparing to move across the country, thousands of miles away from me? That's right, I can't. No, you don't have to do this, I object. You can keep telling yourself that you have no other choice, but I won't hear another word of it. You already made your decision, and if you go to this interview, we're over. That's it. Another surge of tears fights its way to the surface, and she looks at me as if I just stabbed a dagger into her chest.
Are you serious?
She stutters. I nod in stern silence. She presses her quivering lips into a thin line, trembling as she fights the urge to cry out while I wait for her response, still relying on that spark of hope that has kept me on the hook for so long. But she doesn't feed that hope. Instead, she destroys it with a simple shake of the head and words I don't want to hear.
I'm sorry, Gabe. You don't get to tell me what to do,
she says.
This is my decision. I have to do this. I owe it to myself to do this.
The pain in her expression is real, I can tell that much, but I don't care for her anguish right now. I can't, because I'm blinded by my own. She doesn't even try to stop me when I storm out of her room, out of her apartment, and out of her life.
Chapter 33. Ella. 7 years ago.
So, Berkeley it is?
Logan asks. I take another drag before answering with a simple nod without looking at him.
Did you tell him yet?
He points over his shoulder toward the door of Captain Seaweed's, a shabby neighborhood pub that's been the boys' favorite drinking hole for the past year or so. Gabe and I have been here a few times by ourselves, sharing a pitcher of beer and a serving of loaded nachos, drowned in cheese and jalapenos. But today will most likely be my last visit to this place. I'm leaving town soon, and I'm sure Gabe will have zero interest in coming here with me again once I tell him about my decision. He's sitting inside with Chase and Aston, blissfully oblivious. No, I haven't told him yet, I say, handing the doobie back to Logan.
You are going to rip his heart out.
I swallow dryly, knowing that he's right, and wishing he wasn't. It's hard enough to deal with my own pain regarding our impending breakup, but knowing how much it might hurt Gabe just makes it 10 times worse. He'll be okay, I say, more to myself than to Logan. It's not like we were boyfriend and girlfriend. Logan huffs and shakes his head.
You can keep saying that all you want, both of you, but that's just bullshit.
He argues.
You shouldn't have led him on like that, Ella.
I didn't lead him on, I object. We both agreed that we...
Yes, I know the story you're telling yourself.
He cuts me off.
But come on. You've been all over him for the entire year, and every time things got a little too serious, you back away. Like when he asked you on that trip last summer and you were all over the idea, only to cancel That
was a misunderstanding.
Well, okay then. How about you moving across country for a graduate degree that you could just as well get here at the East Coast?
He probes, pushing me into a corner. It's not that easy. Berkeley has the better program. I try to defend myself, my voice so low that even I don't believe myself.
You want to know what I think?
Logan asks, adding a dramatic pause by taking another drag from the joint, while I throw him a questioning look.
I think you're afraid you would stay for the wrong reason.
He elaborates.
If you choose NYU, you'll always wonder whether you did it because of him, and you don't want to be that kind of person.
I watch the smoke curl before my eyes after Logan releases another exhale, while a heavy cloak of guilt descends over my shoulders.
Just promise me to let him off easy,
Logan adds after a few moments of silence.
He acts all strong and shit, but I know this will leave a mark on him, especially after that shit show his mother pulled.
I turn to him, my brows raised. That woman abandoned him when he was still a toddler. How can you even make that comparison?
I'm not saying it's the same,
he clarifies, raising his hands in a defensive motion.
Just saying. I know he never quite got over that.
He doesn't even remember it, I interject. He was way too young.
Yeah, but that kind of shit never leaves you,
Logan says, offering me the joint in his hand, but I decline. I'm already feeling more lightheaded than I'm comfortable with.
Aren't you guys freezing?
We both startle at the sound of Gabe's voice behind us and turn around in unison. I'm instantly horrified at the thought that he might have overheard our conversation just now. But judging by the look on his face, he didn't.
About to,
Logan replies, holding up the doobie.
You want?
Gabe casts me a quick look, as if he had to check with me, before he shrugs and takes it.
Sure, why not? This must be magic if it allows for you two to be alone without getting at each other's throats,
he says, winking at me. He sits down on the bench next to me, laying his arm around me and pulling me in close, while he takes his first drag. I'm just after his weed, I joke, leaning into his embrace.
Yeah, damn freeloaders everywhere,
Logan adds, before he clears his throat and gets up from the bench.
I'll leave you two lovebirds alone. See you inside.
He casts me a stern look before he disappears behind our backs, and I try to swallow the heavy lump in my throat, while Gabe releases a content sigh into the night. Chapter 34. Ella. He can't be serious, right? It's been 3 days since our horrific fight, and I still can't believe that we're supposed to be over just like that. I also can't believe that he held a gun against my head like that. He seriously made me choose between the job interview and him? Hearing him say that only made me want to go even more. At least in that moment. Now that I'm sitting at the airport, waiting to board a flight I can barely afford to travel across the country for a job I'm not even sure I want, I'm starting to doubt everything. It's true that this is a great opportunity and a job I've been dreaming of for a long time. I first heard about the Environmental Protection Agency when I was a graduate student at Berkeley, and I even applied for a position back then, but they never even responded. And now they're inviting me for an interview. Of course I have to go. Don't I? Gabe was always on my mind, just like he was back then. He was the first thing that came to mind when I saw the email, but I really thought that we could work this out. Sure, money or not, it wouldn't be easy and it would suck to not live in the same city again, but if we really loved each other... I swallow hard, trying to force down the tears that are threatening to emerge. It doesn't help that a young couple just sat down across from me, sharing jokes and exchanging tender smiles as they wait for their flight, while I sit here alone, dwelling on a breakup that I can't fully accept just yet. I've been avoiding Gabe at work for the past couple days, and I'm assuming he did the same. He's ignored my texts, too. I've texted him several times since our fight, and he's read all messages, but ignored every single one of them. So childish. He's accusing me of acting like we're in college again, when he's actually the one doing so. My flight is being called, and the announcement cuts into my somber contemplations like a wake-up call. I shouldn't brood over this any longer. Instead, I should use the long flight to prepare for the interview. It's not like I had much time to do so during the past couple of days. Between work and feeling sorry for myself, I barely managed to book my trip to this interview, but I spent way too little time actually preparing for it. I switch my phone to flight mode and get up from my seat to board the plane. No matter what happens next, for the next few hours, all my attention will be focused on this interview. I'd never forgive myself if I didn't give it my best today. It's bad enough that I hardly slept last night and had to get up at 5 a.m. Despite my best efforts, I spend half of the flight napping, while I spend the rest of the time and the Uber ride, a luxury I had to indulge in because of time constraints, with last-minute preparation. I didn't think I could feel any worse about this whole interview situation, but as it turns out, things are only exacerbated once I reach the agency. It starts off with the fact that I'm greeted with the faces of about 20 other hopeful applicants, all lined up on uncomfortable-looking benches along the corridor while I walk through their midst, searching for an empty seat. The woman at the reception sent me here, and there was a sign right next to the elevators pointing in this direction, so I'm sure I must be in the right place. It's just that nothing about this feels right. I feel so out of place, as most of the other applicants appear to be much younger than me, and none of them look like they endured a 6-hour flight to get here. I swallow dryly and sit down next to 2 girls who barely lift their head when I squeeze myself on the remaining spot between them. My interview was scheduled for 3 p.m., but by 3:30 p.m., I'm still sitting out in the hall, watching as people around me are being called up left and right, disappearing behind one of the many doors surrounding us, only to come back out shortly after. If my interview is going to be as short as theirs, I will feel truly stupid for going through all this trouble just to get here. Miss Ella Witt? A blonde woman, not much older than me, is peeking through one of the doors down the hall, craning her neck as she searches for me. Yes, here! I jump up from my seat, raising my hand like a little schoolgirl while I hurry in her direction. She welcomes me with a warm smile, which instantly helps me to feel better, and invites me into the room with a wide gesture of her arm. Inside, I find 2 other people facing me, sitting next to each other behind a long table, both men, both middle-aged, with balding heads and forced smiles. Please, sit down, the woman tells me, pointing to a single chair that's awkwardly placed in the middle of the room. My thank you is hardly more than a hoarse sigh, drowned by the sound of the chair's legs screeching across the floor when I bump against it as I try to sit down. The 2 men greet me with monotone voices, and bored looks on their faces, skimming through some papers, probably my application, while I wait for them to begin with their questions. They begin by asking me some simple questions about my resume and my work experience, all of which they can find in the application they have in front of them. The more they ask, the more it feels like they never even looked at my resume or the letter of motivation they asked for. All of their questions are so generic and vague, telling me very little about why they even invited me. And by the time I gather the courage to ask some questions myself, they declare the interview to be over. "I'm sorry, we don't have much time today," the woman tells me, noticing the look of disappointment on my face. "We have many applicants to go through today, as you could see outside. We will be in touch." She gets up from her chair, gesturing to the door, and before I know it, I'm back in the hall, witnessing as the next girl gets called in, while my name is most likely buried in oblivion already. That was it? Really? I went through all this trouble for this? I've never felt more stupid in my entire life. Stupid, lost, and so fucking lonely. But I can't cry. Not now, and definitely not here. I have to get out of here.
Chapter 35. Gabe. "You're in town a lot lately," I say after we take our first swig of beer. Logan stretches, sinks down into my couch and sighs, his gaze trailing over to the panoramic window and the city down below. It's the first time he's visiting me in my DC penthouse, even though I've lived here for a while. Until recently, I hardly ever got to see him, since he has a tendency to move around a lot. He calls several places home, most of them scattered around the New England area. I still saw him more often than Chase and Aston, but not this much. "Business," he says vaguely without looking at me. "Got a lot to do in town?" "Yeah, like what?" I probe, placing my elbow on the back of the couch as I rest my head on my hand. He casts me a side eye. "You know I can't tell you." "I don't know that you can't, but I know you won't," I tell him. "I know how much you live for your secrets." That's just how it is with Logan. He's always been doing his own thing, and the rest of us don't even know how he made most of his money. Frankly, we're too afraid to ask. Considering his background and his history in college, I wouldn't be surprised if his endeavors may have ventured far off from the legal sphere. It would explain a lot. "Well, you know it's not a secret," he retorts, raising an eyebrow at me. "That you're acting like a complete idiot in regards to Ella." I bring the beer up to my lips instead of replying to him. Maybe it was a mistake to tell him about Ella, and about all the things that happened ever since she reappeared in my life. I kept it a secret for most of the time, but after our dispute, I needed a place to vent, and I knew he was the right place to go. If there's anyone in the world who can back me up and reassure me that it was the right move to call it quits with Ella, it's Logan. I told him everything, and he offered to come over right away, even though I don't have much time today. There's something I have to attend to later, whether I want to or not. "Why did you ever start things up with her again?" he asks now. "We warned you not to, several times. We all know you two. We know her. We know your history. This was bound to happen." "I thought it would be different this time," I say, feeling stupid as I'm borrowing Ella's words. "I thought she'd stay." "Well, maybe she would have if you hadn't made such a fool out of yourself," Logan claims, and my jaw drops. "Excuse me? Well, seriously, what did you expect to happen after you told her she had to choose between you and that job in San Francisco?" Logan elaborates. "Of course she left. Dude, it's what I would have done too. No one gets to tell me what to do. And as much as I dislike Ella because of what she did to you, I gotta say, I'm on her side with this one. I get her." I can't believe what I'm hearing. "Are you fucking serious right now?" I bark at him, accusingly pointing my bottle in his direction. "You not only agree with Ella, you're defending her behavior?" "Her behavior was a direct consequence of yours in this case," he argues. "Wait, so it's my fault she lied to me. It's my fault that she used some lame excuse instead of asking for my help when she needed it?" I sneer at him. "And it's my fault she didn't tell me about that job interview in San Francisco? She didn't even tell me she was applying to work anywhere else." Logan groans, rolling his eyes at me while shaking his head. "Dude, no. That's not at all what I meant, and you know it. All I'm saying is, I get it because, well, I guess I would have done the same if I was her," he says, lowering his voice a little. "Look, I'm definitely not her greatest fan, but Ella is a fiercely independent person. I can respect that because I'm the same. It's not easy to ask for help when you think you have to do everything by yourself. In fact, it fucking sucks. I like to take care of my shit myself, just like her. And for you to get angry because she tried to take care of that dumb window mess herself instead of crying for help like a little princess, that's just unreasonable. You never even tried to look at it from her perspective, did you? I'm too dumbfounded to say anything. I invited him over to back me up, and now he's doing this? What's gotten into you? I want to know. Since when are you so understanding? Logan glares at me. Is that all you have to say to this? We both drink from our beers again, and I check the time on my phone. Only a few minutes before I have to leave. And as for that gun you put at her head, yes, I know you already commented on that. I cut him off. But I'm right, ain't I? He insists, leaning forward and emphasizing his words by landing on his fist on the couch. You flipped. And from the sounds of it, she wasn't the one running away this time. You chased her away. We lock eyes, and while I've been questioning his sanity up until now, I'm not entirely sure he's wrong here. Did I overreact? Should I have given her a chance to explain? A chance to see where things will go without me fucking up everything because I'm treating Ella based on what she did 7 years ago and not based on who she is today? You know, you can't control everyone and everything all the time as much as you wish to, Logan points out. And especially not someone like Ella. Sometimes you just have to let them run on a very long leash. Them? I ask, arching my eyebrows with curiosity. Who are we talking about here? No one, Ella and you, he snaps at me. Who else? I regard him with a telling look. So you're not going to tell me about her? Her who? The girl you're dating, I say. Chase mentioned you met someone. Logan lets out a dismissive snort and empties his beer with one last big swig. Sounds like Chase got a little mixed up there because I'm not fucking dating anyone, he asserts. That whole Pact thing we were talking about at Aston's birthday was just a joke anyway, wasn't it? Of course, I reply. At least from where I'm standing. Don't you have to go? He asks, checking the time on his wristwatch. I thought you had, like, a wedding or something to go to. My secretary's engagement party, yes, I say, already getting up on my feet because he's right. I have to go. Logan laughs as he follows me to the door. What a joyful occasion, right? I retort, already dreading the inevitable questions about Ella's absence at the event. Therese is expecting her to show up as my +1, and it feels wrong to show up alone. It feels wrong not having Ella at my side.
Chapter 36. Ella. I booked a red-eye back home, so I still have a few hours to kill. But since I didn't want to get drunk in town and then have to find my way to the airport with a foggy head, I decided to skip any sightseeing plans I had laid out before and just went straight to the airport. There, I found an Irish pub where I've been spending too much money on drinks and a plate of loaded nachos that I've barely touched ever since I got here. The origami flower sits next to my glass, and I pick it up, turning it between two fingers while I contemplate whether I should have another beer or switch to something else. I'm not a lightweight when it comes to alcohol, but I slept so little last night that the 2 beers I already had make my head spin already. I can barely keep my eyes open, but still have about 2 hours to kill before I need to get ready to board my flight. Maybe I should have a Coke instead? Or some coffee? I can't decide, and let the waitress pass by my table without trying to catch her attention, even though she notices the almost empty glass of beer on my table, next to the food I hardly touched. If I didn't have an uncomfortable 6-hour flight ahead of me, I'd be wasted by now, I'm sure. A sober mind is the last thing I need when I'm in this much pain, feeling this amount of regret. I wish I could call him. I wish he'd pick up if I did. I fucking miss him. And what's even worse, I feel like I've made a huge mistake. So many mistakes, actually. It was a mistake to lie to him about the window. I only did it because I didn't want to burden him or make him feel like he needs to swoop in and rescue me like my knight in shining armor. I never needed a knight to save me from anything, and I hate that problems like that would never even happen to a man like him. A grown-up who has his life in order. A grown-up who actually achieved the goal he set his eyes on when we were seniors in college. I, on the other hand, am still living like a broke student, sharing my shitty, tiny apartment with a hippie roommate and unable to pay a handyman when things break down, which they do all the time. The broken window frame is just one of the many nuisances I've had to deal with ever since I moved in. It's pathetic. And as much as I want to deny it, I feel ashamed when I compare myself to Gabe and all that he has achieved. He makes me feel small just by being who he is. But that's on me, isn't it? I'm the one who's making such a big deal about the stark contrast between our living standard, not him. Even when he offered me that job at the governor's office, he never made it sound like charity, and he looked hurt when I accused him of such. And he looked completely devastated when he found out about the whole San Francisco job, a job I don't even want anymore, a job I was never sure about in the first place. What if I had just told him? What if I had just been open with him from the start? Would things have gone differently? I guess I will never find out. I put the flour down and unenthusiastically reached for one of the nachos on top, completely drenched in cheese and jalapenos. Instead of eating it, I hold it up to my face, watching cheesy tears drip down on the plate while I try to figure out what I'm going to do next. I've lost the only man I ever loved. And while I still have a job right now, a pretty good one, actually, I can't see anything but a frightening abyss when I think about my professional future. After all that has happened, how could I possibly continue to work at a job that he gave to me? How could I possibly be in the same building with him, sit in the same meetings, share the same work environment? That's right. I can't. I have to find something else. I have to make something happen for myself. Anything. I gasp in surprise and let the nacho drop back on the plate when the sound of my phone's ringing tone bursts into my wallowing, the vibrations almost drowning out the melody as it dances across the tabletop. I don't recognize the number and decide not to answer it. Whoever it is will have to wait until I'm ready to talk to another person. The ringing stops, only to begin anew a few moments later. I stare at the screen, eyebrows furrowed and shaking my head, while I can feel the first heads turning to me, as people around the bar are starting to get annoyed. When the caller tries for a third time, I finally give in and answer the call. Hello?
Ella, it's Logan.
I sit up in my booth as if I've been stung by a bee, my eyes widening in bewilderment. This I did not expect. Logan? What the... How did you get my number?
Seriously? That's your first question?
He retorts, sounding amused. Yeah, we haven't spoken in years. Isn't it?
I have a more interesting question for you.
He cuts me off.
What's going on with you and Gabe?
Excuse me? I don't think that's any of your
Yes, it is my business when I see my friend getting hurt, and by the same woman, doing the same thing she's done to him before.
It's not the same, I argue, remembering just in time to keep my voice down. I never intended to leave him. I love him. Fuck, I didn't mean to say that.
If you love him, then why do you keep playing these games? Why don't you trust him?
Who says I don't trust him?
Why else would you lie to him?
I can't believe they've been talking about me behind my back. Logan, it's not that simple. I
know it's not that simple, and here's something that will surprise you, Miss Witch. I get it. I get you, and I get why you did what you did. But that doesn't mean it was right.
He interrupts me.
You know Gabe. You know how hard this is for him. You, of all people, know what this does to him. Why didn't you at least tell him about that stupid San Francisco thing? Why couldn't you talk about it like fucking adults?
I wanted to. I hold. I didn't have the time, and once he found out, it was too late. He never gave me a chance to explain. Logan sighs at the other end.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. You guys are such idiots.
I don't know what to say to that, and just chew on my lip as my eyes fall onto the paper flower, innocently resting next to my empty glass. I love him, I repeat, feeling so fucking vulnerable that it makes me sick to my stomach. Logan is the last person who wants to, or should, hear this. But he's also the only person I can talk to right now. I know I fucked up, but I love him. I really... My voice cuts off as another surge of tears overpowers me, forcing my throat shut.
Where are you right now?
Logan asks, his voice sounding almost tender now. "At the airport?" I utter. "In San Francisco?"
"When will you be back?"
"Tomorrow morning."
"Look, let's meet up tomorrow evening and talk about this, all right? I think I may be able to help you two idiots,"
he proposes.
"There's this little bar on 14th called the Captain's Hook. Kinda has Captain Seaweed's vibes. Let's meet there at 8?
A somber smile finds its way onto my face at the mention of Captain Seaweed's, our go-to bar back in college.
"Deal?"
Logan probes. I don't know why he does this, but Logan has always been a puzzle of a man. His actions rarely ever make sense to anybody. And right now, he's all I have. The only person I can talk to. The only person who knows me and Gabe well enough to be able to offer a helping hand. Besides, what do I have to lose? Deal.
Chapter 37. Gabe. You've got to be kidding me. I freeze right after I walk into the bar, expecting to find Logan waiting for me. I already felt stupid about the way I treated Ella before I talked to him, but his words really left an impact on me. He's right that I never considered things from her perspective, and if he, of all people, is defending her, then I must truly be in the wrong. We had plans to meet up again tonight before he has to leave town again, but it's not Logan sitting in one of the corner booths at the far back, staring at me through wide eyes, lips slightly parted in a question mark just as big as mine cast into the room. It's Ella.
"What are you doing here?"
she asks, looking so utterly confused that it's obvious she's fallen into the same trap as I have. She looks cute with her hair down and dressed in a dark green blouse, but the shadows under her eyes were not there the last time I saw her. She looks exhausted and beautifully sad. "Same thing as you, I assume," I say as I plunk down on the upholstered bench next to her. "Meeting Logan." She looks at me with a bland expression before shaking her head in disbelief.
"This guy,"
she sighs. "This guy," I repeat, and we share a timid laugh. The waiter comes by and I order a pitcher of beer for the both of us, wordlessly checking in with Ella with a look from the side, to which she nods.
"Makes you nostalgic, doesn't it?" she says, scanning the room. "It's so much like Captain Seaweed's."
I was so taken by seeing her in here that I didn't pay much attention to the bar's interior when I walked in, but now that she mentions it, I'm inclined to agree. The fishing nets on the walls, small anchors and ship propellers that are scattered across the place, the old wooden furniture, and even the creaking floor, all of it bears an uncanny resemblance to the bar we used to frequent back in college. Ella is looking at me with an apologetic look on her face, her lips moving, but no words coming out, as if she's bereft of her voice. "Ella, I'm sorry," I tell her, daring a bold move by reaching for her hand. "I'm sorry for being such an idiot, for not giving you a chance to talk, and most of all for blackmailing you." Her eyes water and her pretty lips begin to quiver as she nods, but she's still not speaking. "I'd never want to be the one who stops you from getting where you want to be. And if this San Francisco job is something you really want to do, then you should go," I go on. "And you're right, if we want to make this work, then we can and we will. I know you hate having to rely on me or my money, but you won't have to if I'm the one flying back and forth, right? And just like you, I can do whatever the hell I want." She chuckles and a single tear dribbles down her flushed cheek. "And what I want is to be with you, under whatever circumstances life allows us to," I add.
"Gabe,
She breaks off, her hand flying up to her mouth as she tries to stop herself from crying, unsuccessfully. I squeeze her hand, fearing the worst as she erupts in violent tears while the waiter shows up to bring our pitcher and 2 glasses. He casts a quick look at Ella and then raises his eyebrows at me in sympathy before he hurries to get away from our booth as quickly as possible.
"I'm sorry,"
Ella says, hastily wiping away the tears. I'm keyed up, my eyes resting on her as I wait for her to calm down. I can't tell what these tears mean or what is about to happen, but the fact that she's been lured here under the same pretense as I was lets me hope that not all hope is lost for us.
"I'm just so..."
she manages to produce before she has to clear her voice again.
"I'm just so happy."
Relief washes over me with such force that I release a short-lived chuckle before sucking in a sharp breath of air. "You had me worried for a moment there," I tell her, and the wink I add to my words makes her smile, finally. "Come here," I whisper, as I lay my arm around her, pulling her closer. She seeks refuge in my embrace. planting a coy kiss on my cheek before making a move to reach for the pitcher, but I preempt her and fill both our glasses to the brim.
I'm sorry, too,
Ella says in a low voice when I hand her the beer. We clink glasses and both take a sip. Even the beer reminds me of Captain Seaweed's cheap swill with its light taste.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about that stupid San Francisco thing,
she says.
I know I should have, just like I should have been honest about that window thing and...
Stupid San Francisco thing? I ask. It didn't go well? She shakes her head.
No, it was awful, everything about it, she says. I thought it would only be me and like 2 or 3 other candidates, but apparently they invited everybody who sent in an application. And they treated me like an inexperienced intern. I'm not even sure they even looked at my resume.
I'm sorry to hear that. She takes another sip of her beer and laughs.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am, I insist. For all that trouble this has caused, you'd think it would be at least worth it.
It was worth it,
Ella insists, regarding me with a warm smile.
Because it showed me what I really want.
She smiles up at me, her eyes beaming with happiness where there were tears just a few minutes ago.
You were right, she says. I got something pretty good going here. It would be stupid to leave.
Chapter 38. Ella. Quite the gang you got there, Elena comments. Her eyes follow Aston and Logan as they follow Gabe into my bedroom, and she arches her brows in a slightly condescending manner. They're friends from college, I explain, as I usher her back into the kitchen. Come on, let's finish up in there while they get the heavy stuff downstairs. We saunter back into the mess that is our kitchen. Open cabinet doors, appliances, pots, pans, plates, and cutlery scattered all across the room, and in between, half-filled boxes. Moving is such a pain in the ass, Elena mules as she gets back to work, going through our collection of plates to determine which ones are hers and which are mine. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Well, I'm doing it because I want to live with my boyfriend, I say, grinning at her. And you're doing it because you deserve a better place than this shithole. I do, don't I? She sighs, her gaze lazily traveling through the room. We managed to fix the window frame back then, but it was only a temporary fix, barely holding everything in place, and I'm not convinced that it will survive another rainstorm like the one we had that night when it broke. I felt weird about telling her that I'm planning to move in with Gabe, not only because it has only been a couple of months since we've officially started dating, but also because it felt a little like I was abandoning her. This apartment is a cheap mess, but still too expensive for Elena to live here by herself. However, after postponing telling her about my plans for days and weeks, she was eventually the one who told me that she wanted to move away. She's moving in with a few friends of hers who recently bought a rundown house out of town for very little money. As far as I know, it's going to be 4 or 5 people sharing that place, living there almost rent-free while they help bring the house back to life with overdue renovations. It sounds like a lot of work, but Elena is very excited for it, and I'm happy for her, not only because it made things so much easier for me. From the corner of my eye, I see Logan plodding down the corridor, carrying a box from my bedroom, quickly followed by Aston, who sends me a friendly smile as he walks by. Good-looking dudes, Elena remarks. Just like yours. Is there like a nest for outrageously handsome rich boys that I don't know about? I huff. I guess an Ivy League campus is a good way to start looking. The one with the undercut went to your school too? Elena probes. He so doesn't look like it. She's referring to Logan with his edgy undercut and the inked-up arms, which he proudly displays under rolled-up sleeves as he's been laboring away. I know what she means. Logan has always stood out in the group, especially next to Aston, the glasses-wearing professor in his ironed trousers and custom-tailored shirt. He's kinda cute, she adds, winking at me. Does he have a girlfriend? I laugh, shaking my head. Don't even think about it. How could I not? She retorts, smirking. He's got that whole bad boy thing going on. It's hot. Yeah, but only from afar. Trust me, I add for consideration. I hear the boys stamping down the stairs and decide to take the chance and seek out Gabe, who's left in my room all by himself. I'll be right back. Elena snorts behind my back as I turn around to leave the kitchen. God forbid you're separated from your boyfriend for longer than a minute, she mocks, and I respond by showing her a loving middle finger before I'm out the door. I find Gabe kneeling beneath my small desk, crunching his brows as he seems to try to figure out how to dissemble it. He's wearing blue jeans and a brand shirt that is only imitating a used look, but probably cost as much as my monthly rent for this room. Either way, he looks incredibly sexy with his ruffled hair and that look of intense focus on his face. You need help? I ask, even though I know the answer to that already. He shakes his head and crawls up from underneath the desk to get back up on his feet. Nah, he says, placing his hand at the small of my back as he places a quick kiss on my forehead.
Maybe we should just carry this downstairs in one piece. Don't know if I can disassemble it without destroying the thing. Or we need to hire someone after all.
You think you could arrange that with your whole muscle before money approach? I tease him, and he chuckles.
Hey, we're doing pretty well, he argues. You thought I'd just hire a fancy mover for this, didn't you? Well, I'd say we're doing a pretty good job up here, all of us.
I don't know why the boys feel they have to prove anything in front of me, but I feel flattered that the three of them are going through so much trouble to help me move. Chase is the only one of the Plutus boys who couldn't show up, but that would have been a bit much, considering he lives at the West Coast. I know that Logan and Aston aren't here because I would have been helpless without them, or because there's no money to hire someone. I can recognize their help as the gesture it is, an embrace to welcome me back into the group, even though I've never really been a part of it before. Yes, you are, I agree, and I love you for doing this. A warm smile graces Gabe's handsome face, and we kiss.
Am I the only one still working here?
Aston's voice breaks into our intimate moment. We break apart and regard him with puzzled looks.
You guys are making out, and Logan just sat down with your roommate to share a doobie,
he explains, sternly adjusting his glasses as he points back over his shoulder toward the kitchen. Gabe bursts out laughing, while I roll my eyes and squeeze past Aston to get back to the kitchen. Sure enough, I'm greeted with a familiar smell, and when I enter the messy room, I find Logan and Elena sitting at the table, both with a wide smile on their faces. I leave you alone for 1 second, I reprimand, jokingly lifting my index finger as if I was scolding them. Relax, Elena purrs. We're almost done here, and the day is still young.
Yeah, relax, Elle,
Logan adds, taking another puff from the J between his fingers.
Want some?
He holds it up to me, and I know it's a test. We used to smoke in college once in a while, and it was always Logan who provided us with weed, so I'm guessing that this stuff is coming from him too, which means it must be good quality, unlike the stuff Elena used to bring home sometimes. Later, maybe, I tell him, while I hear Aston sighing behind my back.
You guys remind me of my students, he comments. I think some of them even show up for class baked. You mean like we used to?
Gabe chimes in, wrapping his arms around me from behind.
Speak for yourself,
Aston says, before he disappears into my bedroom. We shouldn't let him work alone, I tell Gabe, noticing how he's eyeing the J in Logan's hand.
Yeah, we should,
he says eventually, winking at me.
We'll have all the time in the world on the rooftop terrace later.
I beam up at him, my heart bursting with happiness. I can't wait.
Epilogue. Gabe. 1 year later. I study Ella standing next to the entrance of the ballroom in her fur green cocktail dress, her red waves piled up in a playful updo, and her lips painted in a dramatic red that contrasts the dark and unobtrusive color of her dress. We're surrounded by people, sounds of chatter and clinking glasses as we bathe in a sea of anticipation. But right now, it seems like it's just the two of us. I reach for her hand, gently caressing the back of her hand with my thumb as I try to calm her. She's nervous, but she doesn't want me to know it. Even when strained to the limit, Ella still insists on coming across as strong and stable, unyielding to anything life throws at her. Today is a special day, a day she has been anticipating for a very long time. Both of us, actually. Today, we're not attending a gala as a couple. We're the ones holding it. Ella's idea to open up a foundation fell on fertile ground when she shared it with me, and I wasn't the only one who supported it. When she started this whole endeavor, she was still employed at the governor's office, which made it possible for her to use the contacts she acquired through that job to get this foundation off the ground. Today is the official opening gala, which is also a fundraising event to attract resourceful moneybags from all over town and the country, if you consider the fact that Chase flew in all the way from California.
Oh, look, there's Logan and Kat,
she says, jutting her chin across the room, where Logan and his girl are hiding in a corner, both holding on to their glasses with such strain that it almost looks like they may crush them. They share the same fierce look as they scan the room, judging their surroundings, silently, thank God.
I didn't know they were here already,
Ella whispers.
Did you see them come in? Why didn't they say hi?
Give them a moment, I tell her. This is not their natural habitat. She laughs.
It's not mine either.
Oh, it is, I say, pulling her closer by wrapping my arm around her shoulder. This is your day, after all. Your event, your foundation. Don't fight it, Ella. You're one of us now.
Us?
She probes.
And who is us?
I shrug. Whatever you want to call it. That world you were trying to fight half your life?
The only thing I'm fighting against is climate change,
she argues, straightening her back with pride.
Saving the world one tree at a time, or something along those lines.
She casts me a sheepish smile, and I can't stop myself from planting a quick kiss on her forehead, despite the professionalism we both swore to display tonight. This is a joint venture, one could say, a result of true partnership between two people as between two worlds, hers and mine. And if all goes according to plan, there will be one more thing happening tonight to manifest that partnership.
Do you know if they're still engaged?
She asks me now, putting air quotes around the word.
After all that happened, I mean?
I don't know, I respond truthfully. We can ask them later. She nods and checks the time on her wristwatch for the umpteenth time, while I notice the Winterbottoms from the corner of my eye. Of course they would be here, even though they have no direct affiliation with the foundation or its cause. For them, it really is about being seen at the right events and filling their ample free time. But I won't complain as long as it comes with a generous donation to Ella's cause, and I'm certain it will. It looks like they haven't spotted us yet, but I decided it's best to move out of their sight and onto the stage, as it's almost time for Ella's opening speech. Are you ready? I ask, as I gently nudge her to turn around, with our backs to the Winterbottoms, and guide her toward the stage. She presses her lips into a thin line while her shoulders inch up to her ears, but she nods.
Yeah, sure.
We meander through the crowd, receiving smiles left and right, passing by Chase, who hastily puts away his phone and regards us with a polite nod. Aston said he would be here too, but I haven't seen him so far. I'm sure he must be here somewhere, most likely the only one of us who didn't bring a date, as far as I know. If the last year has taught me anything, it's that things have a tendency to change, sometimes in surprisingly dramatic ways.
Okay, go time,
Ella whispers, more to herself than to me. I squeeze her hand one last time and send her an encouraging nod before she walks up the stage, nervously fiddling with the mic in her hand. I step back, mixing in with the crowd, but remaining close to the stage up front. I can't be too far away from her. Not today. The room falls silent, more than 100 heads turning in Ella's direction when she begins speaking. I'm filled with a surprising sense of accomplishment as I watch her from down below, unable to fathom that this is the same girl who, just a little more than a year ago, couldn't open her mouth in a meeting because she was too stunned by the presence of her ex-boyfriend. I was too occupied with my own emotional turmoil back then to even think about the implications for her and her career, but when I see her now, standing up there with her head held high, a confident smile on her lips, while flawlessly delivering a speech we wrote together, I can't help but burst with pride and happiness. She speaks freely, adding pauses just like we discussed it, and adding a few spontaneous additions on her own, most of which are well-placed jokes that evoke a wave of laughter spreading throughout the room.
But all of this wouldn't have been possible without one very special person,
she says now, her eyes trailing down to me while a loving smile blossoms on her face.
You may all know him as an accomplished entrepreneur, turned attorney advisor and green benefactor, but to me, he's so much more than that. Please welcome Mr. Gabriel Boulder to the stage.
She waves me up, adding a little wink as she takes a subtle step to the side to make room for me and the short speech she expects me to deliver. I follow her gesture just as planned, sending a polite smile to the guests as I take the mic from her, hoping that no one notices the subtle tremor in my hand as I hold it up. Ella may have told you that none of this would have been possible without me, but I respectfully disagree with that statement, I say, catching Ella's wide eyes from the side as she realizes I'm going off script. This endeavor may have been a product of our joint efforts, but frankly, I was just a helping hand for an astounding project that this woman, Ella Witt, has brought to life. This was her idea, her vision, and in the end, her admirable execution. I pause, leaving room for a round of applause while I gather the courage to go on and speak the words that have been dancing on my tongue for months. I turn to Ella, catching her slightly bewildered gaze while I take a deep breath. Ella Witt, for years you have captivated me with your sublime beauty, impressed me with your fierce strength, challenged me with your independent will, and most of all, enchanted me with your unparalleled charisma. I cannot think of anyone else I would rather have at my side right now, or for the rest of my life, I say, sounding not half as steady as I'd like to, or as she did just a few minutes ago. But that solid composure of hers starts to waver when I go down on one knee, producing the little box from the inside of my suit jacket. I open it, revealing the princess-cut diamond, ethically sourced and modest in size, as Ella would hate anything too flashy. Ella Witt, will you do me the honor of becoming my wife? I ask, dizzy with excitement. An astonished murmur echoes through the crowd, but I hardly notice it, keeping my eyes fixated on the woman who has owned my heart ever since we first met. She's smiling, her hand firmly pressed on top of her mouth, and then she nods. A cheer erupts throughout the room as Ella drops down to the floor with me, wrapping her arms around my neck as she places a demanding kiss on my lips. "Risky move, Mr. Boulder," she whispers, holding my face in her hands as she grins at me. "Was it?" I ask, winking. "Nah, not really," she replies, her lips meeting mine for another kiss before she whispers, "You're stuck with me now. I promise." This concludes $1 Billion Chance by Linnea May, narrated by Stephanie Rose and Alexander Sendies. Copyright 2021 by Linnea May. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Linnea May, Kara Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.